The rabbi's trying to teach you. Just trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you, madam? Got it, girl. I don't know. Get it, girl. You got these three. No doubt, no doubt. Did you go? My app, mother. Okay. Thank you. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. No doubt. Boo. All right. Tough split. Oh, okay. I'll take one. I didn't even mean to get that one, but that's okay. I'll take it. Got it. Boo. Tough shot. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, God. Get this. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, that's right, Mr. Aquarius. You and I win. You got this one. 5 strikes in a row. Oh, what was that? Nice strike. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Oh, girl. Amazing. 3 in a row. Get it. Oh, man. Oh, no. I was going for a record. Oh, Miss Aquarius, this is the best you've ever done. This is going to be a record for you. Get this. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Miss Aquarius, you got a record. You, 85? That's amazing. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, no. Get it. Knock that down. 106. Thank you, ma'am. Great job. That's right. You got a personal best. Good on you. Sweet dreams.
this is in the New York Times. This is not in whatever National Review. New York Times. 2004. And the two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Louis Gates, dean of the African American Studies, community in the United States, brilliant guy, and then Lonnie Guinier, who was a Supreme Court appointee under, I think, friend of Hillary Clinton. And there was, for a long time, she was on the short list. So one of the top jurist lawyers, both sides. Sort of legendarily successful in their and black. And they are quoted as the authorities in this story, and the story that they tell is actually very amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place, and the government. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the black admits into a place like Harvard were not American blacks; they were foreign blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and been very successful. Nigerian Americans way outperform. They're super smart, supportive people. And then West Indian blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, sort of examples of that. And so basically, what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Guinier said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify, recruit, make successful, whatever it was, American-born native blacks. And so therefore, they were using high skill immigration to go get blacks in other countries. And then this was 2004, when you could discuss such things. Obviously, that is a topic that nobody has discussed. It has sailed on. All of the PPI programs of the last 20 years have this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, not us. That are getting these laws. We're literally. And if you believe in the basis of action, we're trying to make up for justice of American Nigeria and experience that. Black Americans. Anyway, so you can see where I'm heading with this. We have been in a 50-year social engineering experiment from the educational slots and jobs. Right. It turns out it's not everything. Like because why? There's only so much for sure. There's only the education for sure. There's jobs. Right. Years. Right. And so that's the other side of it. Right. So you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a black American who ancestors described here in Indiana, or a Canadian immigrant and your kid, a Jewish immigrant, or you're from a very successful Jewish family, and your entire first generation, you and your grandparents went to Harvard. And what all of those groups know is that has been created is not right. It's fine. What happens is all people, bring in more foreigners. Right. And so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore. I don't think just have the high skill immigration conversation for either education or for employment without having and then underneath, and the DI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's affirmative action conversation. You actually do as a substance to see what happens. And I think it is much harder to make the high school immigration given the DI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
So first of all, that was brilliant. Just to understand how some of the criticism on high school immigration, there needs to be more people saying, yay, more American-born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading messages and not saying anything, and I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious level of.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Yes. No, it wasn't. There was tremendous rage on the other side of it, but
sure.
So I was waiting for the dog to bark, right? And the dog that didn't bark was I did not. Tell me if you saw. I did not see a single example of somebody on the table high school immigration who was on the table to go get more here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There
and I'm using for people in the audio, I'm making here with my fingers as seriously. One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people who are like, they know that something white. And what was so unusual about the Harvard UNC case, by the way, but the report is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time, actually, the other national record. They actually had experts, which is rare. Generally, you don't have experts, what you have, you know something. You have primarily an emotional response. You feel it. And you put it, put it in the word and parts, that is a certified expert can. And not who you are. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. It also and so it's just like, all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square this. There's a way to have our case. Like, I think there could be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is look at these combined. Look at the DEI combined with the high school immigration. It so happens DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for probably 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities. They are still doing it, but nations. And then there are more and more. You've seen more companies now also do DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate lawyers will tell you that the Supreme Court recommendations are already applied to businesses, or the clear foreshadowing of the Supreme Court will rule on new cases that will ban in businesses. So there is a moment here to be able to let me add one more nuance to it. So the thing is, we're going to brain drain them, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world. We're going to bring them here. We're going to educate them, and we're going to keep them, and then they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right? Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world? They would. Well, a bunch of other people. How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there? And if there's a lot, that's great. But if there just aren't that many, and they all come here, and they all aren't where they would be otherwise, what happens? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable talking about the fact that people aren't just simply all the same. The whole thing we can talk about, but it also we are really the beneficiary of this investment, right? We are breaking the world around. There's only four. So if you look at the flow of high skill immigration over time, there's only four permanent sinks of high skill immigration places people go: U.S., Canada, the UK, and Australia. So it's more than five. It's the major Anglosphere countries. So those countries, there's no all the other countries, what we poor countries have been doing is bringing all the markets up. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone, whatever, 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high skill people over time have been migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think, the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of the countries. The one where this really hit the fan was Greece, right? So Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then you're running the government in Greece, and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development together. All of your smart young kids have left. Like, what are you doing? By the way, great. This is great. Not because, in part because of this, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians for us, brain training Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does cause people to migrate. So, it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild the whole country. It's going to have the talent base that it had years ago. Like a very big important question. By the way, Russia, we have brain drain a lot of really started in Russia. A lot of them are here, right? 30 years. And so there's this thing. It's actually really like the one thing that we know at the height of absolute that the West ever did was resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute goal was for the Portuguese and the English, everybody else, and these colonies, and then when they took all the oil, we took all the diamond, all the whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason, we realize that that's a thing to do when it's a physical resource. It's a physical matter. For some reason, in fact, we think this is one of these things, like, I don't know, like, maybe we're just going to live in this state forever, and it'll be benefiting us if we don't care what happens. But like, I think there may come to one of these submarines under airline. Like, I think it's just a matter of time. Like, 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 we don't want to be.
So, level of geopolitics, wars, conflict, one that that that's cooperation, competition. I've been one of those where present and everything over. All that said, still some good to do.
Okay, so then you get other stuff come all the way around. There's another nuance. Which is mostly the valley we don't use. Mostly we use. So there's a separate class of these stuff, and O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is the O1 is basically our founders. Like, we have somebody from anywhere in the world, and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology, and they want to come to the U.S. and start a company. They come in for an O1 visa, and that actually creates a fairly high bar. It's a high acceptance rate, but it's like a pretty high bar, and they work, and there's like a you get work in a really prove your case. Um, Mostly what's happened in the visa program is that it has gone basically at first. First one is the small set of the companies that hire it, which is exactly the companies you would think. And the other is it goes to what they call kind of the mills, right? And so there's these set of companies. I don't want to pick on companies, but names like Cognizant that hire basically have their business model is primarily Indians, primarily Indians in large numbers, and they often have offices next to housing, and they'll have organizations that are they'll have organizations that are literally thousands of Indians living and working in the U.S. and basically call it your like ID. So these folks they're making good wages, but they're making $30,000 or $100,000 a year, not the 300,000 that you make in the valley. And so like in practice, startups like little tech as we call it, or the startup world, and mainly businesses is kind of rigged in a way that we really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon, and like I love Amazon, like they're a big, powerful company. They've got more money than God. They've got resources. They've got long-term planning horizon. They do profound things over decades at a time. They could, or any of the other companies could launch massively effective programs to recruit the best from all throughout the country, and do that. They bring in 10,000, 20,000 a year. So you've got a question there. Still, they want whether they should, whether that's enough. They're unethical, but there's questions around like trade-offs out there. And so this is like a Pandora's box that to play devil's advocate on all this in terms of like national immigration issues, and then it's like a top issue because the numbers are small, right? And so I don't think the administration has said like this is not like a priority of theirs for right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of nuance here. Um, I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who came over on H-1B/01s, green cards, many are now citizens, and every single one of them was not every single. A lot of them were enthusiastic to have the honor of immigrants throughout this period, and they said to me, "It's like, well, Mark, how can we more express the importance of high skill immigration in the U.S.?" And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our native born talent. Because, like, do you want to explain the issue or do you want to diffuse it? Right? And I think the answer is let me give you one more positive scenario, and then I'll also beat up on the university more. About the National Merit Scholarships? there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and basically it was created, I forget the name. It was when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and the brightest. As heretical ideas, that's the thing. So a national talent search for basically IT. Its goal is to identify the top 25% in the country. By the way, completely regardless of the characteristics. So there's no race, gender, or any other aspect of it. It's just going for straight. It uses first the PCAT, which is the preparatory SAT you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's great that scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ, which they run this every year. They identify they get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, 18-year-olds in here who scored highest on the PSAT, and then they get down to they further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then, like the scholarship amount is like $2,500. So it's like a lot of money 50 years ago, not as much today. But it's a national system, not literally 5 cents, right? How many of our great, powerful universities have a scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. They have full-time scouts go out and they go to every high school and they try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, all these leagues. How many of our great, powerful, and enlightened universities use the national merit system to go do a talent search for the smartest kids and just bring them in?
Let me guess, very few. Zero. As you say, the brilliant should be that same level of scouting talent. Eternal.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if you're not, if I haven't beaten it to death. The SAT. So the SAT can be a highly accurate proxy for IQ. That caused a problem. People don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed for the last 6 years by the board that runs it. And it has been like everything else. In 2 ways. Number one is that dumbed down where an 800 from 40 years ago does not mean what 800 is today. And 40 years ago, it was possible 800. Today there's something 800s that you could talk the entire right 800s, right? And then they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the deloading, and so they've tried to catch it from being an IQ proxy. Like use the right concept, and the consequence of that is first they made it. Right, so the SAT 40 years ago really worked. More recently, it really started to work. And one of the things is that the Asian spike, giant word in Asian people, occasion I get a lot of coaching in the Asian coaching. So there's a bunch of issues. So the coaching thing is really difficult. The coaching thing is a subsidy grant to get parents to support coaching. Right? And I don't know, where I grew up, there was no SAT coaching. So there's like issues there. I didn't know what the issue was. They actually had less of it could work. So much less we could work. So number one. The other issue there is think about what happens under dumbing down. 800 no longer is it's like the AI benchmark. It's the same problem they have in AI benchmark right now. 800 is low on the threshold. There are too many for 800. Because what you want is whatever, if it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what, 50,000 for 100, also for 900, yeah, 1,000, and 1,100, 1,200, one ultimately gets to. Like to identify also by the 100 kids. Very easy. And the resolution of the test is. And again, as I would say, this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taken place throughout this. We have been heading in the first direction from wanting to actually get the best of the best and actually put them in the places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be the great thing about standardized testing in the national merit system is, like I said, it's race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic, totally done, of course. And you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is for sure, the closest thing that we had to get to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed merit to win the Cold War. Of course, we could choose to do that anytime we want. And I just say I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities today. But back to the immigration thing, just real quick, it's like, okay, we aren't even trying to get this kind of stuff. And even if they think that they can get it I don't know. I don't get it.
As you said about the 800, so I took the SAT and ACT many times. I've always gotten perfect at math 800. And I'm not that, like, it doesn't identify genes. I think you want to search and you want to create measures that find genes in all different types of diversity. And I guess we should iterate, say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes. Let's say we should hire more.
That's been the beginning. Like, what was optimistic forecast, right? That we could have an optimistic forecast. Oh my God.
That's the rational, the smart thing to say. In fact, you don't have to.
It would diffuse. It would diffuse the entire issue. Everybody gets clear on this.
That's 2025. So, I want to ask your advice. Trying to maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps or ship. Maybe by way of advice, how do you ship?
Well, I mean, a big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of it. I know you've been talking about this on your show, but AI coding, the biggest earthquake in software in certainly my life. Maybe some investment. And we're involved in various companies, but tools, variety of companies, like apps, and they're getting better with. And even like thing with coding, like there's like open questions whether AI can get better at like I don't know, understand or whatever, read it, whatever. But like for sure we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. So there's all these methods of synthetic data training and reinforcement learning. But for sure, you can do coding. So everybody I know feels data coding is phenomenally good, and it's all really great. And you can, I mean, anybody wants to go on YouTube and look at AI coding. Keep looking at making apps that's working with AI coding. So I think I think this is an area where it's the tool set is in a day as a coder for sure. In a day you can the non-coder can learn more quickly.
One, learning what to learn how to code. It becomes power. It becomes be much more productive. Come and get quite far.
I agree with that. Up to a point. So I think for sure for quite a long time the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually coding AIs because they're going to understand very basic. They're going to understand what's happening. Right? They're going to be able to evaluate work. They're going to be able to literally manage AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handling the code, they're just what's going on. So I definitely think like 100% my name like doing all kinds of code. Keep doing that for certainly through 18. We'll see after that. And so, like for sure, that's the case. But look, having said that, one of the things you can do with an AI is you got to code, right? And so, there's a whole bunch of I'll go on the names of Khan Academy. Like there's a whole bunch of work that they're doing at Khan Academy for free, and then we have this company Replit, which is originally literally built for kids for coding. That is AI built in. It's just absolutely perfect right now. And then there's a variety of other like this. I mean, the AI is going to be able to teach you to code. AI, by the way, is spectacularly good at explaining code, right? So the tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base. So you can like ask the code base questions about itself. Copy and paste code into ChatGPT and just ask it to explain it, what's going on, rewrite it, improve it, make recommendations. So there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, I mean, you can more broadly code, like, okay, you want to make a video game, okay, now you can do AI, art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? And all of a sudden, like, you don't need designers, you don't need, voice actors. So yeah, so there's just like unlimited. And then big part of coding is the glue, it's interfacing to other systems. There's Stripe to take payments or something like that, and AI is fantastic at writing code. So good at making sure that people are really good at helping you figure out how to deploy it. Right at the frame. So it's like everything happening with AI right now is just like this latent superpower, and there's this incredible spectrum of who have figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who are aware it's happening, and there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not, but I think there are lots of non-coders that are off to the races, and I think there are lots of professional coders who are still like, the blacksmiths were not necessarily improved, car business. So there's a William quote that I'm sure is here. It's just not even yet. This is maybe the most version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old bunker. Say and coding.
Right.
It's very common for programmers to say, no, if you're any good of a programmer, you're not going to or some programmer, and my productivity skyrocketed. The joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming, productive, fun.
I would also say code has anything in like industrial society. Code has the highest elasticity, which is to say the easier it is to work, the more it gets. Like, I think effectively the number for code, like it's like there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, if you can add or and so like overwhelming the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of even the idea today, and then we so I was late 80s sort of automated coding systems started to come out, expert systems, big deal in those days. There was a famous book called The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer that predicted that these new coding we wouldn't have programmers in the future, and of course the number of programming jobs exploded by like a factor of 100. Like my guess was we will have more. My guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably like 10 years. It will be different. There'll be different jobs. They'll involve work creating and that. But there will be creating more software. The whole industry will explode its size.
Are you seeing as a companies create startups? What's the landscape?
All we're seeing right now is the AI hiring boom of all time.
All for the
people at Amazon, little tech, everybody's trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's 100%. I mean, there's a handful of companies. A little bit is customer service. We have some companies, and others. I think it's Klarna that's in Europe, where there's jobs that can be automated, and jobs that can be automated. But like for engineering jobs, just hiring. But at least so far, there's no trace of. Now, having said that, I am waiting for the first company. Yes, like the more radical. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of two kinds. We see the companies that are basically weak forms. So the weak form companies sometimes it's called the sixth bullet point. AI is the bullet point of whatever they're doing. Sure. Right, it's on the slide, right? So they've got the whatever that's and AI thing. And the reason AI is the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI revolution started. And slide. Which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button in the corner, right? The little sparkly button. Yeah. Right. And all of a sudden Gmail is offering to summarize your email, which I don't do that. And you need to answer my email, not summarize. Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like the takers. But then we see the strong form, which is companies that are building from scratch for AI. Right? And they're building. Actually, that was a company that an AI email. Those are examples of just
nice.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah. So, but very obviously, very smart team. Seem to be great. Notion just not one of our companies, but just product. And so now companies are going to basically come through, and they're going to do basically AI first version, basically everything. And those are like companies built, AI is the first point, strong form of the argument.
And Cursor is an example of that basically says, okay, we're going to AI.
What do we do from scratch? And again, this is part of the full employment act for startups and pieces. Like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually start the product development process from scratch. You redesign the product, and usually what that means is you need a company. Mostly that. But yeah, so that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is a company where it's like, no, our org chart is redesigned as a result of AI, right? So I'm looking at it, waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have like, and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be we're going to have like the executives, and then we're going to have the AIs be the workers, right? So that's VP of engineering supervising 100 of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe, right? By the way, or maybe the VP of engineering should be the AI. Maybe supervising human coders or supervising AI, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is managing, because it's like not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI is pretty good at, right? Performance evaluation coaching. And so should it be an AI executive team? And then, of course, the ultimate question, which is AI CEO, right? And then, then there's maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes full autonomous. Yeah, what if you really sent one of these? Let it people business. And so I will say, like, we're not yet seeing those, and I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then I think a little bit of you really need at that point, like a founder who's really willing to break all the rules, and really willing to take. And I know people exist, so I'm sure we'll see that.
And some of it is, as you know, with all the startups, and the idea that you have a AI first email client, like an obvious idea, but actually creating one, and then taking on Gmail is really, I mean, Gmail, it's fascinating to see people, but why? The momentum is hard to re-engineer the entirety from it was like perplexity. About like Google could take on perplexity better, but they haven't, not yet. Fascinating why that is a large company. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. You be agile.
Little companies can break glass.
Right.
It's sort of the big breakthrough that Clickers is, which is sometimes when these and that certainly happens. But a lot of times they because it's breaks. Specifically, it would interfere with their system, and they won't do that. And by the way, it's possible. Right? And so they just get this Clickers is the big thing is they often don't adapt because they're well run, not controlled. But they're optimizing. They're optimizing. And as you kind of said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for the organization. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and does it, but for the most part, like this is very predictable behavior and it's fundamental.
Like 2025 is when the race is on AI. OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI, the AI race.
I would say I'm not going to predict. I'd say there's questions all over the place. And then we have this category question we call the $1 trillion question, which is like literally depending on how it's answered, people make or lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion questions right now that are hanging out there, which is an unusually large number. And actually, I'll just a few of them and we can talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is train of thought. How far can you push that and the learning? Another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions. You have both been flunking dramatically, and the rest hopefully is about to do that. Yeah, and then there's probably another questions after that. They're all just like they say this is an industry that's in flux in a way that am more dramatic. I looked at most obvious example of flux is in year 3, year less than years ago. In September of 2022, have said that OpenAI, and it's like six world-class model companies are, by the way, generating. And that's actually shocking. Turns out, that it's incredibly smart as passing large language model, which shock and surprise to the world. Turns out within a year you can have 5 more. There's also a money component thing to it, which is the money. One of these things is $1 billion. There's basically right now one source of money that will do that for you. One, the hyperscalers giving you money that you turn around and run for them, or other countries, which is difficult in cases. So there's another $1 billion question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been there is a way to plot it, but higher legal carefully funding other so the way appropriate starting for profit, raise money value. So
Nice.
profit. So hold on. I don't know, and then obviously because they're the market, they as the of them. Apple lighting, but very good. Really hyper model.
And then there's the question of really open, closed, so that doesn't in dark.
Like, look, it's just like, here's another question, which is kind of embedded in that. So, you are trying to use creatively because they can draw new images, they can all this incredible stuff, right? The creative side of that is correct. Creative, and these things, and there have been court cases already where lawyers have briefs that can be made up court citations. The judge is like, wait a minute. That's the very next question is, did you write this yourself? Lawyer goes,
That's why with Ronald Rock,
yeah.
looking at the question, how
And my sense, American history, my sense is if that there's a domain in which there is a acceptable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, code satisfies that, and maybe then you should be generate synthetic data, you should be able to do chain of thought reasoning, be able to do learning, and you should be able to data hallucinations. By the way, that's a $1 billion question for Paris, whether that's true. But then there's questions like, okay, is that going to work? Like, so for example, one possibility they're going to get for a minute, like but at like discussing philosophy, they're going to basically be as smart as they're ever going to be, and they're going to be kind of a midway press to people. And the theory there would just be they're already out of training. They literally, the big middle models are like the factor of data. The point, some of these big companies are literally hiring people like doctors and lawyers to sit and write these things. So does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to be better in philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write new content? Then is anybody going to do that? And so maybe these things are topping out in certain ways. So anyway, so we just don't. I don't anybody telling you big this whole all of these abstract generalized superintelligence AGI stuff like it maybe it's the engineer in me like no like that's not the that's too abstract like it's got to actually work. And then by the way, I mean this is the another $1 trillion question, future chips, which I know you talk a lot about. Another $1 trillion question, yeah, I mean, all the global issues. Oh, another $1 trillion question, censorship, right? Like, and all the training process. Exactly what are you training these things? You're allowed to talk about how long they give you these, how often they give you these incredibly. Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most in California college? Right? Because that's kind of what they have on offer right now, and I think that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about. And by the way, like what morality?
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's happening with basketball. Censorship on every level. Companies, very idea which expand the window of LLMs, window.
So what I experienced, how we started, what I experienced was, all right, social media regime tanking, right, at like a large scale, and the war on the crypto industry, trying to basically declared intent, and to put AI as social media banks. And I think this election in America, I think this election from a timeline, I think we're going to really on that front. The timeline, I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside of us. They're saying they're extremely draconian. They're trying to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now. That's so harsh that American not even to watch the products in the future. Like that's not going to last. But like what happens there, right? And what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies or want to operate in? Or is the capable of generating its own? Or have we brain drained them? And so, big questions.
Quick question. So they're very active on that. I'm buoyant, excited. Like inside Elon, there are two wolves. One is kind, the other one is because I can fuck you guys. How many wolves are inside your mind when you're
Be clear, the reference from the company classic, Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder? Yeah. Legendary movie.
Any Zoomers listening to this who haven't seen it.
Yeah, nothing offensive about it.
Nothing offensive about it. Yeah, no, look, start by saying, like, I'm not. So,
Yeah.
Yes. Sounds like,
So, how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what?
I mean, I don't. So I don't well enough, mostly. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it, and the glory of it is, like, it's communication. There is, like, the town square on, social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. But I mean, look, there's no question the format of the original. I'm the guy who at one point the entire nation of India hated me. I was tweeting something, it turned out that it's so flip. And our content. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline each time zone for a single tweet. So like single tweet out of context. Obviously X now has the middle ground where they have the longer form essay. It's probably the most productive form. I do. And then I mean look, obviously I suspect they're great, and then like I said, because the center for a lot of I think the best thought through, certainly intellectual content. As a current events, that's there as well. Yeah, so I think one of the things very excited to speak about that. And then there is turkey for and actually that's very exciting. Actually, that's another $1 trillion question on AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, especially in a world of AI, imagine a world of billions of AI agents running around. And in crypto, in our view, happens to be the idea that right? Money is very easy to plug in, do that, and there's protection. So I think the crypto AI intersection, is potentially a very, very big deal. That was going to be impossible under the prior regime. Hopefully,
almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Yama, what are your top 10 favorite things about Yama? I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys can a lot of things. But I personally like him. I, as a person who fans, like to watch the gladiators go at it.
No, he's a super genius. I mean, look, Adam is never super close, but casual friends. I worked with him at Meta. He's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time, and still works with us. And as obviously is a legendary figure in the field, responsible for what's happening. My serious observation is that I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to follow everything he does. He's probably this incredible critic of LLMs after AI. He's not, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who are just like everything, but like Jan has like very deeply thought through basically theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary dead end. And I actually like I try to do this thing where I try to have a mental model various arguments. So I've tried to like internalize that argument as much as I can, which is difficult because like we're investing it behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, like that could be a big problem. But like we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge the bullish people to really kind of test their level of knowledge. So I like to kind of like I'm not I got my degree 35 years ago, so I'm not the technology, but like to the extent I can understand points, I can use them to really surface a lot of the questions for people who are more bullish, and that's been I think very productive. Just it's very striking that you have somebody who is like that central base who is actually like the whole. And again, this could go different ways. You can end up being very wrong. You can end up being totally right, or it could be that you will provoke the evolution of these systems better than they look.
And you can both right and wrong. And first of all, I agree with most of the rigorous path to AGI. His basic notion is that AI needs to have some people understanding of the world that is very different. That is a really good challenge. He's also been a huge proponent of another issue of it as well,
which is very useful. Yeah,
that's fascinating.
And anti-humor.
Yeah, he body also has. Really fun to watch.
The other two, coming out. The other two, three guys are radical, like on left, like they, I would say, like either Marxist or like Marxist, and they're like quite extreme in their social. And I think that their humorism, and I think they are lobbying for draconian different. I think what would be constructive, it's actually super helpful.
Another fun question. On each time to enter Cameron, first, Andrew, and second, what's on a scale of 1 to 10?
Three.
Three. Okay.
Exactly. Well, so this gets stuff breaking out. Well, it was like other than my family, it was my favorite thing. And so it was a major reduction. Like having like a glass of scotch at night was like a major like the thing I would do to relax. And so he has profoundly negatively I blame him for making me much less happy as a person. But much healthier. Credit him for that. But then stuff like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I have no interest in like, this whole light, natural light. We're not doing it too hardcore. I don't see any. I don't see any natural light here. And I'm very happy. I would be very happy. Darkness. It's a test. Look, it's a test of manhood as to whether you. Like, I don't understand why you want to take shortcuts.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. All right. So, your exception by most measures. But what definition of success?
I would probably say it's a combination of things. Contribution. So, have you done something that mattered ultimately? And it mattered. And the other thing is, I think happiness is overrated or in fact, interesting. Thomas Jefferson did not mean happiness the way that we understand it. The version of it meant it more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. So I think happiness. So I think about happiness as first ice cream cone makes you super happy. The first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the park. The 1,000th kiss, maybe just right in a row. Right, and so happiness is very. And the people that hang around happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. But in the deep sense of having been pretty useful.
So that's a arrive at.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, can you? Yeah. Was it because first of all, the ills in the world is man's in a room by himself. But like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself and you're like, all right, 4 in the morning, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like, if you have, people who feel that way are pretty centered and very, I don't know how to put it, proud. People who are, sensation seekers. The sensations. And by the way, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like in every form of extreme sport, and they get huge satisfaction out of that. Or the sensations in sort of useful, productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. Zuckerberg was like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who like centralized debates. They'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you're by yourself and a little story. I would even say happy, but I know, I understand. I was just way, but I made that music. But I think happy by myself at 4 a.m. Greens.
Exactly.
Person. As a small thing, shout out. Very wise. Very well. Very wise about the free press. Pocket. Honestly. Great. We're asked. God. One of the joys, talk about happiness. One of the things that happy was
Yep.
question, but many of the questions today about that. We're asked God and you as after such. So there was kind of ongoing that's
It's a lot. People. I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that's a core concept of God. So, that's what I spent a lot of the last year out. I feel like I spent my first, 30 years figuring out Maybe God. Like, um, and then look, I mean, just like very complicated. I mean, every time I pull up in astronomy, like, Daddy, how many galaxies? What's how many galaxies? Okay, like how?
Yeah.
Like how? What? Like it's just such a staggering concept, right?
Actually, wanted to my mind a while back. Said that once, as a friend called it, the wall of galaxies, a billion light years across. They're all galaxies.
Yeah. Like what the? Like Like how the hell? Like I can read this book and this and that, whatever they built years in the Big Bang and thing. And it's just like, all right, wow. It's like, all right, Big Bang, right? Like, Big Bang.
People ever realize what the galaxy will go beyond?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean,
that kind of opportunity that extends across
time. I mean, yeah, all the things, but like, when I mean, again, it'll take a long time. And I doubt it. Unfortunately. Giving up the benefits of that. I don't know. Like, I grew up in the Midwest, especially Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Frames scientists, like, oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. Like, I know my life is miracle. Everything out, and then yeah, you walk up against things. You bump up against these, and you're like, all right, I'm like, okay, I get it. I just this, like, wow. All right, where'd that come from? And how far back can you go on the valley? Yeah, and then I mean, and even then, but yeah, I guess I'm kind of radically, but the fact that I'll know. The other thing that has happened, and maybe the more practical question is, I think I have a much better understanding now of the role that plays in society. My partner Ben has a great father on this. Man does not have a real religion, the fake one. The fake ones go very, very badly. And so, class of intellectuals, be a very patient. I'm an atheist, but it's very important that right. And Marx had like the negative view on that, which is the utopia to the masses. That there's a lot of like right wing intellectuals for themselves and pretty atheist right now that are like important to the Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's arrogant, presumptive. But on the other hand, maybe it's right because what have we learned in the last 100 years is the absence of real religion. People will make up fake ones. This writer, this political philosopher, who's super interesting, on this named Eric Vogelin, and wrote this mid part of the century, mid late part of the 20th century. Born in I think 1900, like died in like 85, so saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. Man himself, fled, I think he fled Europe. And his sort of big conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism and fascism basically religions were, but like in the way of religions, they were, you call them political religions, but they were like actual, they were what Nietzsche forecasted that God is going to kill them and we won't wash the blood off our hands for years, right? We won't come up with it, we'll just cause mass murder and death. And like read his stuff now, yep, that happened, right? And then of course, as fully elite moderns, of course, we could possibly present ourselves right now. Of course, we are. I would argue, Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, a religion frenzy. The woke has been a full scale. All of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from the Holy Text. And wokeness is that every aspect of wokeness is that every single aspect of an actual religion other than redemption. Right? Which might be like the most dangerous religion you could ever come up with. It's one where there's no forgiveness. Right? I think if Vogelin were alive, I think he would have zeroed right in on that, would have said that. And we just like right off. I mentioned earlier, like we somehow rediscovered the religion. Europeans were all into identity environmental. Like I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, like there's something very going like, not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the
I think for a lot of people, a real joy, an honor to watch you understand the human psyche during that part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you.
that is that's only how long is that?
4 hours with Mark Andrews.
Okay.
It's like 40 hours of actual content. So
I'll accept being one of the first ones.
for the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 4 hours.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Mark Andrews. Now, leave you with the words of Thomas Sowell. Considerable knowledge lies and your own experience. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and it's now passing the size of the domestic budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, every 80 days, 70 days, and for a hyper federal,
Following conversation, Mark Andrews, second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor on the development of internet and creator, first widely used browser, co-founder of co-founder Valley, and one. I hope therefore then it will be easier to fly in. Yes, I think that the world ends and President traveled here by air. I think it was by air around that day, right? Flying in. Oh, that would be. There is a perception of corruption. People like Donald Trump and Elon Musk really care about fighting corruption. What can you say to them to gain their trust that the money is going towards the fight freedom, towards the war effort? In most cases, we did not receive weapons. And where we saw that something could be happening with weapons, we cracked down hard on everyone. And believe me, this is not only about Ukraine. Everywhere along the supply chain, there are some or other people and companies who want to make money. They try to make money on the war. We did not profit. If we caught someone, believe me, we cracked down hard on them. And we did that. We did that, and we will continue to do so because to this day, when someone says that Ukraine was selling weapons, and by the way, Russia was the one for narrative, we always responded. Our soldiers kill such people with their own hands without any trial. Do you honestly think anyone could steal weapons by the truckload when we ourselves and yet we have to provide proof to defend ourselves? Because when there's an abundance of such misinformation, trust starts to lose. And you're right, people listen to very speaking out and lose trust. Therefore, believe me, we are fighting more against misinformation than against the case. Although I still emphasize once again, at an everyday level, such things are still important. We catch people and we fight them. And this Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not. I think that yes, he is in fact ready to talk. Did you talk to him? The phone or what? How do you normally talk to him? I don't know. Normally by the same as with you. He invites you to the bus. No, one of us drowned. Swimming? Yes, I'm a swimmer. Well, if you think that the president of a country is really hard to come to agreement, you have to look at it seriously. Loves the country. He conducts, yes, destructive military action. Loves the country. Love his country? What is this country? We happen to consider Ukraine a country. What is this country? When you think president following conversation with Mayor was president has raw and heartfelt conversation. Both understand and all I can push. Please allow me to say a few words. First about language. Russian president far from I sadly Russian common language. In case you don't know, Russian language won the presidency and was the primary language for most of his life. It's the language I also read, I speak anyway, as does a large fraction of the most dynamic and powerful conversation without an interpreter. In this case, this about 2 seconds delay, frankly, translated partially, taking away my ability to feel humor, the wit, the brilliance, the pain, the anger, humanity, sitting clearly feel language I understand, Russian. But all that said, for that Ukrainian language, Ukrainian people fight for freedom and independence. We had a difficult choice. Faced that choice, that also the consternation and dismay of the make caption and voice over audio tracks available in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. You can listen to the version that is all one language or to the original mixed language version with subtitles per language. Default is English. On YouTube, switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings to your icon, then clicking audio track, then selecting the language for English, Ukrainian, Russian. Listen to the original mixed language version. Select the English UK audio track. Big thank you to Level Lab for their help with overdubbing AI how to break down the barrier that with AI and other but important language after all much more than cold facts about things. There are words spoken in the right sequence and at the right time to shake the world, turn the tides, start and word. Great leaders can find them. Great translators help to the is on another note, say that President Zelensky is remarkable and a I say this as somebody who deeply understands political complexity and history. I am my parents were born in Ukraine, Kiev and Kharkiv. My grandfather I was born, lived some time there, then Kiev, Moscow, United States. While I am now almost 30 years and am a proud American. My family roots go deep nations comprised including Ukraine, Russia. I've gotten to know and have spoken for hours with members of the presidency, spoke to hundreds of civilians, politicians, artists, journalists, economists, historians, technologists. Hundreds of hours of programs that both support and criticize the president, Ukraine, Russia, I've read countless books about this war and the long arc of history up to a forced recommend say the Ukrainian war and show by which is a good personal kind of biography of it. There are many assure you that drawing lines good is on a world map. That line will every what I try to be and no money, power, access, by my opinion, on my now. Finally, please allow me to briefly overview some background for the topics that presidents of reference in this conversation. I recommend my conversations with Rabbi Rothschild and many other Bob. But here, let me start with 1990, when Ukraine declared independence flag. From point on, Russia-Ukraine relations were defined in large part by whether Ukraine aligned more with Russia, West, Europe, United States, NATO, and so on. 2004, Orange Revolution, Western Shenko, and went the other way. Russia cold president. Internal tensions grew, and in 2013, Euromaidan protests broke out, coach and talks with the European Union in favor of ties with Russia. And politics, Kovic was ousted and fled to Russia, the election of a pro-Western president. Also, 2004 forefront, Russia annexed Crimea, and war broke out in Donbass region. Eventually, 2000 all the way when, on February, Russian forces when the war started. Now, some history thoughts. Vladimir Zelensky won the presidency of 19 discussed by agreement with Vladimir Putin. It was one of many attempts on agreement series all of them failed or all. How different foreign negotiations are, but they are not impossible. It's always worth trying over and over again to find the path. I believe that President Zelensky Trump needs soon after January 20th this every shot to negotiate a ceasefire and secure the way for long-lasting. Thus, several ideas. As I said, one of my main goals push you and this conversation professional one I will never reflect forward answer some questions at the very end. Here say thank you to everyone for over the years. This podcast now President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. If we can explain why the Ukrainian language is very important, our conversation will be most effective and impactful. I speak Russian perfectly, of course, and I understand everything you're talking about. However, I can't respond in Russian the entire that's it, because now it is. I am not making anything up. You can it all. You can hear it. Today there were 73 missile attacks against, and people were killed. There were over 100 drones today. This is daily occur. The people who attack us, they speak Russian. They attack people who were only recently told that this was actually the defense of Russian people. And this is why I respect neither the director of today's Russia nor the people. I just and I don't think that you can just pretend that nothing's happened and give a pass once again saying that they are one people, that speak one language, etc. They speak the language of weapons. That is the fact. People are people, peaceful people who want to protect themselves and their freedom and their human choice. You know, at the beginning of I addressed Russia in Russian. Zero effect. They do not listen. They do not listen. Some are afraid. Some have other issues. They have different reasons. It's like when a person is drowning, and people walk by because they can't. And someone walks by crying, afraid to save. It doesn't change anything for the one drowning. They need someone to help. This is what I honestly despise these people. They are deaf. They began the occupation in the supposed of the Russian land. That's why, with all due respect, I would like to give an interview to Ukrainian. This is very important. If there are some points that you want me to explain in Russian, I can certainly do that. I can certainly occasionally speak Russian. But in general, no. I'm not sure that you understand me completely. Despite your Ukrainian, you are a citizen of the United States, right? Yes. That's why I'm surprised that you don't understand. Well, it was a long time ago. I understand that it was a long time ago. Moreover, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. If I may please allow me to say this in Russian. Yes, many things have changed, but I have hope. I hope that today many Russians will hear this, that Vladimir Putin will hear this, that the American President Donald Trump and the American people will hear this, that everyone will hear this. And yes, Ukrainian language is important symbolically, but what is also important is that we understand each other well. Or Donald Trump. It's important for Donald Trump, whether I speak Russian or not. Yes. Because unfortunately, and it hurts to admit, but I cannot speak or understand Ukrainian yet. Your wit, dynamism, and your humanity will not come through as well and as quickly. Remember, I need to wait for 2 to 3 seconds. You have a great sense of humor, great stories. With an interpreter translating, I simply won't see this, but I understand that it's painful. Another reason is that I hope to show that even though sometimes said that Russian is Ukraine, it's not true. I'm speaking Russian now, right? We have people who speak Russian. It's not true. It's not. It's really not true. We disrespect Russian now because of Russian. That's all. When they were taking Russian, they killed Russian. Many people who actually, many of them are in, right? In the East, they live. They destroyed their houses, destroyed their lives. It's not a rhetorical thing. It's not all talk and blah blah blah. I don't have time for blah blah blah. Yes, it's very important, sensitive moment. The message is that we are not one nation. We are not, the same country. We're different countries. Yes, different countries. And I think what is most important is what we're talking about. Not how. We're speaking about it, but I think you're a smart guy. You have a lot of experience in dialogue of this kind. That's why you will understand. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's far better for Donald Trump. Yeah. My English, my Russian. Your English is much better than my Ukrainian. Getting better and better every. I'm a very honest guy. That's why I will be very honest. And your Ukrainian is not very good, but we will work. I have many flaws. That's one of them. Sometimes I can speak. Sometimes, as I understand, it can be very flexible, right? Very flexible. Spanish, Swahili. Yeah. Javier Malay understand this stuff. By the way, Javier understood without any words. Language of love. Yeah. Respect. sometimes speak Russian and sometimes English. Yes. You can use any language you like. I think that's a very good rule for this, but maybe time. Second and third and fourth. Yeah, this is you can ask questions in the language you like, and I will answer in the language I can. Well, you said you wanted to meet by the sea at some point. So for our next meeting, let's meet by the sea. Pleasure. Next time, it will be much better to meet by our Ukrainian or our Azov. I've been to a lot of. I have traveled to many cities in Ukraine, but never been to Odessa. Everyone tells me that. I don't know why. You have to. Can you explain to me why everyone loves Odessa so much? What's there? What's in Odessa? That's how they. What's there? In Odessa, we got it all. I love Odessa because of its particular have their own accent. It's so there are many nationalities. There are a lot of stories, authentic. Odessa. By the way, cuisine is very different from us. The dishes are not like any other. Everything is very tasty. Also, there are beautiful. And today, you understand very well, especially after the attacks on Odessa. You understand what the people are like, how Odessa is very Ukraine. That's very cool. I love Odessa. I go there several times. I go there several times a year now. Well, now because of strengthening air defense, because of this great corridor, etc. I go there more often. They have it's Ukraine and it's very cool. Well, when you come, yes, for the third time, pleasure. Let's do it. How about you, my friend Joe Rogan, and I will go get some barbecue. Who will pay? Question. For everything. He has to pay. Well, yes, we'll invite him to. No, 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 no. Without him. Okay, I get it. But the Rome statue will be accepted by your government before this moment. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Joe has a great comedy club in Austin. Joe Rogan, yes. And I think that as a person who respects comedy and stand-up comedy, it would be interesting for you to have a look. No, no, I know him, and I saw a lot of different videos. He's very talented, so it would be a pleasure if you invite me, and I'm able. I'm a, I am, but if I'll be in the. I hope that I will have a conversation, and of course, I'll have the time. My pleasure. But I will. I had to think about it. Who are the yes, pleasure. The war is over. So, so much. We won't go back many years. World War II. Tell me the story of your grandfather. My grandfather graduated military, military academy from the very beginning. The entire war. He had many wars back then. Yes, covered it. It's true. Yes, kind of man. Very much. We had a very close relationship. Didn't like to details about the war. He never although I asked as a boy, how many fascists never talked about it. He believes that war was a great tragedy, a tragedy for everyone. And Ukraine was occupied, and it was a tragedy. Ukraine, Europe, and a tragedy. His own brother, his entire family were by fascists who had occupied Ukraine, and their father was the head, and he was killed. He was shot. It was a mass grave, right? Yes, it was very. Some of them were killed outright, and others they were buried alive. His four brothers, they all went to war. As soon as the war began, they were all dead. He was they all died. He had nobody. Came back and he found my grandmother, his future wife. He managed, what was it called? I don't know, they don't have them. It was child capability, the place where orphans, children who don't have parents, children of war. And she managed child children, as they used to call them, child children went saw their parents killed, and this is how they met. Because um, difficult children, they, well, sometimes behave differently. They bad. There were um, many, many children in the orphanage, and I loved it very much. I think that my grandfather, frankly, would never have believed possible. He would never have believed because he worked for the police after the war. He was a colonel. He worked uh, criminal investigation all his life. So he fought with um, bandits all his life after the Second World War. But also, I believe he fought for justice all his life. We all lived one apartment. And even after his death, I lived with both of my grandmother and my parents. Both lost their husbands. Both of them died. Well, an ordinary lived, like everyone lived back then in the Soviet Union, and even after in the 90s, lived in one apartment together. What else? I think
Today is 33 days, which is 4 weeks and 5 days. Talk about Homer, baby.
remember 4 o'clock. Kids, mom, or how it was like that. What do you think? What do you think about that moment in 19 after the 22 invasion? How do you perceive the Second World War after you witnessed all of it? Well, first it started earlier. Started in Ukraine. War had already begun. And I think I perceived it as a start. Well, I think I don't understand why nobody wants to end the war, the rise of not emergence, global, and their entirety at the time just about one party, one country. It was a wave of wave of one race. They were, in fact, constructing and ultimately implemented a theory around this idea later. Um, they created a theory of one nation, one race, one world, their world. Of course, this idea is absolutely senseless, but it has become radicalized over the years, even more. A vision of one world, and in principle, called the ideology Putin promotes and imposes. It wasn't originally like he was a different person back then, or maybe he was always like, but his rhetoric was at the beginning. Remember, we talked about this, even about Russia's to NATO. There were even talks of the European NATO spoke about shared values in the West. That's how it all started back then. And we must who was seriously um, before the radical idea of taking over the whole world, he actually made certain steps, and everyone believed he was helping the economy and prepare some steps in that direction. But he was a terrifying person. None of those actions justify him, nor do they excuse his actions. And that's why we cannot look at the Second World War as if it started in 1930, in 1941 either. We need to draw conclusions. When did it start? Weaknesses of the world, the European states. of Ribbentrop Pact. All of this happened before 1941. Were more informed, whether they were politicians or not, whether they were from different walks of life, including different back then. We're speaking about all of them. Full stop. There'll be a world. Hitler will.
Welcome. How are you? Serena, welcome. How's your day going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm amazing. Did you happen to, thank you for asking. Did you hear about me from Blue Sky?
I think that's most. Um,
Oh, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been live streaming on YouTube since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online archived than any person in global history. Essentially, it's a time capsule for society. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
yeah, so much.
Excellent. Well, I'm a real life Truman Show. I do so because I don't want war anymore, and I want to give myself a platform to be able to discuss peace. I also want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny. I know that's a mouthful. It's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in Nigeria. I also am an advocate for the Lifestyle program and desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable.
Oh wow, that's
I agree. And if you weren't aware, data, according to The Economist, is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data online than any person ever. And what does that mean? That means that I may be an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, and your family all very wealthy. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound, Serena?
awesome.
Excellent.
I think you're very ambitious, and I admire the steps you're taking for your goal.
Well, thank you so much. I am going to go viral perhaps within the next month. And you're like, month, you're just sitting here, with one other person. Well, it is late, but nevertheless, the reason why I say that is people are, I've created robots on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like a Twitter alternative. And uh, people are tweeting about me or whatever you want to call it, Blue Skying about me. And so that's really good. They're doing it about once every 10 minutes. So that's just incredible. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. I'm really into futurology, AI, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, de-extinction. People don't know this, Serena, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing technology. I don't know why we're not talking about it more often. They just recently had a successful direwolf project of reintroduction. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I just think is really cool. I'm really into science and really into the future, and so these are some projects that are on their agenda. I also talk about things that directly affect you, and this is all with your consent. I'm really big about consent. If you just want to live your normal life and not take any of this futurology on, that's totally up to you. But if it is interesting to you, there may be opportunities for you, with your consent, to be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were born, Serena, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 for use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, I've had a wonderful life. You've been able to make all my dreams come true. My friends, my family, we started charities. You completed it all. What's the next step? And again, this is with your consent. That if you want, there may be an opportunity that we may be able to utilize known as mind uploading technology where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Serena, is there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality. I think that's very cool. What are your thoughts?
That is, yeah, it's very cool. Sorry, I'm just like trying to process all that. Like, I'm like, wow.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It is a lot to take in. That like, wow, I just met a random person on Discord, and they told me that basically they're gonna take care of my friends and my family, and I'm never gonna have to work again, and I'm gonna be able to live longer and perhaps live forever. I mean, I know I basically am setting up a big goal here, but that's what I truthfully want to do. And you're never going to meet anybody else like me, at least not on Discord nor anywhere else. And if you're like, okay, so let me get this straight. How are you going to make me rich? Because that's what I'd be asking. Like, how is this going to happen? I have more data than any person ever. And essentially, I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube streams. I'm live, and I have been on multiple YouTube streams going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, a time capsule or timeline of society. And people are going to study this in the future, like we studied people's diaries or journals hundreds of years ago. We're going to do the same with this video. They're also going to be able to use this in academia and at a university level, basically understand the human body biologically. They'll be able to train AI using this data. Essentially, we just see something in a two-dimensional screen right now. But in the future, you'll be able to know my heartbeat per minute, my breath per minute, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute. You'll be able to know my eating habits, my bathing habits, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm. Everything about a human will be able to be essentially dissected on this. And I know that that's going to make me a very influential person. And with that, I'm going to do my best to push for peace globally and help the world, help the less fortunate. I know I might not be able to save everyone, but I do know that with technology, we'll be able to accomplish many of these dreams. And really, I want to help you and help your family. If you're like, Rabbi, I don't want your help, you're absolutely entitled to that as well. But I do want you to know that I'm here to help you. And more than anything, Serena, of all of the great things that about which I talk, I'm here to just be a friend. If you ever need anybody, you need a positive person in your life, I'm here for that. I'm an optimistic individual, and I'm just here to give people hope. I really appreciate you being so nice to me, coming in and having the courage to talk with me.
Of course. Yeah.
Absolutely. So if you're wondering, okay, so what are you doing right now? My friend Miss Aquarius and I, we play games until she goes to bed generally, or I go to bed. And we have some friends who come in here and play games. So I do play games in here, but generally I watch a lot of podcasts. Um, so right now we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's like an AI podcast, but it also talks about like international relations and such. And he is interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. And so I'm watching this, and but really happy to be able to speak with you. We have Eugene here. Eugene, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm wonderful. Thank you for coming. Eugene, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
One of my friends,
Amazing. Your friend is an amazing person. Serena, do you mind if I tell Eugene about what I do? It may be a repeat of what you just heard. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
Excellent. Eugene, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Eugene, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. It's great that you know the concept. That's essentially what I am. I stream my life because I don't want war anymore, and I want to have a platform to be able to discuss world peace. I want to be able to discuss ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 EMU. It's worth over $100 million. And we build wells in Nigeria and other developing areas uh, to better people's lives there. I'm also a major advocate for the Lifestyle program and desalination technology, pumping earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If I may ask Eugene, does this sound interesting to you? Excellent. Well, other things that I do, I do have more data online than any person ever. And what that may mean for you, and I just explained to Serena, is that I may be able to one day be a very influential person and give you all the money that you need and to help your friends and your family become very wealthy, and also to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, things like geothermal power, things like tidal power, things like space tourism and terraforming other planets, interstellar travel. I talk about things like artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about de extinction. I talk about things that are pertinent perhaps to you. When you were born, Eugene, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as things like perhaps oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, I had a wonderful life. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all with your consent. If you don't want this, you want to live just a normal life and die at a normal age, you absolutely can. But if you want, there may be the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm saying to you, Gene, that I just said to Serena, that there may be an opportunity for you to experience physical immortality, which you don't die in the traditional sense. What are your thoughts on all of that? Absolutely. As you and I were just discussing, it's a lot to take in. Like, I'm just some random person in a Discord who just basically says that they're going to change your life. And I have intentions to do that. I can imagine you may be like, okay, well, how are you going to go viral? I create robots. So I've got robots here that are currently promoting me on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like the Twitter alternative. And people are tweeting about me or Blue Sky posting about me about once every 10 minutes, and that's phenomenal. I've seen really incredible growth over the course of the last 2 months or so in this server. We have over 1,700 people in here, and it just continues to grow. And more than anything, as I said to Serena, and I want you to know, is aside from all of the things that I talk about, the futurology and helping you and your family and making you live longer and all of that, I'm here to be a friend. If you ever need anything, I'm here. I'm always live. I want you to know that I'm a positive individual, that I have an optimistic spirit, and overall, I want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here to help you. Okay?
All right.
Excellent. Do you have any questions?
Not really. It's just like a.
Absolutely, I completely understand. I know if I were in your boat, I would be completely overwhelmed. I would be like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it, is probably what I would say. But if anything, I would know that this person, with whatever person I was talking to, had a lot of data and they have a lot of potential to be very influential. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels right now. I have over 100 YouTube channels in total. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, the number one streamer all time in Amaranth Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sinat's Discord, number one streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. Friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick Discord, have a really good opportunity to really have some things happen over the course of the next, perhaps as soon as within a month or so. So, if anything, I want you to know that you're here in the ground level. Get your popcorn ready because some exciting things might happen. How's that sound? Excellent. Well,
My
t-
question is,
oh,
I have a question. Like, I'm wondering, why do you stream on?
that's a great question. So when I first started, it was just one account like a normal person, but you'll find that you you do stream that much, you get things like copyright strike, or perhaps they'll flag you for some unknown reason. I've watched the Super Bowls on here. I've watched three different Olympics. I've watched the World Series and the Stanley Cup and the WNBA Championship and NBA Championship, Little League World Series. I've watched every major motion picture, including all the Oscar winners going back to 1927. I've watched, listened to every major music album and every major audiobook. And when you do all that, a lot of it's copyrighted. So, in order to avoid getting my one account banned, I do my best to multi-stream and be on as many different platforms simultaneously as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I have streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've really streamed everywhere within Southern California. Usually, I generally just stream at my house because few reasons. Data, it gets it's really easy to get throttled when you're out and about. Very expensive to do, and additionally, like I run into issues that my phones overheat or I have to keep power, and it's just much easier when I keep things in a climate controlled area. But I do some IRL streaming. I've had people who've met me on the stream, and we've had picnics in the local park, and I've met fans, and just generally think that we've got a really exciting opportunity here. You should know again. You should thank your friend for having them send you the link to you, and please do your best to continue to spread the word. Okay?
Right.
Excellent. I was telling Serena that other things that we do in here, I watch podcasts. I'm watching right now the Lex Friedman podcast. He's interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. I watch AI podcasts. I watch stand-up comedy podcasts. I just did a marathon of every Kill Tony episode, if you know what that is. If you don't know what that is, it is the largest live podcast in the world. It just went from YouTube to Netflix, so it's becoming bigger and bigger. I've watched quite a few of the library of the Joe Rogan Experience, watched a lot of the Hardcore History podcast. Whatever it is, I just like to learn, so we're always doing something interesting in here. I also play games, so every night, well, more than that, I probably play like 10 hours of games a day. I have people from Australia who come into play. I have people from Canada who come into play. I have people from the United States who come into play. All over the world, people come and we play mini games together. Sometimes in Discord, usually on another app that we use called Play-Doh, and we play things like mini golf and darts and things like Go, and they have some other different kinds of mini games in there. We've got archery and like soccer and all kinds of fun things. So if you're ever bored, this is a fun place to be. Excellent. Well, with that, if you don't have any other questions, feel free to stay as long as you'd like. I'm going to continue watching the podcast. If you ever need anything again, I'm here to help you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Around I believe that is more on that lake. If it's long, never long enough, it happened to be around. One said something, predict something, etc. But I asked only for one thing, primarily from the United States. Have the he tells you that an invasion is scared. I only asked for event there would be it was a weapon that I was asking. I asked intimidated. Please don't say that. If he comes, if he crosses borders, we're imposing sanctions. Well, this is sorry, but really, oh, I understand this. Oh, wonderful. I understood one word. Yeah. Eh, so, did not help. I believe that this is didn't help. We assume words are help. Well, yes, received a lot of because there were plenty, even more than plenty. Yes. At 4 in the morning, there were strikes. Morally, is it possible to prepare for war? No. It doesn't happen like you read in books, in movies, and so on. What happens? I was just looking at my wife and children. My children were asleep, but my wife was awake. There were strikes, missile strikes. We heard them. You, as a living person, how can it be? You just can't really, just don't understand. Why now? Given everything that happened in World War II, when people died, none of it mattered till at 4 in the morning, around 4, 3:40, 3:45. Remember, around this time, yes, there were missile strikes. And later, by the way, a few days after the first days of the war, I spoke with Lukashenko on the phone. And he apologized. And he said that it was not me. Missiles were launched from my territory, and was the one launched. These are his words. I have witnessed, and I apologize. He said, but believe that's what he told me. Nadia, this is not me. I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge. The judgment. This is. I told him, don't do that. This was done without me. That's it. Just on the phone, I remember this conversation. I told him that I believe. I told him, you are a murderer too. I'm just. And he told me, you must understand, you can't fight the Russians. I told him that we never fought them. I said, or the missiles from your land, from Belarus, how did you allow this? Then he replied, all right, retaliate then. I still remember him. That the refinery. You know how much I care about it. Moser Oil Refinery? 100. Moser Oil Refinery. I told him, what do you want about? What retaliation? Forgive me, Volodya. Yeah. Was it 5 in the morning? No, no, no. This was during the first or maybe the second day. Second or third day. Ah, yeah. Well, after that, I went back home. I was with my children, my wife. I just went to my wife very quickly that night, at 4 o'clock. Get the children, get ready. Probably meet and I left. That's it. At this moment, you're, you're no longer a father. What happened, unfortunately, because not only do I believe, I understand, all of this is the most important thing. Because your country is your family. The strength in your family is the most important thing. And I'm the president. I had to stop it. My own family. And my wife had to do everything, everything regarding children, regarding safety. And I had to deal with faith because I'm the president. And I, by the way, I'm taking this very seriously. I went to the office. Now. You're very welcome. Like in everything changed. And history took a turn. History of humanity took a turn. And for you too. You were the president. You were talking about fighting corruption, about the country's freedom, about interesting and innovative reform. But that morning of February 22nd, everything. Tell me about that morning, details of your actions. You had to quickly make. What was the process? How did you make these decisions? Did you discuss them? Did you trust and how to respond to every technical, political, and military aspect? What was the process for you? How did you make the decision? According to our legislation, I'm Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, so I had to give corresponding orders. Yes, I have a military office, and then there was a military headquarters where all people gathered, not only about the military, about energy, etc. All, but at that moment, I made quickly and without a doubt, and I cannot say that I am just that kind of person. I'm just believe that if help is needed right now, help, evacuate, help with children, several cities were blocked. I was only thinking about how to deliver food there within a day. We did a lot of things, although we understood that they in fact occupy part of our and we distributed weapons. That's how it was. Trucks came and simply distributed weapons to people so that they could defend the capital. Ordinary people, just on the street, ordinary people who understood that if the Russians entered, then we would have the same thing happening in other cities. Per the information we received, thanks to digitalization, by the way, we had very good, and we preserved a lot. And even when they were surrounding certain cities, a lot of things still worked. The banking system, the internet, we had television, and thanks to this, I made several that people are united and have all the information. Uh, Russia is very good at spreading large-scale information. Fortunately, I have a 2 decades of experience, managing a production studio, channels, and large media resources. I understood to build information network very quick. Thanks to this, I began to address the people constantly. It happened several times, 3 to 5 times a day. In fact, I became an information source for people who were in cities that were cut off from other information. And it was very important to keep all things, to keep the internet, stay in touch with everyone, with all of initially. That's the contact we had, and then uh, we also used media platform, so where we had all the news agencies of Ukraine, and this network was called Marathon, and it was very important for the people to trust, and people had to receive information. Why? There were waves. There were waves of Russian the first day. Instead, he ran away. I had to go out in the street. I left the office and went outside. I had to do this because I was showing that this green to show that it was the street, not some digital manipulation. I mean, I did things, then I touched various objects. Now people might think that these are small things, but I was actually showing that I was in a real place. All of this had an impact. I was absolutely for my action. And these several contacts. Then I spoke to Russians. I addressed Russians. I really did. And then only after that, I gathered. It was the first day when I invited all of the journalists here. That was the first day, I think, not here, to the press center. I talked to the journalists. I asked them not to leave because we needed weapons. At that moment, they were handing out rifles to people. And for me, journalists and media platforms were essential. There were various journalists from different countries, and they were essential. And I asked them for contacts, those who had access to Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, who understood the same information. And I spoke to them, and I spoke to them, spoke in Russian. I told them, you must put terrible or this war. Stop it. And if you stand up now, if you speak out, go out to the streets. This was very important. I spoke to them Russian, told them that there was no problem, and that all of the texts were, were made up. This is why it's so painful to talk about the Russian language, because look, if the person does not want to listen, they will not listen, no matter what language. I agree with you here. I think and hope that many people in Russia will hear us today. They belong to you. Are you aware of this? In their country. I know. I simply guarantee that this conversation will travel fast on the internet. Everyone will hear you. They will hear you, including the president of Russia will hear you. This is why I have hope. He's actually dead, even if he speaks to you. He's dead by his very. You understand the difference? You know, for instance, when you talk to Musk, you're talking an innovator, a scientist about rockets. You talk about how they on cost and how they land. And on the other hand, Putin doesn't launch rockets to save money, but to do you think about technology? Your guys were interviewing them about tribal. Do you understand? Imagine a Russian man in this country. You know what Musk is about? Technology, Mars, artificial intelligence. And this guy Putin is standing there bare ass, pontificating about pride. You've got to understand. You think that when you do interviews, like Mr. Tucker did an interview there, that you're about to make them friends? How could you? What does this have to do? It's different. But it's still necessary. A mammoth stands before you. By the way, I must say that when you said bare ass, it was not translated. Could the interpreter please translate so that you can understand? Now he explained everything. Yeah? That's great. I fully understand. That's anyway, great. But we still need to talk. One should always speak with someone who listens. And you must speak when you know that this will benefit, bring calm to the world, not the other way around. I love President Trump's message when he speaks. I think that we share a position on peace through strength. That is very important. It means that if you are strong, you can speak. And we need to be strong. And Ukraine has to be strong. Strong enough. Otherwise, what for? You know who, like Voldemort, must not be named. Yes, he's like Voldemort. Thrives, subsists, and lives on being objectified. Instead of isolation, is offered to step out into the light. Darkness personified, and you offer him, as it were, to be subjective. Why? There's only one reason. Fear. And you say, we need to talk. Listen, we need to be in a strong position and not talk, but end the war. Yes, yes, it's possible dialogue. We're not opposed to it. You just need in a strong position. Make the other person want it. Do you think he wants to end the war? That's what you suggest. I think this is naive. Sorry, with all due respect, it's naive. It wants to finish the war. Tell you what. Circumstances. Sorry for interrupting. There's something I think that President Trump has will. He has all the possibilities, and not just. I really count on it, and I think that our people count on it. Because he has enough power pressure to pressure not into wanting to stop it. No, he will not want to pressure him to actually stop it. That is the difference. Don't rely on his will. Will stop. He won't. That's what I think. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you first. But what I would want, you have what some might call a naive dream of you sitting down with Putin and Trump, negotiating a deal about fire, and together finding a path to long-term. And I think this requires strength, requires negotiation. There are a lot of carrots that can be used to make a real deal. And Trump is very keen on making a deal, ready.
Can I ask you? I just really want you and I to be on the same page. It's very important to be the same information. Extremely important. Let's talk a bit about the. Let me describe the situation. In December 2009, in North Macron, Merkel, and I agreed on the ceasefire. The U.S. wasn't there. By the way, if you'd like, we can later discuss why they weren't there. It's a security guarantee in general. Germany's, etc. We agreed on an exchange of hostages and all. We made a deal to exchange everyone for everyone. I think you know that. And also a meeting that lasted many hours. A meeting where we made a deal with him. Everyone was tired. It was just a deal. And I proposed it. By the way, no one you believe fire, and he wanted to withdraw. I calculated that if there were a withdrawal of troops from the line of contact the Russians proposed, it would take place. I proved it to you, just in terms of time. Square kilometers, namely the length of the line of contact for delimitation. And we agreed on what I told you, that it will not work out. But I had many points because I was involved in the issue. I was involved very deeply. My thing in general, I start doing something. I can't stand there like that guy I spoke about with my ass out. You know, I must be dressed. I must be prepared. I must be prepared better than anyone to do sports. Right? I practice for many years, and we know what fights are like, what boxing, what Thai boxing. This is what I did, and I loved it very much. When you step into the ring, you understand everything pretty much. I stepped into it, and I was definitely well prepared, but he wasn't. No, he was not deeply involved in the process. Order. Where is it? How long will it take to disengage? Why wasn't he involved? You want to know? Because he wasn't going to do any of this. This is what comes if you are not deeply involved in the. So then, it's as if you don't really need the result. That's what I. What happened? We agreed that there will be gas continuity, gas transit in 2019. We agreed with them. This was a security program. Merkel asked, and this was extremely important for Germany. We agreed. Secondly, we agreed that for him it was just. So, secondly, we agreed on an exchange. For me, it was the most important thing. And gas was, and this is a fact. Because I wanted to have a humanitarian advantage. So that there would be further means that would lead. And third, ceasefire spoke about what happened. The gas contract was signed because he, by the way, knew everything. As for exchange, we took the first step, an exchange of people. Regarding the ceasefire, well, they started
started killing in about a month. So I called and I told him, we agreed on a well, it wasn't. This is serious business. It really was. America wrong. You and I, we all agreed on this together. A ceasefire is important. It's not for New Year's because everyone was celebrating New Year's. And now they're offering us Christmas. It's all the same. A ceasefire for 3 days. It's a break. But this is a performance. This is some kind of theater. No. This is about people flying. That's what happened. After that, I called him a few more times. I think I only had 2-3 calls with him in total. I asked him for a ceasefire. He told me it couldn't be. We will figure it out now. People from the occupied territory, Russians and separatists, they were all there together. They continued to shoot and kill our people. Yes, the front lines were quiet, but they killed people. They were killing people. And I kept calling him. I called again and again, but there was nothing. After a few months, the Russians stopped answering. We did not have any contact. I wanted another meeting, like we had in Normandy. I wanted the next meeting. I wanted to find a solution. But the Russians, we tried to make it happen through various European countries, and not only European, but the Russians, they passed along some kind of bullshit, made excuses, they didn't want it. Meanwhile, they were sending their snipers. We had evidence. Because some of them were captured back then. Those were the snipers in training. They were training. And later those snipers operated in Syria and snipers were training in our country. The Ukrainians were hitting targets. They were shooting from the other side, killing people, women, people, children. They were shooting. It was, by the way, it was in Russian, where everyone, where they were, where the situation currently sent information, sent pictures, sent everyone. We worked very hard, very. I met everyone.
Welcome. Look who it is.
It was like that before.
How are you? Hope you're doing okay. Are you okay? All right. Change.
Want to the Russians who occupied Mariupol. And this is just with, and I have a question. Nigerians, and I will have over there. What if we just without understanding what happened, without understanding what would happen to Ukraine's security guarantee? What about millions of children in the occupied territory? I tell whatever. Hey, all of you over there, and those tens of thousands of people that were that were, are we ready to forgive them for this? We must at least if this is a fire, we must know that there is the part of Ukraine under our control. We need it so that he not. This is very important. And what do did you know that 2014 in Donetsk, in the Crimea, happening militant as in Berdiansk, and are making all the of draft go and fight. And if they don't go, they will be. You understand what's happening? That is why it's fire. Everything what I wait for, and I believe President Trump's power to use all of this information to come up with a way to make Ukraine strong. And why am I saying that? I will give you an example. President Trump will be in the same situation as I was in 2019. Precisely the same. I want to. We want a lasting for Ukraine. We must do this. The ceasefire, change people, and then diplomatically on all territories. And we will do this through diplomacy. What will happen next with President Trump? If the ceasefire happens without security guarantee, at least the territory control, what does it get? If he manages to make a ceasefire deal 3 months later, Putin launches a new wave of attack. Trump look. What will Ukraine, what will everyone look like? Putin will just do it. And why would Putin do it? Because today he's afraid of Trump. But once Trump manages, for example, to do a ceasefire deal without serious security guarantee for Ukraine, the past, not that he does not want that. I believe in what he says. But he will give an opportunity because in Putin's head, planning and the occupation of our territory. This is in his thick head. I'm absolutely. That is why I don't to wait. Putin want to stop the war. Pressure him so that force stop the war. That's important.
It's important to say that what you said about the children is tragedy. War is hell. But let me say again, we must find a path.
There is one.
What is it?
There is one. Before ceasefire, strong Ukraine. Strong Ukraine's position. Yes, we can speak about it with Trump. We can speak about security guarantee, but a quick step is a membership of NATO. Yes, I understand. I understand Trump. I heard through all of it. But anyway, yes, NATO is a strong security guarantee for the people. The second part, if a ceasefire works, nobody has, but with respect to the United States and to the administration, not like before. I don't want the same situation situation like we had with I asked for sanctions and weapons now, and then we will. If they start it again, of course, we'll be happy to give us more and with us. Of course, that is right. But it's different when you have weapons. It was very difficult for us to mount. We didn't have weapons before. That is the situation. Be the same. I'm just sharing this. Like I said at the very beginning, I want to be very honest and with your audience. Yes, it's true. If we do not have security guarantee, then come again. Make it clear. Let's describe the idea that you are speaking about. I would like to offer you other ideas too, but right now, your idea is that NATO, that's Ukraine minus the 5 regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Crimea. Just understand the situation, the invitation, the legislation, Ukraine, us, territories, are Ukraine. But the NATO power can only act in the past. That is under Ukrainian control. This can be negotiated. I'm sure about that. Yes, this would not be a great success for us, but a diplomatic way to end the war. This is one of the ways. That is the start. Secondly, weapons, arms export. I'm not ready to discuss it publicly right now. It's all written down. And President Trump might have not, but we've got no secrets from him. Yes, but most depends on the willingness of the United States, because some of it will come from some from the United States, of course, together. So not just from the United States. No. With this package, the package and sanctions. Yes, sanctions. But I think it's in the interest of all the smart people to not have Russian energy on the market in general. He has to stop it. That's all. It's fine. American oil, American gas, okay. Why not? And it's cheaper. So it will be cheaper for the whole world. The money will go to the United States. And I think we will be happy. And the president and your people will be happy. But it's your decision. I'm just, yes, it's so Putin has so much money for the war. And that's it. But this is difficult because it's a lot. You're saying to continue sanctions on Russia to accept Ukraine into NATO. I need to ask you some difficult questions about this. Yes, go on. I trust and respect your words today. Many people respect and love you in America. Trump respects you. Loves me? Oh, come on now. Remember last time you corrected me when I said that you love Javier Milei? No. I respect it. So let's not talk about love today. But could we talk seriously about guaranteeing Russia's security? Okay, can I interview you? Question is, what plan is the war happening on, and where did it start? On our soil, on our territory. International law was violated. The sovereignty of our country was violated. Civilians were killed. Tens of thousands of our people were taken hostage. And everyone will tell you this is what happened. When I speak with the global south, trying to balance the because of their shared economic interest with Russia in the past, and now spoke to them. They are speaking a little bit like you. I mean, they're balancing a little bit, Yeah, they can be, but work on it. It's first in the second or on ours. Yeah, but just American, very charismatic. Yeah, thank you. But when I speak, even balance attitude towards the war, they all recognize war. This is not just internal conflict. The war that began. not right. That's why I said, no, no, it's not right. And you have to begin in at the middle between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, like, in the middle and say, okay, what's going on? There is a fight. Where is the fight? It's not the fight like in Europe. And Napoleon fighting against somebody in the middle of Europe. No, this is not in the middle of somewhere of the not the planet. It's concretely on our land. So one country with one army, one person to another. That's it. Very clear. Again, I would like us to find a path to. So let us nevertheless try to start in the middle. What other ideas do you think might? You are a very intelligent person, and your Russian isn't that good. And I told you, yes, that this is only our first. My English is not very good. Thank you. To be honest, I'm terrible at speaking in every language. Well, there are other ideas. For instance, sorry to say this, it sounds crazy, please. But what if both Ukraine and Russia are accepted into NATO? Putin himself spoke about Russia, maybe about NATO. What you just said is very correct. What are the guarantees for Russia? Not like I'm even interested in what happened to them. To be honest, I don't care what will happen after the war ends. But these are our borders, and we must understand what is going on. Well, NATO guarantee for Ukraine. Actually, this is also a security guarantee for the Russians. Frankly, I talked about this many times. I'm speaking figuratively, but as an example, you were a father who lost a grown man, a man, an adult, and the war has ended, and he never got justice for real. For example, somebody decides to do anything. You can't fight. You can't continue. We stop when we stop, without any guarantee, without any support, without financing, without okay, and nobody held accountable but the man. He will not get anything. None of the killers will be. All the sanctions will be removed, and and he lost it. And we have thousands of such people. Why do you think they will not go to Russia? We'll find a way and will not put Russian soldiers there or somebody there. Why wouldn't they? It's human nature. It's not about us. It's everything. Read American writers. Always after any war, if there is no justice for people, there must be punishment for the crime. It is only just. How come my child was taken away? The war took him. This is very scary. And even whether it was my son who fulfilled constitutional duty or simply a missile that struck a civilian child, and if there is no justice and the killers are not punished, why would people come back to hate? They would definitely come back. When we talk about NATO, NATO is not only stopping Russia. Do not forget, NATO is stopping us because there will not be justice for everyone. We know that NATO does not have the right to certain issues. NATO is a security alliance. It is protection, not brainwash. What Putin claims that this is offensive is not. NATO is a defensive alliance, a security alliance, and it is security for Russia. But unfortunately, there are many options for people that don't involve NATO inviting Ukraine as a member. Can you imagine security guarantees without NATO membership? For example, if America simply NATO, I believe there is a high likelihood that Donald Trump. I think it's very bad for NATO. That that is the death of NATO. It is a pity because I think that is a very good alliance. Maybe not everything is good there from the bureaucracy or money, etc. But totally, countries who are in NATO, they they don't fight. There is no war on the land of any of the NATO countries. I think that is the answer. Works or not, it works politically or militarily. I don't know, but it works. Without Trump, without the United States of America, there will not be. That is the first goal. And you say, can we imagine that? That's why.
There could be security guaranteed without.
No, we don't need guarantee without the United States. That's it, because the United States is a very strong, powerful country. The United States, the point, of course, Putin said that it's just the Soviet Union, where, by the way, Ukraine was the second strong republic militarily. Yes, by the way, but of course, always forgets about during the World War II, without help of the United States, support of support of your industry, industrially, militarily, without your money, without your people, Hitler could could win. The United States helped them, of course, Europe, USSR, and of course everybody did a lot. But without the United States, it couldn't be war successful because I think that there is no war and successful because this is war. 7 billion lost, heavy losses, millions of people, and that's why without the United States, security guarantees are not possible. I mean, the security guarantee can prevent Russian aggression. Of course, we have security bilaterally with some countries financing support of our internal military and defending and humanitarian and mining is very important and helping our children. This whole network, by the way, this is very sensitive. How many? How many bomb shelters? How many bomb shelters do you with the partners for the children? It's a pity that they are underground, but imagine their eyes when they came after COVID. Understand what does it mean? They had COVID in the war, and together they did. And when they saw each other, even underground, they were very happy, smiling. So we have such security, but not enough to prevent. Yes, preventive measures, preventing aggression of Putin. To stop it.
Right.
I'm not sure. Thank you. No, no. Thank you.
That kind of thing.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Once again,
Come on.
without NATO guarantee, I have a dream that, let's say, on January 25, or sometime at the end of January this year, we'll sit down with Donald Trump, with Vladimir Putin, and together negotiate a ceasefire with strict security guarantees and an agreement signed. What will this look like without NATO?
I will make it clear. And so, first of all, I think January 25th, other, well, you just call it January 25th. And I don't mind. It's my birthday. And we sit down. First of all, with Trump. We agree with him on how we can stop the war. Stop. It is important for us to sit down. Secondly, it is very important for us that Europe, which is very important for us because we are part of Europe, and not only geographically, geopolitically, but also in the European Union, where we, for us, it's very important that Europe also has a voice. Second, it won't be long will be looking at us, and we'll be looking at Trump. And by the way, I now see that when I talk about something with Donald Trump, whether we meet in person or we just have a call, all the European leaders always ask, how was it? This shows the influence of Donald Trump. And this has never happened before. With an American president, I tell you from my experience, this also gives you confidence that he can stop this war. That is why he did not come first, and Europe support Ukraine because they understand that Ukraine has every right to have its heard in this because we are at war. Trump and I will come to an agreement then, and I am sure that we can offer strong security guarantees together with Europe, and then we can talk to the Russians. That's right. Not just three of us sitting down at once. And you talk to me like that. Do you know how? As if Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not.
I think that, yes, he is in fact ready to talk.
Did you talk to him?
On the phone or what?
How do you normally talk to him?
I don't know. Normally by the sea. The same as with you. He invites you to the sea with me. Just the three of us.
One of us drown.
Who? Swimming?
Yes, I'm a good swimmer.
You're a good swimmer. Well,
and I would like to add that if you have any contact with them, I just want to hear what happens then.
I have never talked to Vladimir Putin, but I have a feeling that he's ready because Donald Trump is ready. I hope you're ready. And this is not just a dream.
We're dreaming here. Get together in a room and make peace. And I want to understand what it looks like, what the security looks like that will satisfy Ukraine and satisfy Russia. Ukraine needs security guarantees first and foremost. We are in danger. That is why they are called. This is no joke. Let's take a step back. Um, why are security guarantees a strong position of Ukraine, strong weapons, and so on so important? I will give you a little history lesson. Although I think you have prepared yourself and know everything perfectly, well, you can correct me on that. Yes, Ukraine had security guarantees. The Budapest Memorandum, nuclear weapons are the security guarantees that Ukraine had. Ukraine had nuclear weapons. I do not want to characterize it as today. The fact that we do not have them is bad. Why? Because this is war. Today we are at war. Because you have unleashed the hands of a nuclear power. Nuclear power is against Ukraine and what it wants. By the way, you are now talking about maybe give flowers to Putin, maybe to say thank you so much. That was a great part of my life. No, we are not just ready for this. Why? The Budapest Memorandum, nuclear weapons, this is what we Ukraine needs them for protection. This does not mean that someone attacked us. That doesn't mean that we had that opportunity. These were our concerns. Why am I talking about this? Because if you read the Budapest Memorandum, by the way, I discussed this with President Trump. We have not finished this conversation. We will continue. Regarding the Budapest Memorandum, the Budapest Memorandum included security guarantees for Ukraine. At first, three. The security guarantors for Ukraine. Three strategic friends and partners of Ukraine. It was an agreement. United States of America, Russia, Britain, France, and China joined. There were 5 states that these are not even security guarantees. We now now understand that this is not a guarantee of security, because on the one hand, these are security guarantees, but there was an English word, as far as I understand, assurance. It is translated as assurance, assurance, right? And in Russian, it would be what assurance? That is, give up nuclear weapons because we're under pressure of the U.S. and Russia, Ukraine, powers for exerting pressure. That Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. Ukraine agreed. The largest, the nuclear five, that does not even provide security guarantee. Now we find the and we just in general all of them, frankly, all confidence, confidence, assurance that Ukraine territorially integral its sovereignty. It was a piece of paper. If you are curious, by the way, that after occupying part of our Donbass and Crimea, Ukraine and diplomats 3 times. I don't think I remember 3 times within a few years. Sent letters to all members of the memorandum. What is it? That was written on the consultation. Ukraine holds consultation, territorial integrity violation, and everyone, everyone must be USA, Britain, Russia, France, China. Did anyone come to ask? Did anyone reply to these letters? Official letters, they're all recorded. Did anyone conduct consultation? No. And why not? They didn't understand Russia, right? As Russia did it, neither did all the other security guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum. None of them gave a damn about this security guarantee, except we take a break. It will be a Budapest Memorandum. The last time we imagine how many years it was with in February 2022. In February 2022, as a war, letters for consultation have been sent. No one answered. Next, we are taking a break from the memorandum. The question is about can we trust whichever country out of these five that negotiate the paper? Delete no, another. This is a train. This is a train with waste paper, security, which Ukraine has been riding for many years. The second car on this train is the Minsk Agreement. The Normandy format and the Minsk Agreement, where it was where the signatories were. The United States of America was no longer there. I understand that Obama was here at the time. And as far as I know, I think they were not interested in what happened in Ukraine and where it was in general, where it was located. Well, somewhere there. Part of some people, and let it be with the United States not in the Minsk Agreement. There are no claims to the U.S. because they were not guaranteed. Where is the claim? A step back. 2008, Bucharest. Everyone has already learned from the Budapest Memorandum. Bucharest, 2008, Bucharest. Mr. Bush, President of the United States, Republican, says that Ukraine should be the voice of Republic. check it out. Ukraine should be in NATO. Everybody is looking at the US. Always. All in favor. Who is against? Turkey. So she opposes and she forced everyone Ukraine an invitation to NATO because that would be serious. Republicans were in favor. The US was because Republicans and were not afraid of anyone. They were not afraid of anyone, and they knew that Ukraine wanted to join. Did you? And what is the question? Well, people make their choice. Well, and the Russians will not lose. That was not the case. Why? Because the Russians were different. Next, we didn't. After the Minsk agreements, hundreds of meetings were held. I have had hundreds of meetings since 2018. We could not think about a ceasefire. A ceasefire is our option. This is not somebody's suggestion. This is mine. I wanted in Ukraine. Society was divided. Not everyone wanted. Half did. Half were against. Half were in favor. Some of them shouted, "Do not believe it." Some of them shouted, "Believe it." I am the president of Ukraine. I was given a mandate of trust by 70% of the population to take appropriate steps. I made. This is not a joke. We'll just sit the three of us. I am simply telling you what this is. How can I tell you? These must be serious and prepared. And prepared with one people. Ukraine wants people. US wants people. We have to sit down with Trump. That is 100%. First and foremost, number one. Moreover, he told me on the phone that he is waiting for us to, and there will be an official visit. And my visit will be first, or one of the first for him. This is very important. I know that he has his own methods, American issues, I understand. I heard his election program, but regarding international affairs, I think our one of the most President Trump. Therefore, I believe very much in trusted words, and I hope we need to prepare. We have many plans to build on. They exist, and they are supported by many countries. But we he needs to look at all these things, but it's because stop because Putin is afraid of him. That's a fact. But Trump is the president of a democratic country, and he does not come for life. He is not Putin. He will not come for 25 years. He will come for his. Please tell me. Well, for example, 4 years, and for the 5th year, Putin came with a war. Will it make Trump feel better that there was no time, that Ukraine was destroyed after? Why destroy whoever? A kid or whoever, but not a fool. Will be prepared. He knows. He understands how we his army after the invasion began. He realized that this was not war, and that this would not happen with us. He will prepare. He will let everything into arms production. He will have lots of weapons. There will be a very large army. And you think that after such humiliating years without a war, did not finish us. He will return and fight only against Ukraine. He will destroy everything around. And if you say that there is a risk that Trump, President Trump, will go from NATO, the decision I'm simply saying that if it does, Putin will destroy Europe. Calculate the size of army in Europe. It's just that I say it for a reason. Calculate. Why did Hitler conquer all of Europe then? Almost. Just count. Remember, armies of millions. calculate what you have. What are the largest armies? We have the largest army. The Ukrainian army is the largest in Europe. The second place after us, 4 times smaller than us. France. Yes. 100,000? I think the French have about 200,000. We have 900 and so this powerful coalition of Europeans that will not be enough. Yes, I don't mean enough. You're a smart man. There's a lot of ideas. Partnership with Global South, India, Middle East, Saudi Arabia, economic partnerships, political partnerships. It all protects you. First of all, look at one example. North Korea. Just look at this example. 12,000 has arrived. Today, 3,800. Or they can bring more. 30, 40,000. Maybe 500. They can bring many people. Why? Because they have the autonomy. And Europe bring people together? No. Will Europe be able to build an army consisting of two? No, Europe will not. For what? We definitely don't want a world war. There is no such purpose. There is no such purpose as gathering everyone. We do not want any war. We want the Russians and they invite Korean, invite number. They themselves burn their faces. Those who cannot escape. Everything I'm telling you, there is evidence of so that they are not recognizable, right? It means, what does it mean? Without value, Europe counts. It means that those guys, they don't count. Rahul count, yes, they don't count the number. That is, and they move more, yes, and they move dozens of thousands, yes, because we see what they have. Last year, for example, Europe gave us 1 million artillery rounds. We produced a lot ourselves, but they gave us 1 million artillery rounds and the 155 and etc. We produced more, but North Korea gave 3.7. He also has a deficit for today. One time, but number of soldiers, yes, number of artillery rounds, not everything. As you said, let's say Donald Trump gets security for 4 years. Foreign partnership with Saudi Arabia that enforce punishment stick on oil prices if any aggressive action actually even build I've met a lot of incredible Ukrainian tech people, like great foreign partnership with the United States, foreign partnership with China. That is leverage Russia over many million, and that paper you don't need it. You, um, well, when you speak English, yeah, you don't um, answer because now you already answered on all the questions. The first is that during this time, you need just cooperation, a lot of money for this in Ukraine, Europe, um, with India, Saudi Arabia, Saudi and the United States, you need a lot of money. my answer was Trump. I said, this is one of the take 300 billion Russian. We will take it, take money, what we need for our interior production, and we will buy all the weapons from the United States. It will be very good for your industry, for the United States. Money, not Ukrainian, not European, Russian assets. We will put it. This is one. Yes, of course, because this is a military area. Yes, but then the second is that energy price and a lot of sanctions on products and the Russian shadow view. That is the second answer we spoke about before. Yes, more sanctions, more sanctions. It's okay. Not, but not okay. Take off sanctions. It's okay with you going to be the president of Russia. Yes, but I'm not thinking how it would be very good. I understand, but unfortunately, the reality is that compromises. Do you understand? After all the murders, not in all the murders, no one in the world is able to prison. Small compromise. It's not a small compromise. To forgive him will not be a small compromise. No one will. Absolutely impossible. We cannot get head and soul of nobody. Never will it. Absolutely. I don't know. Do you have? No, not yet. Okay. But I would like. Yes. God bless. The most important. And they simply go away the most precious class who ruined your life. Who go and take their head off. Child of answer that to you will say, no, no, you will go hell and fight their head off. And it will and murder. That's why you make again what I told you for those who are equal, what we control, what we not have. That those lost will never forget. It's a matter of time. But when you gave us, I just said, this means that after a while, everything I said about NATO, after a while, Ukraine will not go against Russia. And Russia will not go against Ukraine because you are in NATO. I'm just saying, is not that a compromise? So NATO is a compromise. This is not just a security guarantee, in my opinion. When rockets were attacking Israel, and Israel is not in it, NATO countries, aircraft, air defense, air defense were operated by different Middle Eastern countries. These are also security guarantees. And by the way, Israel has nuclear weapons. So why do they need? In fact, they have more than NATO has. The American, British, and French aviation. I don't remember from this thousands of people shot down that. This is what is so it's a guarantee. Just that it's not called NATO. Is Uncle Boba irritated by the word NATO? There's a problem with it. And I think he's simply irritated by people who are alive and living. If you believe it will be very difficult to negotiate. Do you think that the president of a country is crazy? It's really hard. You have to look at this person who loves his country, loves the country. He conducts constructive. What are you talking about now? Loves his country. No. What is his country? He happened to consider Ukraine his country. What is his country? Explain it. Tomorrow he will say that anywhere there's Russian. Who are the Chechens? A different people. Another faith, other people, another language, a million. Eliminate and eliminate how? How did he kill them? With love? I know. By hugging. In Ukrainian, as we strangling by hugging. I love you so much. I love you so much that I want you. That's love. And that's not love. You're mistaken. That's not love. He loves his inner circle. Why? I'll explain. You cannot send your people to another land to die knowing that they will die. Children, my my daughter is 20 years old. For me, she's already an adult, of course, but she is a child. The boys then are 18 years old. They are children. He sends them. Not that fascist came to his land and he needs to defend it. He came to ours and he sent them. He sent them. Syria, sent them. Africa, sent them. Georgia, sent them. Moldova, Transnistria, that was fine. We can leave that aside. There's enough to know. And then there's Ukraine, the largest part. 780,000. 780,000 killed or wounded Russian. He calls them all Russian. Even though don't know how to speak Russian. On his territory of Russia, everything they did. Proud Baranj. I wonder what love is for what? Love his people? No, he loves his country bigger than America. How much land do you America is huge. America is an outstanding country. Outstanding country. Russia is bigger. Well, just bigger. So ask yourself, does he love them? What is he doing? And what does he love? Do you think he's everywhere in Russia? Impossible to get around it. He hasn't been anywhere. He just hasn't.
Well, I believe that Donald Trump loves America, and I don't think he has been to every single American state.
No. I saw him at rallies. No. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. He had it, and I saw it, and it's very difficult. He's not. I mean, he's not 18. Yes, but he's strong. Everywhere where the war is, I'm sure. I pray to God it never will be on your land. Yes, and I'm sure that it will not. But I'm sure that if you have in some region a problem, how to say earthquake, hurricane, you have it all. Well, I'm sure that President Trump will be there after one day, 2 or 3 days. I don't know this, but he will. How will people look at him? Yeah, of course. The same about me. I'm not comparing myself. I'm just where it is people I have to come. The next question is very region. Of course, region. The operation was put in course during 4 months. No.
Listen, I have tremendous respect and admiration for many reasons, one of which is dating Kiev, and another one is that you've been at the front, talked to the soldiers in the front, and you
people all across Ukraine. That's tremendous respect for that. So, and not enough people say that, I had a conversation with Dr. Carlson, and I said that you're a hero. Well, he did everything. But I think not enough leaders do everything. So, tremendous respect. And I agree with you totally. Leaders should go to the front of a war. That said, America has waged wars all across and has war in Afghanistan and Iraq cost $9 trillion, killed over a million. War is hell. Just because war is waged in terrible ways that it is does not mean the leader does not want their country. Take your point. I once again have a dream. Even if there's hate, sit down with Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, find a way. Let me ask you a question. What do you think? Will there ever be a day when Ukrainian people forgive the Russian people and both peoples will travel back and forth again and marry each other, kindle and form friendships? Will there be such a time in the future? I think history has long answered this question. I don't know how it will be for us. Without a doubt, history has shown. And again, after every devastation, one generation, one country recognized that it is was an aggressor, and it comes to realize this is impossible. This is precisely the kind of education they've had for many children had nothing to do with it. It was the grandfather who participated, and not all of them of Nazi Germany's war against and against life, and therefore they're still apologizing. Apologizing is not easy. They know the aggression. They were guilty. They do not look for compromise. Compromise in itself lies down. And they understand it. There are convicted murderers condemned both historically and by their own people. Reparations paid and security guards have been established, by the way, and when done and recognized in any people develop relations with each other. That's clear. But it can only happen the way it always has in history. Russia will happen. It will. This will happen because they are guilty. They are guilty. As I told you, the guilty are different. Both participated and those who remain silent because silence is also about. Can I ask you about Trump? We've already mentioned him a lot, but focus. What do you admire? What do you respect about and also maybe why do you think he won overwhelmingly the election in 2024? The American was much more stronger than Kamala Harris first, and then Kamala Harris intellectually and physically. It wasn't important. If you want to have a strong country, you have to be strong. And he was strong. Number of rallies, what I said, he's not a. He showed that he is strong. So he doesn't have any questions. I mean, age, nothing. He is young and he's pretty. So I think it's very important. And of course, a lot of interior questions. I understand the crisis, etc., economic questions, and the questions of you have to question the other immigration, a lot of I understand. Maybe answered on those questions. One of yeah, for me, this is the main question. I think that the United priority is the question building in the United States. I understand the college, but secondly, you want a middle class job, and even though kids today, pregnancy is coming up. I think that been really good pregnancy is covered. And that's why speaking of very, very where we are addressing enough around connection with the right. What's going on? What's going on with what you that is no any decision that they let
Cancel me, bitch. Sanction me. Sanction me. Oh, sanction me. Sanction me. Sanction.
there are there's a company called 11 Labs. Hi. Artificial intelligence sounds truly remarkable. You have the freedom to speak any language, but no matter what, you will always find yourself returning to speaking.
Oh yeah.
That is talk about Donald Trump, Ukrainian.
Well, frankly, I was just quoting Chappelle's show, but some loser douches on Blue Sky are trying to get me canceled on YouTube, and I'm like, bring it. So yeah, go back to sleep, kiddo. Yeah. No, no, not at all. Please fall asleep. Welcome. How are you? What's good?
What is it room about?
I dream my life for world peace. May I ask, how'd you find out about me?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
How'd you find out about me?
Through the regular Discord, the social Discord.
Okay, very cool. We're just watching podcasts. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right, well,
Yeah, you got so many computers laid out.
100%, man. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is like a real life Truman Show.
Wait, what does it mean? I'm like data archives.
I mean, I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for the last 3.5 years. Like,
Why though?
for world peace, it gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. But additionally, data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. That may make me a very influential person someday. If that's true, I'm going to make you, your friends, or family all extremely wealthy so that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
Oh,
But I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any single individual in global history.
that's cool.
Tell your friends, it's a big deal, my friend. If you ever need me, I'm here for you, okay, big man? Peace.
Trump and Ukraine, which cannot survive on the battlefield, cannot survive and prevent relations with Trump. I think he's leaving NATO and Ukraine large scale will weigh Europe. I mean, but period that is Europe, Soviet era Europe, in order to complete control what he and besides happen in any case. Even if the US is about leaving NATO. Um, this war will affect the United States because North Korea, the first North Korean skills, North Korean knowledge, which they are now gaining from this war. These include massive technology, large-scale drones, missiles, how it works, the kind of technological war we have today, cyber war, etc. All these skills Korea will bring home and scale up in that region. And this will be a reason for the Pacific security and for Japan or South Korea. They will face these risks 100%. After without President Trump has full power, stop and give Ukraine. We've been talking for 2 hours. Pause. You want to? Yeah, we will. We will make a. We can have coffee, right? Coffee. Let's do it. Yeah. And give the interpreter. Struggle. Pushing languages like a dragon. No. So one of the difficult make and mass martial law. So won the president for the warrior freedom war or freedom of individual freedom of religion freedom. But a lot of freedoms had to be entailed, sacrifice in this way because there's so much focus on war. Is tension, the tension, sacrifice in democracy, freedom in fighting. In any case, this war is for our freedom. Generally speaking, to be honest, when you understand over time, with the war passes, you understand that your main values are at home. This is your home, your children, your love. God, parents are alive, and if not alive, then their memory, visiting their grave, seeing how to work, how much, preferably where to work. All this freedom. Freedoms are not just a desire; they are an opportunity. In any right to the limitation, rightfully, opportunity, your parents and God gave you life, right? Fight for your life, But you need to understand that first there is a war, then martial law. Martial law is not introduced because someone wanted to not be okay, not be the completely different and aggressive. And according to the legislation, if the border is violated, opportunities rights and freedoms are restricted. Self-restrict rights and you can't do anything about it. We try to balance as much as possible. I believe that the business sector of the world, and we do everything somewhere. Somewhere, some low, unfortunately, cannot reduce taxes. On the contrary, a military tax for war, you need to take money somewhere. Is about the fact that the U.S. gave us a lot, and Europe too. But compared to how much we needed for the war, this is not. As for military salaries, you know that we could not pay salaries of a million strong army, could not pay using the money from our pocket. These are all expensive. This is all the money that the country and people have. You can't do anything. I really want to reduce taxes. I will tell you frankly. I really want to. Well, I think that the whole tax system, regulation, new steps, new reforms, all this will be after the war. Although there is something to brag about, this is and this is a document because if you want to get a candidate union, you must implement the appropriate number of reforms. We do everything. During the war, we voted for many reforms, including anti-corruption, banking reform, land reform, major reforms. We started a large privatization. The war did not stop us. Yes, it slowed down, but we went through a lot. When do you think the election? Oh no, part of the martial law election, but they were delayed and delayed and delayed. Next plan is in February of 2025. When do you think the presidential election? Right. Elections were won. They were not delayed. Elections not delayed that year. First of all, understand they were scheduled to be held spring of due to martial law under the Constitution. You cannot do these. These are the presidential election. The parliament did not take place in the fall of 2024 according to the Constitution. Yes, there are securities in the Constitution, but there are securities. That is, everyone in Ukraine understands that it cannot be done until the war is over or legislation. I believe that elections will take place after the end of voting for members of the parliament to get together, which will be very difficult to do because society is against it. Why society? It is understandable why, because we wanted it, that we wanted trust. 8.5 million went abroad. The infrastructure needs to be created for these millions of people to go. Millions of people in the occupied territory. Not even talking about the occupation. Talking about the occupation right now. What to do? This is a difficult question. And one of the most unfair ones without having a that is, it is important. We need to think about how to change it. If the elections are held in times of war, change the legislation, change the voting system. Think about online voting. Everyone is afraid because of certain attacks, like cyber attacks. But we need to think about it. I really think that we can end the war in 2025. January. Already agreed on it. I would very much like to. I would very much like to. the war, and immediately, yes, immediately, the year of the end of the war is a fact. Why? Because when martial law ends, Parliament, and then everyone, because there are no restrictive measures. And after the vote, I think election can be held in 90 something, something like that. And this means that immediately after the end of the election can take place in 90 days. Are you running for re-election? Even I don't know. I don't know. It is a very difficult question. It depends on how this war will. It depends on what people want. Mostly, it depends on people. First of all, of course, my family. We had no time to speak about it. My family, and of course, didn't have because we don't think about it. There are a lot of, not a lot of, but unfortunately, Ukraine, politicians, opposition, I guess, but we don't really think time. Family, this is war. I mean, about very difficult, really, feel the family. Opinion about a set of ideas out there, including their own about the Ukraine. I understand the candidate Poroshenko, Hillary, Donald, many others. What do you think of the space of ideas? And I think there can be a big number of candidates. Yeah, I don't know what they have right to do. They want. They want. They can go and do what they want. Honestly. Most important is what are they doing now? That these people are famous Ukrainian people, and it's important for them everything they can do today, not begin any election campaign. I think what can divide are to have the election, during the war. I mean, this makes sense about elections a lot, less about it. I think it's not right. That's why I'm not. They, and I think that they can, and some of them will. It's okay. It's normal. Very normal. Our system differs from the system of the United States. You have two parties, and the parties decide who will be there. And everybody let them. You're gonna win the debate. Who versus the Zelensky, Poroshenko, or Storage, and you decide to run. You're gonna win the debate. Or you're again focused on the war. I'm really focused on the war, and I think I think that the most difficult debate is brought to the table, and it will be during the how to fix it. I think that is my goal. One of my most complicated debates, and for any president who's in a war, of course. But I think this is my goal. Those debates and the other things are not for today. As I said, the dream I have is a historic opportunity to make peace, make lasting. So I'm glad you're focused. Let me ask a question about that a lot of people in the United States think about, and I care a lot about the future of Ukraine corruption. You have cared a lot about for a long time. One of the president's 2019 big part your message fighting corruption. But there's a lot of accusations that during war, I mentioned $9 trillion in the United States. War breeds corruption. Speak to that, how you have been fighting corruption. And you can respond to the accusations that corruption in Ukraine. You know, it's very simple. First of all, we really have a very anti-corruption. Not in the sense that and but that it really many others. Another requirement of the European was a requirement for Ukraine, and for many years Ukraine was not. I want to say that we also all the anti-corruption reforms, almost all reforms, and all anti-corruption bodies today are independent. They work as requested. I still believe that they are not perfect yet. There are many. There is a duty, but also reforms that our partners, the United States. This is all written out. This is written out in laws. We did. We've done 99%. Something has not been done. It means that it is on the way. But in principle, all exists. There is no such thing as we have in Europe. Say that corruption, lying. Just talk about it. We are genuinely fighting against it. Look, we have sitting in our Colombo, who is the most Ukrainian oligarch. No one cares about it. The United States of America wants to have the most. There are criminal cases in the United States. I think something like that. Neither Europe could do anything about. That is, we did a lot with oligarchs. Russian oligarchs, sanctions were imposed. They were thrown out. Some of them, but they are all under sanctions. Exchange. Some of them are so such as to whose daughter would God want. That is fought against the influential oligarchs. Uh, are and were in Ukraine, and we eliminated a lot of corruption. Of course, corruption exists in everyday life. It exists, but I'm sure that Ukraine will overcome all this. This takes a little time. I would say honestly that this is what we call corruption. And some states of the world is called lobbying, but it does not mean that there is no corruption there. Let's take the aid mentioned during the war. First of all, we have no money. We have no money except for the war. We receive weapons from the United States of America. If we take, for example, money from the United States of America, during all this time of the war, around 177 billion have been or decided upon. 177 billion. Let's be honest. We have not received half of it. The second point, very important as an example, is the corruption. The first question, whose corruption? One small example. When the United States began to transfer us weapons, it was American money, but American weapons. Money I had, as a president, I had cargo. Yes. Not in Ukraine because of the war, very quickly. We had cargo. We have cargo. Very good. So I asked American side, Canadian officers, sergeants, are at another. Yeah. America, start jet or transfer, not to pay alone to your company, American. No, I didn't get my jet and the United States cargo, but everywhere you have to spend money. So we could get more weapons, but we have to pay for this. A question: corruption or not, or lobbying? What is it? You can corrupt on the part of US companies? Yes,
And first
but I
thing
can't be
first
open about
today,
it. And
I
Have one too.
yeah, thanks for tuning in to hang out with us today. Kyle's gonna take us back round 3
That's gonna be awesome.
to both a drum bass.
I'm excited to see where the conversation goes.
Probably be
I think it's gonna be interesting.
first business. Wrap that up. So check us out on our social media: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Now, cool shit. Social. Cool ass community you guys are putting together.
It's pretty awesome.
TikTok's kind of starting to take off. There.
Famous.
Got a paranormal which you'd like to share and have us featured in a future episode. So yeah,
You can call our phone number and message or text it or call it whenever we're ready to record and do an interview. 1-618-556-0837 or write your email. Shoot it over to the email. Record yourself on your smartphone, or device, video of yourself, anything you want, put it in an email, shoot it over to the email. All Sky Podcast.
if you'd like to support the show, first thing you do, the most important thing you do, is share us on social media, share us with all your friends, rate the podcast, paranormal, stay still.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There's a lot of people on Instagram tagging us and other shit. Especially another podcast called The Bump Podcast. That dude is always tagging us and shit, always retweeting us, posting us, all types of shit. Shout out to that dude. Thanks for all the support, homie. I've been meaning to shout you out for a minute, but that's the cool thing is the dude never asks us. He does it on his own. It's super dope. Thank you again. I see you. We talk with you there on the internet.
We have a Patreon that you guys can check out. Do it, see what tier you'd like. Sign up and subscribe. Stickers, some extra content, t-shirts, all kinds of stuff there. We have a whole nother shipment of stickers out. And by the time this episode gets out, Kyle's getting ready to put the whole
Bunch of shirts out.
plethora of shirts. Also, we've had people asking for regular merch to buy. We're in the process of making it. We're trying to get a store set up. That way, you guys click.
Yep.
We're working on it.
Yeah, 'cause even with Patreon, it's getting hard to keep everybody organized. Shipping shit. That's not what I'm really set up to do. Because my wife helps me with it. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be able to do it. I just gotta measure or weigh it, and then I label it and do all this other crazy shit. Shout out to Mama for helping. I appreciate you. Yeah, like Steve said, we're in the works with this. They're gonna be able to do all types of shit for shirts, and I last cup. I feel like it's
I don't know why. I just think it's hella cool. The artist over there is just posters and shit. Man, I'm off there.
Yeah.
Super
I'll probably
dope.
share it.
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah. Coming here soon.
Fingers crossed. We also have a Venmo. You guys like to throw things in there for a monster, you can do that. Follow that podcast and all. Yeah, wherever you see the podcast at, your podcasters, you want to hop over there and leave a 5-star rating and review. That helps us tremendously. Helps us get more and more streaming of the podcast. If you have a 5-star rating, so glad. Help like today. So at least I'm bad.
So we're pretty much saying this.
I'm still going through February.
That's awesome.
From February 11th, my new favorite from Fire 1523, 5 stars. Fighting professional but not hooked. Fire 1523. We're glad that we can hook. I was gonna go somewhere with that, and my mind just said, "No, you're not."
It's awesome.
I'm gonna kind of double down on the next move here. Another way that you can reach us is via the snail mail.
Isn't it?
If you guys would like to do that, our post office box is PO Box 145, Fieldon, Illinois, Fieldon 62031. If you'd like to send us some cool shit, snail mail's still dope.
Hell yeah, we'll take it.
That is going to lead into our listener experience. It's kind of a follow-up from our friend Allie in South Carolina via snail mail. I'm going to read this. It says, "Hey, Stephen and Kyle, just want to say thank you for reading my experience on your amazing podcast. My husband recalled later that after I'd seen the double, that I had been sleep talking again, saying, 'Who are you? Who are you?' over and over. Yeah, I freaked him out. You also mentioned something I hadn't thought of regarding the grinning I experienced. I never encountered it outside of the house in Arizona, and I never felt sleep paralysis outside the house as well. Honestly creepy, but I'm glad it hasn't followed me. I tried to draw a picture, ha ha ha, just think terrifying. You mentioned an episode about the grinning man, so I listened to it, no suit, and it's not broad. It's freaky though. Well, here's cold hard cash for your monster obsession. Could you surprise me with a sticker of Biggie? That would be keep up the good work, or don't. Whatever makes you happy. Best, Allie from South Carolina."
Oh, I love it.
Well, Allie, first off, thank you so much for your monster donation.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That is dope. Also, I can send you a picture of Biggie as long as you're talking about Bigfoot and not Biggie Smalls, because I feel like there'll probably be some copyright infringement there, but I might be able to hook you up. I might be able to. We will gladly have some stickers coming your way. We appreciate the support.
Absolutely.
And considering it was confined just to the one geographical location,
Fucking weird.
yeah, it's almost like it is an entity type now.
That's where I would be at, because like you hear people with sleep paralysis, but you don't hear them talk about it. At least I haven't heard. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I haven't heard of people saying it's tied to a location.
No, it's. I feel like it's something that follows you more so throughout your whole life.
Right? Yeah.
It's with you. You're not where it is.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Did anything else weird happen inside the house? I don't know if we asked you that last time or if you had referred to it, but were there any poltergeist activity? Just shit that would corroborate this entity within the walls of that house.
I wonder
if there's any history to it. If there's any history to the house.
I wonder if the Green Man has an MO like this. Like if this is something like people who have encounters with the Green Man, if they also may experience a bout of sleep paralysis. You know what I mean? Like this is his secret power, so to speak. You know?
I don't know.
I haven't thought about looking into it like that.
Because there are a lot of injuries tied with sleep paralysis.
Yeah, usually it's like a night hag or something like that.
Shadow people. It very
But
well
then,
could be.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the possibilities are endless, and we don't fully understand what sleep paralysis is. I am of the believer that it's probably slightly more paranormal in nature. Not to say that our bodies and brains can't,
Manifest.
like play tricks on us and work in mysterious ways. I believe that it absolutely can happen. But some of this shit sounds terrifying to begin with, and then the fact that it amazes me with dreams too, how like your dream can completely fabricate a being or a place that in your waking life you would never even begin to imagine. You know what I mean? Like it's weird how it can just kind of pull 180 on you,
Yeah.
and do something like
The
that.
mind, I don't know. But thanks for checking back in with us.
Yeah, and thanks for the letter.
Following up. Yeah, the letter's dope.
Appreciate
it's
it.
so awesome getting
It's
physical
weird.
mail.
It's weird.
And yeah, I'll definitely have you some stickers on the way. And I posted your creepy ass Grinning Man sketch to the Facebook page, so everybody go over there and check it out.
I would definitely be creeped the fuck out if I was in my room.
Yeah, I got it hanging on the tack board. So
I don't like his fucking eyes.
you made the tack. I don't like it. Fucking grinning.
Yeah, that sucks too.
So
Looks like he's getting ready to turn your night lamp on.
yeah, it didn't work, and in her OG, the light wouldn't turn on. Probably took the bulb out.
Probably like, haha, watch this. What a dick. Say the least.
But yeah,
Appreciate you.
we do. So for anybody that wants to send us a physical mail, hit up that PO box.
Yeah, let's go.
Word.
Get fucking weird.
All right, let's go back to this underground base, Kyle.
Dude, I'm stoked. This got really interesting really fast.
If you guys hear stuff in the background, it is storming like crazy here tonight.
Yeah,
So there's gonna be some thunder. It might be portals opening to other dimensions. I don't know.
I hope so. So anyways, yeah, we're gonna pick back up at Dulce again. You know, we covered the town a little bit, we covered Paul Benowitz a little bit, and this was the whole draw to the story for me. It was Phil Snyder and his story. So if you're remotely informed on this situation, Phil has what can only be described as some pretty wild claims that actually took place at Dulce in the creation of this quote unquote underground base. But a little bit to Phil's past, which may lead some credence to Phil himself. And I did not know any of this, but Phil's father actually was in the military. He worked on top secret shit. His father was also a master machinist and also was a captain of a German U-boat. So you all see where this is going. Presumably, his father was drafted through paperclip, I believe, when they caught a bunch of smart Nazis and they divvied them up against the, among the superpowers, started creating shit, right? So
It's so crazy how all this shit just kind of meshes itself.
isn't it? It's utterly bizarre, but in my opinion, kind of lends a little bit of credibility to Phil because during Phil's lectures, he would keep a handful of documents on him. Now, these documents were supposedly from his father that he obtained after his father had passed away. He went going through his father's belongings, found, I don't know if it was a filing cabinet or whatever the fuck it was, but he started rooting through it and he started finding all these top secret documents. They apparently contain an autopsy report, get this, on one of the members from the motherfucking Philadelphia experiment.
What?
Swear to God. So that implies that Phil's father actually took part in the Philadelphia experiment. Crazy. So in one of these
I
letters,
want to see the autopsy.
in one of these letters, he even gets input from J. Edgar Hoover. And he said that every crew member from this experiment has to go through a psychological evaluation. Oscar, which is Phil's dad, also reports that 7 of the members actually escaped from the psych ward where Oscar was holding them. So Oscar had them in a psych ward, was, for lack of better words, he was running experiments on them and getting research out of them. And then 7 of them ended up
He wasn't holding them very fucking good. If
right.
Away.
In one of these letters, Oscar also demands that the ships, everyone on board the ship, and everything from the experiment must be placed under quarantine until further notice. He also states in this letter, consider all things involving this be placed above secret. Refer to ARH-9 Project Blue Sky. I've never even heard of Project Blue Sky.
I'm about to Google it. What misinformation I can find.
I meant to do it, but I forgot. So I'll carry on for a little bit until Steve pulls that up. His father also worked with the United States Navy. He worked in nuclear medicine and also helped design the first nuclear submarine. So dude was obviously ridiculously smart. Apparently, Phil was employed through Morrison Knudsen to help drill 4 large holes. Now this is actually going to Dulce and the beginning of what is now known as the Dulce DUM, Deep Underground Military Base. So, like I said, apparently Phil got employed through a Morrison Knudsen to help drill 4 large holes. They wanted Phil, after these holes got drilled, they wanted Phil to descend down into the holes, get soil samples, check out the rocks, and basically get an idea of what they were dealing with and what they would have to invest in equipment to keep digging. When arriving at the location, Phil was put on edge immediately because there was a high presence of military personnel, namely Green Berets and Special Forces. And those dudes don't fuck around. Like, that's not your average, hey, we need a military patrol in this area. This is dudes who are battle seasoned. They fuck shit up.
Ready to roll.
Yeah, like, and they know what they're doing. So after drilling, Phil drops down into one of these holes. Here's his quote. I shot 2 of them. At that time, there were 30 people down there. About 40 more came down after this all started. All of them were killed. We had surprised a whole underground base of existing aliens. Later, we found out that they had been living on our planet for a long time, perhaps millions of years. This could explain a lot of what is behind the theory of ancient astronauts.
So what was their first purpose for drilling the holes?
Basically, to start the base itself,
to build the base, but the aliens were already down there.
Yeah, they
had a base of their own.
Like, yeah, pretty much. So these guys drilled into like a cavern or something, and then Phil goes down there to check out the soil samples, get rock composition. Like I said, basically just to see what they're.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are 2 other hosts that are joining me today, of course, Danielson and Anna. Hey, you guys! Before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. If you'd like to help us out, then there are a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is just 16 cents a day,
you could sign up for the Patreon and get an extra episode each week. Today, we are releasing Wayfair, and we got several more that are locked and loaded for you in there, like Dreams, Clinton Body Count. Just make your way over and check it out.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button. Or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com. And you can see all the merchandise we have for sale, t-shirts, hats, socks, and all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales go to bettering the show. Also, I know things are tough out there, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone. We'll play it at the end of the show each week. So today's episode is Dulce Base. How this episode will go today is that we will first cover what is Dulce Base. Then we'll go over the Dulce Papers, and then Thomas Castillo. Then we'll roll into the underground war that happened there at the Dulce Base, and then provide you with additional information about Dulce, such as the experiments and all the other crazy happenings that happened there. And then we'll roll into strange facts and findings, and of course, wrap it all up with our personal thoughts and theories. So, let's hop into it. Dan, can you start us off with telling us a little bit about underground base?
So according to many reports, there are 1,377 underground bases throughout the world. Also, according to these reports, 131 of those underground bases are located in the United States.
Today we're just going to focus on this special one that is considered extremely top secret.
This one top secret. So, let's hop into it. Dan, can you start us off with telling us a little bit about underground bases?
So according to many reports, there are 1,377 underground bases throughout the world. Also, according to these reports, 131 of those underground bases are located in the United States.
Today we're just going to focus on this special one that is considered extremely top secret.
This one top secret base, of course, is called Dulce Base, which is located in New Mexico. So why are we talking about it? I mean, top secret underground bases are cool and all, but what is the main reason? Well, supposedly, there are a lot of crazy things happening in this specific underground base.
Things such as human experiments that are ran by aliens and humans. There was even a war between a race of aliens and the United States government there.
So, how do we know all this stuff? Well, it is all because of what is called the Dulce Papers.
Alright, so diving into these Dulce Papers. In December of 1986, these Dulce Papers were leaked to many researchers in all types of scientific communities, primarily, though, in the UFO community.
The Dulce Papers themselves contain the following: 25 black and white photos, a 6-minute videotape of the Dulce facility that contained no dialogue. This piece of video footage shows alien breeding chambers and tanks holding what appears to be gray aliens.
They also contain a set of technical papers pertaining to the facility itself, and a set of discussion documents.
Now, these discussion documents talked about a lot of things, such as ultraviolet lights and gamma rays, the true purpose of EPEs, which we went over in the Project Serpo episode, the usage of cow blood, DNA manipulation, and the creation of quote-unquote almost human beings. And all of that being done under a joint alien and government-run underground secret facility in Dulce, New Mexico.
So that leads us to the question, who leaked these documents? Well, this was a guy named Thomas Castillo.
In 1961, Thomas Castillo was a young sergeant stationed at Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas, Nevada. His job was a military photographer with a top secret clearance.
He later transferred to West Virginia, where he trained in advanced intelligence photography. He worked inside an undisclosed underground installation, and due to the nature of his assignment, his clearance was upgraded.
He remained with the Air Force as a photographer until 1971, at which time he was offered a job with RAND Corporation as a security technician. And so he moved to California, where RAND had a major facility, and his security clearance was upgraded again, this time to Ultra 3.
Then in 1977, Thomas was transferred to Santa Fe, New Mexico, and his security clearance was again upgraded, this time to Ultra 7. His new job was a photo security specialist in the Dulce installation, where his job specification was to maintain, align, and calibrate video monitoring cameras throughout the underground complex and to escort visitors to the destination.
It is the extensive video monitoring that occurred at Dulce that apparently provided Thomas the bird's eye view, and he learned what was actually occurring at the base. So in 1979, after he saw some very disturbing things, he decided to leave the facility and take various items with him.
So he left the facility in 1979, right? Well, in the time between 1979 and the release of the Dulce Papers in 1986, Thomas gave a number of interviews and corresponded with a lot of UFO researchers before he eventually just vanished. The Dulce Papers and his personal testimonies, Thomas claims the existence of a 7-level underground facility that jointly houses humans and different extraterrestrial races in Dulce, New Mexico.
Thomas claims that the humans employed at the base were made up of scientists, security personnel, and employees from various corporations who were servicing military contracts. There were 4 extraterrestrial races he claimed that had worked at Dulce. The standard short grays from Zeta Reticulum, they're approximately 4 feet high.
Then you got the tall grays from Orion that stood about 7 feet tall.
So the other alien race was supposedly the reptilian species, either native to Earth or from the Draco star system in Orion, and their height ranged from 6 to 8 feet.
Then Thomas claims that the Earth-based reptilians, who he describes as the working class, were led by a winged reptilian species he described as the Draco.
So he said that these short gray aliens, the ones that are depicted in movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, are subservient to the Draco reptilians. Thomas says he was employed as a, quote, senior security technician at the Dulce facility, and that was his primary job function, was to sort out any security issues between the resident ETs and the human employees at base. He described some of his job functions in the ET hierarchy in response to a question about how often he communicated with the different ET species.
Since I was a senior security technician at the base, I had to communicate with them on a daily basis. If there were any problems that involved security or video cameras, I was the one they called. It was the reptilian working class that usually did the physical labor in the lower levels at Dulce. Decisions involving the class were usually made by the white Dracos. When human workers caused problems for the working class, the reptoids went to the white draconian boss, and the Draco called me.
At times I felt like it was a never-ending problem. Several human workers resented the no-nonsense or get-back-to-work attitude that the working class lived by. When needed, intervention became a vital tool. The biggest problem were human workers who foolishly wandered around near the off-limits areas of the alien section. I guess it's human nature to be curious and to wonder what is past the barriers. Too often, someone found a way to bypass the barriers and nosed around. The cameras near the entrance usually stopped them before they got themselves into serious trouble. A few times I had to formally request the return of a human worker.
Thomas claimed that the different projects at Dulce involved reverse engineering of ET technology, development of mind control methods, and genetic experiments involving cloning and creating human ET hybrids. These projects were scattered among the 7 levels of the Dulce underground base, with the ETs occupying the deepest levels, 5 to 7. These lower levels were described by Thomas as an extremely old series of natural caverns that had been used in the past by different ET races. In response to a question concerning the caverns, he stated,
Nature started the caverns. The Dracos used the caverns and tunnels for centuries. Later, through Rand Corporation plans that was enlarged repeatedly, the original caverns included ice caves and sulfur springs that the aliens found perfect for their needs.
in describing the way command was shared at the point base between the U.S. government and the ET races, Thomas said,
The working class reptilians do the daily chores, mopping the latex floors, cleaning the cages, bringing food to the hungry people and other species. It is their job to formulate the proper mixture for the Type 1 and Type 2 beings that the Draco race has created. The working class work at the labs as well as the computer banks. Basically speaking, the reptilian races are active at all levels of the Dulce base. There are several different races of aliens that work on the east section of level 6. That section is commonly called the alien section. The Draco are the undisputed masters of the 5, 6, and 7th levels. The humans are second in command of those levels.
Thomas says that he would directly witness the products of the trans-species genetic experiments in the 6th level of the facility. Most disturbing was his discovery that humans were used as kind of laboratory animals in the lowest level, where they were placed in cold storage, used as test subjects in mind control programs, and even used in genetic experiments. Thomas wrote,
Level 7 is worse. Row after row of thousands of humans with human mixtures in cold storage. Here too are embryo storage vats of humanoids in various stages of development. I frequently encountered humans in cages, usually dazed and drugged, but sometimes they cried and begged for help.
Thomas claims he was told in his initial briefing that the humans suffered different forms of insanity and were being subjected to a range of high-risk medical procedures and mind control experiments designed to treat insanity. He claims that he and other human workers were exposed daily to signs that said,
"This site does high-risk advanced medical and drug testing to cure insanity. Please, never speak to the inmates."
Thomas argues that he performed his duties without any great problem until he began to suspect that rather than being insane, the humans were normal civilians who were simply abducted to be used as laboratory animals by the Greys and the reptilian ET race.
I'm sensible. When doctors say don't speak to them, who was I to destroy the delicate situation? But one man somehow caught my eye. He repeatedly stated that he was George S. and that he had been kidnapped, and he was sure someone was searching for him. I don't know why he sticks in my mind. I found I was remembering his face, thinking he sure didn't look or sound insane. But many inmates said that. The next weekend, I convinced a friend of mine, a cop, to run a check on the guy, saying I had run into him and I was curious. I didn't mention the base at all. It was a sickening feeling when the computer confirmed that George S. was missing. It was the realization that humans were ordinary civilians, abducted, that led to Tom's decision to join a small number of other base personnel in helping free the trapped humans.
it was another security officer that came to me saying he and some lab workers wanted an off-duty meeting at one of those tunnels, which was supposed to be off the record. Curiosity took over, and I said okay. That night, about 9 men showed up. They said they knew they were risking me turning them in, but they wanted to show me some things that they thought I should see. One by one, they showed records that proved many inmates were missing people. There were newspaper clippings and even photos that they had somehow smuggled into the base. They hoped to smuggle them back out without me turning them into the head honchos. I could see the fear in their faces as they spoke. One man stated he would rather lose his life by trying than to lose his soul by not doing anything at all. It was that remark that turned the tide. I told them about George and the things I found out about him. After a few hours, we pledged to attempt to expose the Dulce base.
Thomas described how small the band of human workers began to cooperate with some reptilians in the worker class who also had an interest in bringing the abducted humans to these levels. Thomas described how the elite Delta Force attempted to destroy the resistant movement. That began the Dulce War.
So, I know that was a lot of information, guys, but let's go over the Dulce. So, to better understand this Dulce War, I figured let's go ahead and experience it ourselves. Okay, everybody? All right. So, everybody saddle up because we're going to war.
Let's do this.
All right, I need everyone to hop in Montauk chairs and set the dial to top secret Dulce base. And when you set it to the top secret Dulce base, the time dial should automatically plug in and set that for you to the late 70s. So is everything good on your guys' end?
Groovy.
Yes, sir.
All right, and go. All right, is everybody okay?
Yeah, feel good. I'm glad this works underground too.
Dan,
I'm golden, boy.
nice.
Golden pony boy.
All right, so here we are, in this long ass tunnel. Now we're actually in Dulce base. Okay, and I gotta keep it down because you guys see those aliens over there?
Talking about the ones on the left or right?
They're kind of everywhere.
They're everywhere, man.
I mean,
Look at them.
why are we hiding? I mean, I think this is like the most normal place for us to be just human because there's humans and aliens by each other.
Okay, so we're waiting for the 10 clock. The shift is ending, and we only have a few seconds to watch, and then we have to go. Okay, so when the turnover shift sound hits, we got a few seconds, and we have to trust me on this and not sit long, or we're gonna die. Okay.
Got it. Okay, that was the end of the shift bell. They're switching shifts. We don't have long. What do we gotta do?
This is what we need to see. They're freaking fighting. We have to go. You guys wanna see yourselves? All right. I'm hopping in my Montauk chair. Get the hell out of here, okay? I've already seen enough. I don't like this. I'll see you guys later.
Fucking leaving us behind?
He is. He's like straight leaving us. Pick your ass up. Let's go, Dan.
You guys good? I see you guys made it.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
look a little older. Maybe we should have traveled together. We would have aged the same, sir.
Well, I had to leave. I mean, getting around those guns and military people made me nervous. Especially Daniel. I see it in his eyes. He wanted to run inside there and try to slap some of the people that were fighting.
Slap them with tea bags. Broken armor.
All right. So what we just witnessed was the supposed Dulce War.
What happened was a military assault. It was initiated via the exit tunnels, and they executed anybody on their list. Human, reptilian, didn't matter. The humans, aliens, and reptilians fought back, but none of them had weapons.
Only the security force and a few computer workers had flash guns. It was a massacre. Everyone was screaming and running for cover. The halls and tunnels were filled as full as possible. They believe it was the Delta Force because of the uniforms and the method they used that chose to hit at shift change, an effort that killed as many as named on their list.
That is some interesting information, right? We were digging, we found some more interviews along with some additional information about the Dulce that was very interesting. So we're going to cover that right now.
Now, the first part is the details of the inside of the Dulce base itself. Security officers wear jumpsuits with the Dulce symbol on the front upper left side. The standard hand weapon at Dulce is a quote-unquote flash gun, which is good against humans and aliens. The ID card, used in card slots for doors and elevators, has the Dulce symbol above the ID photo. Government honchos use cards with the Great Seal of the U.S. on it.
After the second level, everyone is weighed in the nude, then given a uniform.
Oh, yeah.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Why do they use cards, but they want to put RFID chips in us to make us more efficient?
I don't know. Maybe RFID chips can be replicated. Cards can be replicated. I have no idea. That's a good question. I don't know.
Maybe they know it's more for control than it is for convenience.
Ooh, okay, yeah. That's probably it.
Boom.
Solving it.
Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No worries. Then visitors are given an off-white uniform. In front of all sensitive areas are scales built under the doorway by the door control. The person's card must match with the weight and code or the door won't open. Any discrepancy in weight, any change over 2 pounds, will summon security. No one is allowed to carry anything into or out of sensitive areas. All supplies are put through a security conveyor system. The alien symbol language appears a lot.
My thing is, what happens if you gain some weight? Right?
You gotta go through an update process, probably.
Go to security, you gotta reweigh you and probably print your new card out or update it. And then if you decide to go on a diet, you gotta do the whole thing over again.
Yeah. All right. So during the construction of the facility, which was done in stages and over many years, the aliens assisted in design and construction materials. Many of the things assembled by the workers were of a technology that they could not understand, yet it would function when they fully put it together. For an example, the elevators have no cables. They are controlled magnetically. The magnet system is inside the wall. There are no conventional electrical controls. All is controlled by advanced magnetics. That includes a magnetically induced phosphorescent illumination system. There are no regular light bulbs. I want that illumination system inside my room.
Sounds sleek.
Yeah.
That must be reptilians.
Yeah. So that first part kind of like described in more detail the facility, right? You got the 7 layers, you got all the advanced technology, you got all the aliens and stuff. Now the second part that we found is a little bit more unsettling. Now these are like the supposed experiments. I know we talked about them previously, but we're going to go into a little bit more detail about them here. So let's go ahead and go over those.
So I'm going to dive into cloning. The elites that make up the shadow government effectively created a disposable slave race for medical culling of body parts and their own perverted pleasures. Human cloning experiments were being conducted between Dulce Labs and the biogenetic facility at Los Alamos. Thousands of young human females were being created in test tubes to be used as sex slaves. But the clone had proved to be less than satisfying because they didn't quote-unquote suffer the same way as the once free victims did. They could be engineered to serve as a better sexual tool, but they were nearly mindless, and thus didn't react with fear as a young female would.
That's disturbing. What kind of psychopaths?
So it sounds like to me is, well, I know we talk about Wayfair and we're going to go into a lot of pedo shit, is that they try to artificially make things so maybe they didn't have to take humans off this earth and sleep with little children and stuff like that. And then they're like, it just ain't the same, guys. It's like going from the real thing to a fleshlight. Close, but just not the same.
Literally what I was just thinking is like, just go buy a fucking fleshlight.
Right. So, I guess with that, Dan, do you want to go into some hybrid breeding?
Yes, I will go into hybrid breeding.
You volunteer.
Considering I did see a picture of my love child with Bigfoot. That someone tell me?
Yes, they did, man. They did. They called you out. I'm going to see you on the next episode of Maury.
You are the father. Oh.
Yeah.
Right. So following the cloning program came the abduction program with forced short-term attacks that increased by 1980 to over 100,000 abductions a year. The facility was to be enlarged for long-term victims who would stay there for as long as they lived, with numbers over 75,000 abductees. The U.S. secret government kidnapped and impregnated young females for the Dulce program to create the hybrid fetus. It was then removed after a 3-month time period before accelerating their growth in laboratories.
Oh.
It's kind of messed up.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
is.
you gotta think, if you're harvesting off of us, to wait 9 months for one baby, well, baby probably doesn't go a long way as far as reptilians and adrenochrome and all that shit's concerned. So why not cut that down to a third of the time and just pop them out? Because eventually you're going to kill off most of the race, or most of the human race, and you're not going to be able to have a food source. So they're basically like alien Monsanto and creating genetically engineered humans to be better feed their growing population.
Yep. Another thing that I thought about was, you think about the 411, the missing people and children, and I remember seeing a map of the missing people and children in the United States. Take the locations where all those individuals go missing, and there's supposedly underground bases in those locations. It makes me think, got an underground facility, pop out, hello, grab it, and go back under, Anyways.
Yeah, I know we need to really go through and get all those underground map pictures, and with different topics, like Denver Airport, and then just any topic that talks about underground, and see if you can connect. Because if we have a whole road system that you could travel to anywhere in the U.S., why couldn't you do that underground? Good.
Yeah.
They started with bases, and then just probably took tunnels. Like one person starts on the right, the other starts on the left. You create your base, you do your underground tunnels, and then you both take a tunnel digger and meet in the middle and just create this highway that's underground.
Yeah, that's what Thomas. I don't think I included this in this, but when I was reading over one of Thomas's interviews that he did in the 80s, he did say that there's this all the secret underground bases are connected, and there's this high-speed train system that travels at Mach 2 underground, and it's how the elite and all the aliens travel underground. And like we mentioned earlier, those tunnels have been there for years. The Dracos built them, and they were living underneath there, and they were the ones that helped build all these underground bases. But yeah, there's like a big underground, basically highway underneath us that we have no idea about. All right, so we'll continue with the hybrid breeding. So they say that in the underground base, that level 7 is the worst. It was like a poorhouse for pervert extraterrestrials. What the fuck? Human females were brought there for quote unquote experiments. And they said that most of it was just for sadistic pleasure for the Greys. They wouldn't just impregnate the girls, they would actually torture them for hours. There was scientific procedures, but they said that there was also orgies where a few pretty human females would be given a large number of Greys. The Greys would basically brutally gang rape them. And it was said that this was constantly happening, that hundreds of Greys and other species that seemed to be friends of the Greys would come and go every week for no other clear reason than to, take sexual pleasure with the provided human females. I mean, this kind of goes in a line with being abducted and probed, that I said that the aliens are freaks, man.
Hey, right. But why don't we ever see any anatomy when the alien is depicted, as far as...
Well, here's the thing. Maybe the outer of them is just like a suit, but it blends in with their whole body. And they press a button, so it's got this huge dong, right? Huge dong.
Nicolicious, can you confirm this for us?
Yeah, Nicolicious. Give us voicemail. Let us know about the dong.
Yeah, we know you.
Just another Friday night.
Yes, it was.
Ooh.
So, by the early 1970s, the number of missing persons, most being young white women, had gone up. In fact, abductions of humans were occurring on a worldwide scheme. Young white women were the most frequent victims, with little support for abductees should they survive. People just didn't want to believe them. The fertilized eggs of hundreds of healthy young human females could be harvested for unlimited embryo and stem cell research, killing uncounted human embryos in the search for everything from cures to lethal infections to clone workers. Damn, man. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Like taking babies that should have been born on Earth and testing them. Oh, God.
Unit 731 stuff, too, right?
Dude, I was about to say that.
Unit 731.
Does that mean Unit 731 were probably aliens?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you haven't heard of Unit 731, sign up for our Patreon. If you got our Patreon, go ahead and go over there, download that episode, and listen to it. It's all about experiments and stuff.
An amazing piece at the end. We take you on a fun journey in that one.
All right, the next one we're going into is mind control. The Dulce base has studied mind control implants, biopsy units, ELF devices capable of mood, sleep, and heartbeat control. Then you got DARPA, which is Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Using these technologies to manipulate people, they establish the projects, set priorities, coordinate efforts, and guide the many participants in these undertakings. Related projects are studied at Sandia Base by the Jason Group, which consists of 55 scientists. They have secretly harnessed the dark side of technology and hidden the beneficial technology from the public.
So other projects take place at Area 51 in Nevada, quote unquote Dreamland, which is a data repository establishment in maintenance land. Element, which is electromagnetic intelligence. Iris, infrared intruder system. The studies on level number 4 at Dulce include human aura research, as well as all aspects of dreams, hypnosis, etc. They know how to manipulate the bioplasmic body of a human. They can lower your heartbeat with deep sleep or delta waves, induce a static shock, and reprogram via a brain-computer link. They can introduce data and programmed reactions into your mind. Information impregnation, the dream library. My God, it's just crazy stuff.
Neuralink.
Exactly. And guess who's making that? Elon Musk. Dude.
You know what that kind of reminded me when they said the Dream Library? Y'all seen the movie Dreamcatcher? King?
Oh, it's been a long time. Yeah.
Alright, so I guess they get attacked by some type of alien. And the bad alien that took over the one guy, he ends up locking himself into his pretty much like a, I guess, memory or dream library where the alien can get into. And I guess the alien's trying to get some information out of him. But since he locked himself in one room of his library with the information, kind of reminds me of that.
Spoiler.
Big spoiler, yeah.
I mean, the movie's old.
Yeah, for sure. If you haven't seen it by now, come on. Aaron.
I'll have to go watch it.
Get to the program.
Sorry.
There's a show that you guys gotta watch called The Darkness, or just Dark, I mean. It's a...
Charlie Murphy.
The darkness. Darkness.
It's got... I think it's a German series, so you do have to subtitle it, or you have to deal with American talking over, or English talking over, dubbed mouth. It's just subtitles. Anyways. And it has a ton of things about time warps, traveling, Mandela effect things. I mean, it's like up our alley. Probably the next series I'm going to start watching. But I'll get us back on track, boys. We're entering an era of the technologicalization of psychic power. The development of techniques to enhance man and human communication. Nanotech, biotech, micromachines, EDOM, which is electronic dissolution of memory, radio hypnotic intracerebral control, and various forms of behavior control via chemical agents, ultrasonics, optical, and other forms of EM radiation. The physics of consciousness.
That's kind of scary.
It's super scary.
Oh, yeah.
That means they definitely have a probably full grasp of what life is in all of this.
Oh, and they're not sharing it either.
No. We're
What a
just
bunch of assholes.
damn slave to the man.
That's how it always is. That's why I'm against corporations.
And that's why we don't take ads from any of them.
Yeah, they could be reptilians. You don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Now that we've covered those experiments, let's jump back to Thomas Castillo. So what happened to him? Well, many of people who interviewed him said that Thomas was either dead or missing a year after his final interview. And get this, his final words given in his last interview were in regards to his greatest fear, in which he said that the general public will forget the trapped innocent people in the despicable place, Dulce, and will ignore the hundreds of children, women, and men added to that place every month. That was his last words. And then he vanished. Nobody knows where he went.
Who took his ass to Dulce?
Probably. Sucks for him.
I know. That is really heartbreaking. Because they probably went extra hard on him. They're like, okay, you talking?
You're going to level 7 in the alien gangbang section. Put a wig on him. Somebody put a wig on him. Throw him down there.
Put a little lipstick on him.
All right.
Oh, this one doesn't have that sweet spot.
All right. Now let's go over some strange facts and findings. Dan, you want to start us off with the first one?
Yes, sir. So the first one we have is Mr. John Anderson. Recently, researcher John Anderson went to Dulce, New Mexico to see if there is anything to reported UFO activity. He says that he arrived in town coincidentally to see a caravan of cars and a McDonnell Douglas mini lab in a van going up a rural road near the town. He followed them to a fenced-in compound where he waited to see further developments. Suddenly, 6 UFOs descended rapidly over the compound, hovered long enough for him to snap one picture, and shot up and out of sight.
When later stopping in a store to tell the owner of the UFO photo he had taken, the store owner listened and revealed how he had been a victim, cattle rancher, of cattle mutilation. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, after which the store owner told John to leave at once, then closed the door after John went to his car. John then saw a mysterious van drive up to the store. A man got out and went in. John decided to leave at that moment, but was followed by 2 men in the car as he left.
Black?
Here comes the man in black.
If you don't know about the Men in Black, you can go to the previous episode of season 1 when me and Dan did Men in Black. Pretty good episode.
We will be doing a lot of reference to past episodes.
Yes. Because all this kind of like is a weave web that interweaves one another.
We are creating a spider web, and every time we do an episode, we create more connections. And one day, we're going to weave this beautiful web of all the worlds lie.
Right on.
Then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to come up and say, "You activated my trap card. You got caught in my spider."
All right, so now we're going to go over research equipment. Because I have no idea what that means, Dan. All right.
Yeah, we'll come cutting that up.
You didn't do Yu-Gi-Oh?
No.
Oh, man. I relate on you on that one, Dan.
So even more recently, a research team has gone up to the Archuleta Mesa, which is located in Dulce, to take sounding under the ground. And the computer analysis of these soundings seem to indicate deep cavities under the mesa. One source has stated that according to the data received, that these cavities extended to a depth of over 4,000 feet underground. So there is scientific proof that there is these cavities in the Archuleta Mesa, which is located in Dulce, New Mexico, that have possibilities of holding these underground bases. So, something to add more to the strange facts of that. Something else worth noting is the mutilations. So the area around Dulce has had a high number of reported animal mutilations.
In the book ETs and UFOs by Virgil Posty Armstrong, he reports how his friends, Bob and Sharon, stopped for the night in Dulce and went out to dinner. Quote, they overheard some local residents openly discussing extraterrestrial abduction of townspeople for the purpose of experimentation. End quote. The ETs were taking unwilling human guinea pigs from the general populace of Dulce and implanting devices in their heads and bodies. The townspeople were frightened and angry, but didn't feel that they had any recourse since the ETs had our government's knowledge and approval.
Recently, participants in a field investigation of the area near Archuleta Mesa were confronted by two small hovering spheres. They all became suddenly ill and had to leave the area when they saw this.
So that's some pretty strange facts and findings, huh?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
there's a lot of interesting things I noticed.
All right, so now we're going to go over personal thoughts and theories. All right, who wants to start it off?
After like hearing all that, even though say that the humans, the Greys, and the reptilians, didn't really hear too much about the reptilians too much.
No.
Like they're just there. I guess they're like the worker class. I guess they're just
There's two reptilians. There's the worker class reptilians, the shorter ones, and then there's the other reptilians, which are the winged ones. I guess they're like the supervisors.
All right. So my theory goes, because of the time period this happens, and y'all gonna hear from me a lot because I love this thing. Montauk chairs. Okay. Government during this time they were testing people, for the Montauk chair and stuff. And this is the perfect opportunity because this is where they get the Montauk technology from the aliens. And pretty much you got a simple trade there. Pretty much government dealing with the aliens, abducting people, like they did with the Montauk chair. So I'm pretty much thinking abducted men, they use them for the testings, most of the experiments, other than the impregnation ones. Then they traded the females to the aliens for the technology that they used on the males.
I like that theory. I mean, but yeah, some people are better at one thing than the other, so I could see that they could probably assume there's a majority of men that are going to go to war. And so they want to make sure all their technology works on them and then just breed women to make sure that they still get what they need to survive, whether it's adrenochrome or using baby embryos for research or whatever.
The hybrid breeding where they're trying to build a stronger man to survive the experience longer.
And see, they are just making soldiers then, because that makes me think of Universal Soldier, I think is what the movie is called.
Yep.
And like feeling no pain. I don't remember if he felt any pain. I feel like he didn't feel pain. That guy in there. I might be wrong. It's been so many years since I've watched that movie. But
Isn't that Jean-Claude Van Damme?
yeah. So maybe they torture us. They say, oh, when we started these experiments back in the 50s, people couldn't make it past 5 minutes of torture, and now they're lasting days, and we need them to never break no matter what happens. So they're trying to create the ultimate hybrid human species to be able to go to war but not hurt, not give up information, that kind of stuff. Torture won't work on them.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, it's simple. I like the Montauk chair, but just all the experiments and stuff they were doing, a lot of it, mind control, all that stuff, kind of fits in with it.
Yeah. Ready to roll into mine? Mine's pretty short as well.
Yeah.
All right. My thing is, I believe that the cattle mutilations, right, just like Skinwalker Ranch, just like everywhere else, these cattle mutilations are the government doing testing on cattle. And they were using them as their guinea pigs. So word started to spread around. This Dulce base really does exist underground. The housed in it is these top secret crafts, is these top secret experiments they're doing on cows in the area, right? So the UFOs that the people are seeing is actually military crafts. The experiments, is the U.S. government doing it. People started wandering around and walking around the Dulce, coming there to try to find this secret underground base of aliens. The government was like, what do? We can't have people around here, or we can't have people thinking, or other countries thinking that we have this type of technology, or that we're doing this. let's send out a disinformation campaign. So let's send out Thomas Castillo, right? He's a part of our military. Let's send him out, do a few interviews, and then bring him back. And just make up this wild fucking crazy story. And have them just say that there's an underground base with aliens and be real descriptive about it. So we know that people in other countries are like, yeah, fucking right. We know there's not aliens. This is obviously this is a made up story about this guy saying there's an underground base there. This is all lies. This doesn't really exist. And that is the whole purpose that the U.S. military sent Thomas Castillo out as a distraction from the real fact that there is a military base that is super top secret. The majority of people, when they hear about it, are just going to wave it off as a false thing that never existed. Or does exist, but it's nothing interesting. But it really does exist, and there's a lot of interesting things underneath there, but the U.S. government doesn't want people to know about it. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all are both coming with some good-ass thoughts today. Okay. Think I like that.
Pretty much have that one guy that sounds like the crazy guy and people just blow it off, whatever.
Yeah, because you always have that one crazy guy, right? That most people be like, no. Like you take the movie, for example, Independence Day. You got that one guy who's like, they wrote me the alien. I mean, not even that. You take aliens.
Fucking hero.
Yeah, he's a fucking hero. You take aliens in general, and anybody who brings it up, there is going to be a large population, even though it's getting more accepted now, a large population is going to write that person off as being crazy or insane, because that's the culture that has been formed around it. I think it's starting to become more accepted. But anyway, I don't know where I was going. That's my theory.
I think there's a lot that connects to this, for sure. I mean, we constantly go over aliens and the government working together, and more, it seems every week we give more and more evidence for that. So I was thinking there has to be a balance of good and evil. So we have this, our government is extremely evil right now. I mean, you can find corruption on every corner. There's a video going around right now of a politician or some guy of power giving money to another dude. Like, it's like those under table things happen all the time. It's just we don't see it because we're the worker bees staying distracted, so we can't be woke to all these things going on around us. So I was like digging into this a little bit this morning, and I also was kind of tapping into some Wayfair stuff that popped up, and something kind of caught my eye that linked almost these two together a little bit. Okay, so I was looking at the shoe stuff thing with Howie Mandel, and someone posted a link. The site is called shoestuff.com, and there's this one pair of shoes that's marked at $81 million, but you can get it today for $29. And I mean, it literally, I have a link in the ongoing connections thing to show you, but somebody was smart and said the number was too exact, and they went and put it in like Google Maps to figure out where it is on Earth, like if it's a longitude latitude thing. And what he found was it's like in the middle, it's in the ocean, the location, but there's a picture associated with it when you go and look at it, and I saw it myself. I'll link it in Discord. But it is like a frozen tunnel, and it made me think earlier when you talked about there being underground caverns in the ice, and it's weird because this is in the ocean, but there's a frozen picture of two of them of this system. Okay, and this is the website. The shoes don't look great. I mean, it looks like a shoe within a shoe.
Nice shoes. I'd definitely $81 billion, $138,090,026.05.
Yeah, that was something really interesting. And so another thing I noticed is I was talking about sororities and whatnot with somebody, and her sorority was Kappa Delta. And so I know today we talked about Delta Force, and the sign for Delta is a triangle. And I just find that to be kind of weird, because obviously when you think of triangles, you think of like the Illuminati, the all-seeing eye. But again, triangles always are going to catch someone's attention when you're talking about shadow government. I was kind of understanding that some of the projects that were done there they would essentially hollow out a human, like take their soul and put it in a container. And so that person was still alive in this container being held. But an evil soul would go in and act as that person and do deeds. So like maybe that is how the politicians are. They were people and then they change because they're harvesting their soul, not harvest because they don't eat it. They're collecting their soul so that way they can control the world as they need to. That made me think of like when we talk about celebrity cloning, right? Maybe they aren't clones, but instead they are the same person, but their actual soul is being held captive by these aliens, and they're coming out and being the person. So what that made me think of? Little Nicky. When their brothers come to Earth, they go into other people's bodies, like politicians and stuff, and do stupid shit and make them look really bad, and they take over that person who has no control. And at one point, one of them goes into little Nicky's body. It's Adam Sandler movie if y'all don't know. And little Nicky has to like fight him out of him, like internally have a battle with his brother to be able to get him out of his body, whatever. So it's like, I wonder if that's maybe that was a hint from Adam Sandler, since once we start going into the Wayfair stuff, celebrities are all connected, and it sounds like a lot of dirty deeds are happening behind closed doors. I'm going to bring a connection to Europe again. So it's said that both George Bush Sr. and Jr. are very much into Bavarian Skull and Bone Society. So I went to see where Bavaria was in the world, and I found out it's in Germany. So when I look at Europe, I always just look at Croatia as my reference point, and then I look around. But it is really close to Croatia. But if you go back to when I talked about Rh negative, and people who are Rh negative, there's 15% in the world, and most of them are concentrated in Europe. That further pushes my thought of that people there are more concentratedly manipulated by aliens to control the world. And then we go back to the when we talked in the aliens episode about Hitler possibly seeing the blonde hair, blue eye aliens, and that's why the whole Holocaust happened. He was doing that as a superior race.
So do you believe this Dulce base is real? Do you believe that there's aliens underneath it?
Oh yeah, I mean when we talked about the levels like that, it made me think of Hemi-Sync, and how there's different levels of consciousness, and depending on how deep you go, when you get to the fifth dimension, that's when you see the Greys, the reptilians and stuff. So what if this 7-level facility, they're separated dimensions? So maybe we are focus 1 on the Earth ground level, and then I mean I'd have to look at the map, but like the first level on their top floor is 2, 3, 4, 5, going all the way down. Because if I remember correctly, the evil part of our consciousness is the lower state. So going under, maybe that's also why they're underground. So, I mean, yeah, I guess those are just some really interesting things I found that I wanted to bring up. But overall, I do think that, yes, this is real. Yes, we've been working with aliens for a long time. I mean, going back to the Egyptians at the very least. Like, we've been best friends for a long time. I just don't know for sure the agenda, because it does go back and forth, where it seems like we got good aliens and then we got bad aliens. And if you look at the world we live in, you have to assume that the bad aliens are controlling the American agenda. I can't say for the rest of the world, because some places are doing great, but I've only ever lived here, and it's a very selfish country. I do not blame other countries for thinking that we're stuck up and shit, because that's the image that I would think if I didn't live here. I mean, we have world champion stuff when the world isn't even included. That's ridiculous. We can't be world champion of something.
Yeah,
What?
we'd be like the United States champions.
Yeah.
It should just be that, like in WWE, United States champion. You're going to be world champion. You got to include the entire other world. That's including North Korea too. Okay.
And let me tell you, models, Miss Universe, really? Unless you're gonna bring in some intergalactic babes, I don't want to be hearing you being called Miss Universe, because I guarantee you wouldn't win in real life.
Yeah. I want an alien with 4 tits.
I was just thinking of the 3 boob lady on God, what was that
Total
movie?
Recall.
Total Recall.
All right. So that wraps up today's episode. Now we're going to roll into the voicemails, ratings and reviews, shout outs, and all that stuff. But before we get into that, we have something special we're adding. Now, this is called In the Field Report. Okay. Now, this In the Field Report is a person that goes in the field and asks questions to the public. It allows us to better understand the public's views and what they feel is what's going on. This week, we're hearing from Hans, who's in the field and asking if aliens exist. So he submitted some audio where he interviewed some people about aliens, some regular people in the field, on the street. We're going to listen to that right now.
It's your boy Hans on the scene. Do you believe in aliens, good sir? Yes. You ever been abducted by any? Not to my knowledge, but I have very vivid dreams. Have you ever woken up with your asshole hurting? Like that I did it myself, or do I think aliens did it? Either or, it'll work. Yo, it's your boy Hans on the scene. Do you believe in aliens, sir? No. You ever been abducted? Never want to. No. Have you ever been abducted, anal probe, impregnated? Sir, you can't shut the door in my face. Just a simple yes or no. I don't think I want to. Alright, it's your boy Hans. I'm on the scene. Good sir, have you ever been abducted by an alien? Yes, sir. Or have you been abducted? Anal probe, impregnated? Yes, I have. Knew it. Thank you.
So that was Hans on the scene.
Man, I love his dedication. He's committed to the cause of finding out if people believe in aliens and if their buttholes hurt.
I love it. Keep him coming, Hans. He's on the scene. Okay, guys? In the field, getting reports of the public's opinion and the public's stories if they've ever been abducted and if their butthole hurts. Keep them coming, Hans. We love you.
We do.
So now we're going to roll into voicemail. The first voicemail this week is from Juice. We'll play that right now.
What's up? This is Josh from Pacific Northwest, originally from Southeast Missouri. Shout out Anna. Just got done listening to your Hopi prophecy, and you one of your questions towards the end was, do you think religion is made up to control the people? And a theory on that. I think ancient religions, the Celtic, the Hopi, Chinese religions, these religions with multiple gods, I believe our ancestors were in contact with aliens, and when the aliens left, they decided to try to worship them, to try to bring them back. And then current religions, the Christianity and stuff like that, they saw how much money and how much people were donating to try to get these gods to come back, that they decided to jump on that boat. And I do believe that these new religions are just a means to control people and to get as much money as they can. My personal opinion. Love your show. Y'all keep it up. Bigfoot 2020. Kneecap. Peace out.
So his name is Josh, but he submitted it under the name Juice. So shout out to Josh / Juice and Kneecaps 2020. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And yes, shout out to that Missouri life.
That was definitely well said. I really can't argue too much about that.
Thanks, Josh.
Yes, thank you. Love you. All right, this next voicemail is from Wyatt. We'll play that right now.
What's up, guys? boy Wyatt, big cock, small cock. Just kidding, I've got generics except in 2 inches. Anyway, I want to say what's up, guys. Love the podcast. You know, all new ideas. You guys should do. Got none, but you guys should do one on how big Bigfoot's cock is. I want to know. I know it's big, but I need exact measurements. If I don't know the exact measurements, I think I can't live. Got a little story. When I was younger, about a year ago, my uncle slipped in my bedroom. Really hairy, so I thought he was Bigfoot. So I left him, give me a little handy, feel me? And then now I'm pregnant. So don't know how that's possible, but love you guys. Peace out. Smoke weed every day. Yeah, peace, yo.
Well, Wyatt, I'm sorry about what happened to you and your uncle. I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing.
I can't believe he said that with a straight face.
Yeah, I know. Oh man. But yes, we will. Dan, can you get exact measurements of Bigfoot's wiener? Last time I tried, I ended up with a broken hand. Oh. Do I want to make the sacrifice again? I mean, I could. Do I really want to again? No, I don't like doing physical therapy.
Don't you have to special order a measuring tape for him too?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Wyatt, for the voicemail. We love you. We hope you have a great weekend. Yep, and I hope the baby comes out healthy. All right. This next voicemail is from Anonymous, and we'll play that right now.
So y'all, Jonah, supporting from my search dogs. My red Dan. We'll have a radio also, but to have my headphones. Yeah. I hope they're doing good. Free. Who do I set my utmost my chair machine to I figured I said it to her. She needs numbers, so
Jonah. Well, Anna, you want to respond to that?
Well, I have a mold sent in the mail to you. Yeah, just do a little, like a teabag motion, like when you kill someone in COD, pound, pound, pound. Sit there for 10 seconds, and when you release, it'll wax your balls for you too. So then the inside's nice and warm and cozy for you when you come in.
Nothing fine. All right. So, big advice though: take a hot shower before, so it loosens everything up, so you get the accurate,
Oh yeah.
measurements. Don't want to take a cold shower. It's very uncomfortable later on when you're sitting there.
The measurements will not be the same. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jonah. We love you, and we hope works going good.
Yeah, man.
All right. This next voicemail is from Benjamin, and we'll play that right now.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is your friend and Patreon supporter Ben calling all the way from Cincinnati. Dan, Anna, Aaron, it is fantastic to actually be speaking to you over voicemail. I just want to say, and I know I've reached out to both you, Aaron, and Anna. Thank you once again for the ride on the Montauk chair. I want to just say thank you guys for everything you guys do. I mean, I work for Big Pharma, and kind of grind sometimes, but I do have an absolute blast giving you insights each and every week, and I really do appreciate interacting with you guys. I told you guys all before I had a really rough year this past year, and you guys really helped me get through it. As for a conspiracy theory that I've been thinking about, or just a theory, I guess you could say, I was wondering if you guys would be touching on John Dillinger by any chance. That's definitely one subject matter that I've done a ton of reading into, and I believe that there's a lot of evidence that proves that the FBI was faking his death, or at least trying to cover up the fact that maybe they murdered someone else and got the wrong guy. I just think it's a really good topic. I think it's really interesting, and I think it kind of adds to just the overall root of what the FBI is, what it does, what it's doing, and kind of just contributes to the overall corruption of society in itself or just the government in itself. Anyways, want to thank you guys for everything you do. Have a great one. Hope you enjoy this voicemail and have a good one. Thanks. Bye.
Benji. Thank you, dude. Oh man, now I can put a voice behind all that conversation we have. I have not actually, I've heard the name John Dillinger, but I've never looked into his death before. Have you guys ever heard anything like that?
No, I haven't. It's all new. It's something I'm gonna have to definitely sink my teeth into.
I do love that. You guys bring new topics to us that we haven't ever heard of, and it's always fun to go down rabbit holes.
Or anything.
But Benji, yeah, you're awesome, dude. You are an amazing supporter. We appreciate you and all that you do for us. We love you, man.
Yeah, we love you, Benji. Thank you for everything. We hope everything's going good at work. It's good pharma.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Next one is from Hans. We'll play that right now.
You already know who it is. It's your boy Hans. You know, side note, my family wanted to say thank you for the Hopi episode. My family is really big into the Native American culture, you know, because they were the rightful people of America. Before, you know, people stole it, but we're not giving it. All right, so I want to say both episodes. I love it. Now to get down to the real, you know, layers of this onion. You know, Daniel Craig, so, you know, I would wine and dine for, you know, doing all these dirty things that I do there. Very classic. You know, some, you know, people trifecta, you know, my budget is hours a day, so not hard. Just saying. And, you know, you can join in, but that's weird. It makes it square and it's awkward. Honor, I don't know what you want to do, but doing great things, you know, stuff. I love your, I love how you all that research. It's very interesting, all the numbers and stuff. I see what you mean. So, anyways, keep it real. Have a great day. Good night, good afternoon, good morning, whatever the fuck you want.
Love you, Hans. Thank you for that. You're yeah, love you.
Yeah, dude, Hans. Every time you talk, it's just like an orgasm in my ears. So just keep it coming, dude. I just want to never stop. The pleasure just keeps on going, going, going. I love you, man. Thank you so much.
I'm honored. Wine and dine me. You can put me on the table. I'll be with you.
Nice. Wine and dine him in 69.
Yeah, he'll toss his salad any day.
It is.
And that hairy Bigfoot salad.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you again, Hans. All right. This next voicemail is from Yoltsin. We'll play that right now.
Hi, my name is Jason, and I love your podcast. It is amazing. It's so funny. I listen to it every day while I go bike riding, and your chemistry is just amazing. Please never change.
Thank you, Yoltsin. I hope you're riding your bike safely right now. You're pedaling really hard. Getting a good workout in. Put a solid workout. Get a nice sweat going. I want you to know that we love you and that we're proud of you.
And I hope you're wearing a helmet because safety first, my friend.
Like Anna said, hope you're wearing a helmet, riding safe, watch out for cars, because where I live, hate to say it, bikers are like little targets. For some reason, people just cannot avoid them.
Because they're texting and driving.
Yeah. But be safe out there, Yoltsin. All right. Next voicemail is from Rain. We'll play that right.
Hi guys, my name is Rain, and I just wanted to say thanks so much for your show. I recently found it yesterday actually, and I love it. It's great. I've already listened to maybe 5 or 6 episodes. So just to set the scene a little bit, I listened to your episode of the Men in Black, and it made me think of an instance that happened to me. So I went to university in DC, and my campus was literally right across the street from Homeland. So right down the street from Embassy Row, all the crazy things could be happening. But one night I'm driving with my friends. It's past midnight at this time. I don't remember the specific time. And I'm driving in my car, and we pass these two black SUVs, and we look at the license plates, and they have identical license plates, same state, same number, two different cars, same license plate. They look exactly the same. So then we're waiting at this red light in a rotary or roundabout, whatever you want to call it, and all of a sudden they start flashing their lights up frantically, and we're like, oh my gosh, what could this be? I never realized what, or even really thought about it again until this episode that you posted about the Men in Black, and maybe it was them. Tell me what you guys think. Thanks. Bye.
If they just flashed your lights at you, would it be considered them? Would they be flashed? Why would they, like, what's the whole purpose? I don't know. That was kind of confusing.
Yeah. I don't know, because I think they'd be a little bit more secretive than that. If anything, they probably would have just got out of the vehicle and did whatever they had to do. If you're at a stoplight, roundabout.
Maybe they did get out of the vehicle, mess with them, memory wipe them.
Your eyes.
Yeah, and then flash the lights at them. So that's all they thought was somebody flashing the lights. Possible.
Interesting.
I feel like you were at that roundabout for a longer period of time than you realized.
That's a good question. Let us know. Voicemail next week. Thank you, Rain. Love you.
Yes, thank you so much. That was really good. Oh, yeah.
All right. Next one is from Jake. So we'll play that one right now.
What's up, troops? It's your boy, Jake Farm. Anna from Allstate? Welcome to the podcast. You're a few episodes in, and I must say I am very impressed. You're doing a great job. You don't seem like the new girl, but someone that's been with the show since the beginning. You got a good personality and are very well spoken. Just an overall excellent addition to the TO3K team. Danielson, take your rehab on your hands seriously, and you'll be beating off perfect in no time. Aaron, I'm so happy you didn't have an untimely Clinton-related accident during your trip. I just got it on the Patreon and listened to the Kill List episode, and boy, I tell you what, you must have had a guardian angel following you across state lines. By the way, fellow listeners, if you haven't signed up and are listening to get the great extra stuff, you are certainly missing out. I'm all caught up, and I'm not disappointed with the bonus content at all. I'm also going to use my priority status to ask for an episode on Rasputin. Is there any relationship to Vladimir Putin? Or maybe a reincarnation of the original cultist? I requested it a while ago for the first season and sent you guys a picture of his dick in a jar. I'm still waiting on a follow-up. I hope you all had a great 4th of July. I got a friend on the inside that gave me some of that orange sunshine to enhance my firework experience. I'll just say I had a great time, if you know what I mean. Until next time, stay woke, nerds. Bigfoot 2020, kneecaps.
The kneecaps is really catching on, huh?
It is.
Yes. Oh,
Thank you, Jake. I love it. There's so much to. Yeah, I guess I did have a guardian angel. Orange Sunshine is great. And Rasputin, we're gonna suck him off eventually. Okay, he's coming. All right, and just stay calm, okay?
we'll get there. Appreciate the shout out, dude. I mean, I've been waiting to hear that voice all season. So we're glad that you've come out of your hiding hole and have made your way back to the listening. I gotta admit, I love that you totally pulled your priority card, man. You were like, my suggestion, slam that bitch on the table. Yes, just like you did with me the other night. Anyways, honestly though, Jake, you're amazing. I'm so happy that you're around, and keep sending in voicemails. Keep messaging me. We missed you, dude.
Thank you for the voicemail, email. I haven't forgotten about you, Jake. Been very busy.
But yeah, thank you, Jake. Love you.
Yes, we do, dude.
All right, so that's the end of the voicemails this week. It's 8. If you left a voicemail and we didn't play it, we'll play it next week. We are having to put limits on the amount of voicemails we play this week. I know we got a couple we didn't get to, Young Agumon or Bay. We'll get get to those. We got a couple more we'll get to for next week, but we can only play 8 a week, because of our time limits and stuff. So we're trying to fit everything in. But we thank you, we love you, and we're going to move to ratings and reviews right quick. So we're going to start on those. So the first review this week comes from Lick and Sassy Balls. So it was left on June 5th. And the subject line that reads, "Number one fan, amazing podcast, truth." Amazing podcast, truth, with 5 stars. And they go on to say, "Just stumbled upon this podcast about 2 weeks ago. Look for Conspiracy Podcast. My go-to was Conspiracy Theories by Parcast, and I've been listening to them for about a year, only because I couldn't find any legitimate podcasts on them. So I listened to this. First episode I listened to was the DMT and the Machine Elves. I actually listened to it 3 times. Once at work, once on the way home, and again in the shower. Fell in love right out of the gate because of my experience with psychedelics. I thought I knew all there was to know about it until that. I then started listening to older ones that caught my attention. I still haven't listened to them all, but I'm progressing. I now listen to the podcast throughout the day. I'm a big fan, and I admire all of what you guys do. You guys even touch on subjects that others seem to not. You guys have such an open perspective, and I wish there were more people like you in the world with the same outlook. I look forward to the new things you guys do. I love the art for the podcast and plan to get most of the stuff tattooed as well." Okay, cool. "And I will be supporting you guys with merch and subscription you guys started doing. Keep it up, guys. Leave a voicemail soon, Johnny Tsunami." Thank you, Johnny Tsunami. If you get a tattoo, send a pic. If you want to send a pic, just send a pic or whatever. I don't care. I'll look at it. I'll post it up if you want me to. But thank you. And, we love you, and thank you for the support and everything. You're awesome.
Yes, thank you, man. We appreciate all the Patreon messages you leave for suggestions, and we're definitely sorting through all those messages and adding the episodes or the topics y'all suggest and onto our list. So thanks, dude. You're awesome.
Yes, thank you for the review, 5 stars, and definitely love the whole review.
Very well written. So this next one is from Steph YH23, left on June 5th from Canada. They gave us 2 stars, said go back to the original formula. Prefer it when it's just the 2 gentlemen. There really isn't a need for a third person, to be honest. This new girl brings down the level of intelligence the show once had. She oftentimes is disrespectful in an attempt to be funny. Not pleasant to listen to her. Go back to the formula that works. Just the 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Steph, you feel that way. I hope maybe we've changed your mind. Because I was really rusty and new at the beginning, but every week I get a little bit better. So, yeah, hopefully you stuck around and saw that. But thanks for the review. All feedback is accepted. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. The next one is left by nicknames 55555. Left on July 5th from the United States. Titled "Not My Cup of Tea." He gave us 2 stars. And it reads, "I just wanted to hear people discuss theories and whatnot. The whole acting stuff is cringe."
Well, people visualize things differently,
Totally.
and we want to change it up, give a little acting. Sorry, it's not your. We don't do it every.
Yeah, we're just trying to have fun with it.
Yeah.
But thank you for those suggestions. For the
criticism, always accepted.
Yep. All right. So this next review is by Techie Pod Virgin from Great Britain, left on June 5th. It is 5 stars. The subject line, it reads "Juicy Conspiracy Beer Orgy." We're going to say, being a podcast virgin, I couldn't ask for a more open-minded, for a more mind-opening and sensual experience provided by this show as a way of getting into the world of podcasts. The show is truly an enjoyable and thought-provoking treat for the viewers. I've just finished listening to the series 1 from the start. This show has grown from strength to strength, and the content and subjects just keep getting better. The hosts are well-informed, knowledgeable, and so hilarious. Can't wait to start season 2 and see what it is. Keep opening minds, guys. Big love from Scotland. Thank you, Techie Pod Virgin. Love you.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, man.
So our next one is from Flemdog349. Left on June 6th. 5 stars, label of dope podcast. I found this podcast by searching UFOs. I thoroughly enjoy listening to podcasts that talk about strange things and conspiracy. It's also hard to find a podcast with people whose voice I don't find annoying. So thanks for not having annoying voices. I also followed y'all on Instagram, so you got a fan in me now, smiley face. Love from Michigan, yours truly, Brandon. Well, thank you so much, Brandon. We appreciate your message, and damn, thanks for the 5 stars.
Yeah, thank you. Love you, Flem Dog.
Much love, man. All right, the next one we got is from a Rosie Sunny, left on June 6th in the United States, titled One of the Best, with 5 stars. Hey, y'all. My name is Rosie, and I just want to say this show is one of the best ones I've listened to since joining the podcast world. I discovered the show by accident and have not been disappointed since. Not only do y'all do a good job and painting an image in my head of what you talk about, but I literally feel chills at times from how vivid y'all talk about subjects. Like I'm watching a show in my mind. Love the topic discussed. Really have learned a lot starting the podcast. Aaron Daniel, y'all's energy gets me going at work. Keep up the great work and keep setting the bar high. Appreciate that.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you for your kindness.
This next review was left by Crane O from Mexico. It was left on June 6th. The subject line that reads "Great show," 5 stars. We go on to say, "You guys are great and had a lot of cool ideas. Keep rocking." No, you keep rocking, Crane O. I love you.
Thank you. We appreciate the 5 stars. Your feedback. So this one is by Jake Bono, left on June 7th. 2 stars. Not into it anymore. For a while, I definitely enjoyed the podcast and had been pretty excited for new episodes to be released. That said, this new season has so far been cringe after cringe, and there's no way I'm finishing the episode. And unless it goes back to Aaron and Dan, I will likely be done listening. Not trying to be that guy, but Anna has to go. Please consider going back to the way things were. The show was so much better and less cringe before. Well, thanks for the feedback.
Give it some more listens. Give it some more try, man. You can't just after one listen.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, the next one we got is from Gothla, left on June 9th from Ireland, titled Amazing Pod, Crazy People and Stories, 5 stars. This is my go-to pod for weird side listening. Love what you do and keep on doing it.
Thank you. Keep up. Gothla. Love you.
Thank you.
All right, last review was left by Ruben, PRS, on June 9th. It's 2 stars. The subject line that reads, "What happened? I'm just not digging this new host. Sorry, guys. Maybe I'll get back. She seems new at this." So, yeah, we appreciate the feedback. Give it a listen again. You know, I know people aren't used to change, but see what you can, give it a listen. Update your review and let us know. But that's the end of the ratings. Kind of a rough week for ratings and reviews, but I mean, hey, we're gonna have those times.
Thanks for the feedback. Hopefully you enjoy the newer episodes where I talk a lot better.
So for shout outs this week, who wants to go first?
I give a shout out to Tanya for offering her ass up for Bigfoot.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got called out for having that picture and I didn't even see it yet. Aaron found it first.
Hey, yeah. I'm the ass hunter.
All I get was a text. Look what Dan's been hiding. I'm like, the hell's he talking about? So, but give a shout out to Tanya. She has offered to volunteer her ass for the Bigfoot Ate My Ass and I Liked It bumper sticker.
Yes. And I think we might have to approve that.
Yeah.
The angle?
It's approved.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right. I just want to give a shout out to I'm Getting Too Old for This. Her and her fiance. They're awesome. I want to give a shout out to Devin, Punk Rock Pops, Tom C, Chloe D, Sarah. I love you all. I missed you. I'm sorry. I love you. Thank you for the Instagram love. Thank you for the love you send me through Instagram. Sending it right back to you. Love you all.
So going to the Twitter sphere. After our the pyramids episode, no, Hopi and our prophecy week, Enduros on Twitter gave me a food for thought that was super interesting. And he said, most of the world's religions give a roadmap to a person becoming a better person and being more connected to outside forces. Is this a guidance to lead us to achieve higher dimensions? Yet our human nature has held us back. And then he responded back with, could primitive species just be beings that are centralized to only seeing the universe from their flesh bodies and perspectives? Could more advanced species be transitioned into a multi-dimensional form? I mean,
it's possible.
Possible.
I like the roadmap thing because, yes, everybody is always trying to become better, and it's like a guidance system. And then Avery, she's been messaging me a lot lately. Appreciate the love. So she's re-listened to a couple episodes. Hemi Stink, I believe, was one of them, and she keeps suggesting that we do a full episode on Hemi Stink. I mean, I almost kind of did, but there's still a lot of things that we could have probably gone down in people and whatnot. So we'll consider that in the future. But she had asked us if we'd ever looked into the idea of aliens actually being intimidated, or aliens being intimidated by humans because of how indestructible we might be in comparison. Like, oh, that is really interesting. And so I was like, so we're like the intergalactic cockroaches of the world. So I mean, yeah, you keep trying to destroy us, and we just keep coming back.
We are the cockroaches.
Thanks for the follow, Inquisitor of Strange, Michael with a mask, Wolfie999, Jackie Prager, Bryn Lee. You're always liking stuff on there, and I appreciate that. Gilliam Rivard, thanks for the follow. Definitely appreciate the love. My girl Lee, you know. Jalen Fitzsimmons, 81. She sent us a message on Twitter saying, I listen to this podcast at work. I joined the Patreon and I can't get enough. I've been meaning to write a review for over a year. I just want you to know that the addition of I Think You, or Anna, in this season has been incredible. I've been straight up terrified by the truth. We totally get that. We are every week when we uncover new things. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, I think, everything. I will say I got a correction on Elote's name. That's how he says it. So apologize, dude. But thanks for teaching me that apparently that's the corn on the cob thing. He sent me a gif of this guy coming up eating some buttery ass corn on the cob, and he's pointing at the stick like, this is what it is, motherfucker. So
nice.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I think that's all my shout outs this week right now.
All right. Well, that's the end of today's episode. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Again, thank you for your support. If you want more episodes, if you want more of us, go check out our Patreon, patreon.com/thirdkind, or you can go to thirdkind.com. Click on the Patreon button and take you straight there. You sign up for $5 a month and get an extra premium episode each week. And like Anna said earlier, the episode that we dropped today on Patreon is about Wayfair. Go check that one out. It was pretty interesting. All right. You're all amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out?
Sure. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
You don't just live in your home, you live in your neighborhood as well. So when you're shopping for a home, you want to know as much about the area around it as possible. Luckily, Homes.com has got you covered. Each listing features a comprehensive neighborhood guide from local experts. Everything you'd ever want to know about a neighborhood, including the number of homes for sale, transportation, local amenities, cultural attractions, unique qualities, and even things like median lot size and a noise score. Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson.
Yo, what's up, guys?
And Anna.
Hey everyone.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, there are a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways would be with our new Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, you could sign up for our Patreon and get an extra episode each week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to members only. Today we released an exclusive Patreon episode. We also have 2 others already in there waiting for your ears.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Go to our website, threesofthird.com, click on the shop button, and you can see all the merchandise we have for sale.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. Also, I know things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a ton. If you don't want to leave one, though, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, super coppers, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. That's the end of the announcements. So we're going to hop into today's episode. So how today's episode will work is we'll first go over the history of the moon landing, then the secret conversation that went on during the Apollo 11 landing. After that, we will discuss the dark side of the moon and the secret moon bases, then strange facts and findings and theories, and then we'll wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So, who's ready to take a trip?
I like going on vacation.
Okay, Dan.
I love traveling.
Okay, well, we ain't taking the Montauk chair anywhere today, sadly.
Oh.
Man,
Yeah,
go cover it up.
yeah, go cover it back up. Shut it down from warming up. Next week we'll take it somewhere though.
Yeah.
All right. First, we're going to talk about the history of the moon. And this kind of goes into the secret moon bases. On July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11 spacecraft, which contained Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edwin Aldrin, also known as Buzz Aldrin, was the first Apollo flight to land on the moon. At this time, everyone was glued to their televisions and radio sets. Everyone wanted to watch or hear the first human to step foot on the moon. Michael Collins flew in orbit around the moon in his command module, while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended in the lunar module. They landed in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon at 4:17. Neil Armstrong then stepped out and descended on the ladder of the lunar module. He then said the famous line of,
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
and that is what most everyone remembers. However, there is something that happened afterwards that not many people talk about.
Neil Armstrong said to Mission Control that he could see light inside of a nearby crater. Of course, Mission Control requested more information, but then the image and sound were interrupted. Everyone around the world was stunned. Transmission went dead. Silent. 2 minutes. NASA insisted that this problem was the result of one of the television cameras preheated, thus interfering with the reception, and they should be back up shortly. However, an unexpected problem like this surprised even the most qualified of viewers who were unable to explain how in such a costly project one of the most essential elements could break down. Some say that those 2 minutes of silence were intentionally done by NASA to cover up the conversation. A conversation that could have changed the entire world. One that could change the entire history of mankind. So you're probably wondering what the conversation was. Well, let's get into that right now.
Okay, so the Apollo 11 conversation, even though it was on a live television broadcast that was interrupted by NASA for 2 minutes due to the overheated cameras, the transmission conversation was actually received loud and clear by hundreds of ham radio operators. These ham radio operators had their own VHF receiving facilities that bypassed NASA's broadcasting outlets. Ham radio operators are people who basically use ham radios. So, what are ham radios? Well, a ham radio is basically a radio that you can use to talk or listen to others across town, around the world, and even space. Now we have an understanding of that. Let's hop into the conversation that these hundreds of ham radio operators picked up. The contents of this conversation have been corroborated by hundreds of amateur radio operators who had connected their stations to the same frequency through which the astronauts transmitted. And this is what they said.
What was it? What the hell was it? That's all I want to know.
Mission Control calling Apollo 11. What's there?
These babies were huge, sir. Enormous. Oh, God. You wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you. There are other spacecraft out there, lined up on the far side of the crater edge. They're on the moon watching us. Those are giant things. This is not an optical illusion. No one is going to believe this.
What? What the hell is happening? What's wrong with you?
They're here, under the surface.
Interference Control calling Apollo 11. What's there?
We saw some visitors. They were here for a while observing the instruments.
Repeat your last information.
I say that there were other spaceships. They're lined up on the other side of the crater.
Repeat.
My hands are shaking so badly I can't do anything.
Have you picked up anything?
I don't have any film at hand. 3 shots of the saucers are whatever they were that were ruining the film.
Control here. Are you on your way? What is the uproar with the UFOs, over?
They've landed here. There they are, and they're watching us.
So, with that interesting piece of information, that leads us to the question, what is on the dark side of the moon? Well, what does NASA officially say about it? According to NASA, the dark side of the moon is filled with significantly more craters and less of that smooth surface that we're used to seeing. The terrain is rough and chaotic compared to the side we're familiar with. So we all know that the Apollo flew to the back of the moon, and when they did, this part may not be as known, but they heard a sound that they described as eerie outer space music. So I have a clip of that sound so you can kind of get a feeling of what it was. We're going to go ahead and play that right now.
If I had to imagine what space sounded like, I think that would be it.
Yeah.
That would be it.
The feeling you get when you hear it, that like pulsating, and you can feel it in your body. It's really weird.
It is weird. It sounds like, I don't know, like a horror movie. Like Hans Zimmer just composed that or something. I love it.
It definitely had that eerie feeling to it.
It's interesting to think about that is an actual sound from space. That wasn't replicated, that came from an actual device in space. So if you were hanging out on that satellite, you would be hearing that.
I heard something about if we could hear the sun, it would be deafening. But I don't know. I'll have to cut that because I have no idea what I'm talking about there.
No, I feel like I have heard something like that. I mean, it's got a lot of energy coming off of it.
It's like a giant nuclear reactor.
So yeah, that's just our little tidbit about the dark side of the moon. We'll kind of talk more about later, but we want to dive into some secret moon bases next. There have been multiple accounts from individuals, including former military intelligence officers, who have claimed that there's more on the dark side of the moon than NASA is letting on. Some say that there are artificial structures, underground tunnels, and secret bases. So let's get into some of those now. Carl Wolf, a technician at the Air Force Tactical Air Command headquarters in Langley, Virginia, analyzed data from the Lunar Renaissance Orbiter, claiming he and his colleagues viewed artificial structures on the dark side of the moon, including radar antennas and structures made by intelligent beings.
So we do have some images that we're going to discuss about this Carl Wolf guy. If you go to all of our social media, the images will be there that you can take a look at. If you can't see the images, I'll kind of talk about them. One of the images Carl Wolf claims in NASA image AS11 416155, picture of the moon, he claims it reveals an alien base on the far side of the moon. He's talking about that white spot. So in the image, you see the moon, and then you see like this white spot on the moon. It's like a white circle. So that's what he's claiming is an alien base.
I don't know.
It is odd. I mean, it's not
Yes.
like anything else on the moon. I don't know what it could be.
I could see it being more of an antenna type device than a base. I mean,
Or I could see it being something on the lens.
That's what I was thinking.
like a reflection.
Because if you look, like, just look at the bottom picture right there, it doesn't even look like it's on the moon. It's just like it's just in front of it.
I get that vibe from it too.
Yeah.
Or are we looking, maybe we have to think more bird's eye view of it. So what if we're seeing the top of a castle type feel in the middle and on the left where there's circles like that? It reminds me of a wall you would see in nighttime, like that night's time. There'd be a wall and yes, thank you, medieval time. Or you'd have a wall with protection, guys, come on. I'm not the only one that's
with
thinking
the
like
moat
that.
going around and all that stuff. Protect the people.
But it's just the main wall. There's no more wall to it, but that's, looking at it from a bird's eye view, it would look like a wall with two viewing castles on top.
It is something odd that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what the hell it could be.
I'm like trying to zoom in on the picture.
I mean, this Carl West guy, I mean, he was assigned to the NSA. And then he did say that mysterious structures were discovered on the far side of the moon when it was being mapped before the 1969. All right, so what else do we got for secret moon bases?
Next up, we have underground tunnels.
Ooh, my favorite.
Some have made claims that they discovered underground tunnels in images captured by India's Chandrayaan-1 lunar orbiter. These tunnels on the dark side were likely the product of tubes of lava flow that created a massive system of caves, potentially inhabited by living beings.
Probably by the reptilians. If there are reptilians, or alien greys that we spoke about last week, they're likely in those caves.
Slithering through the tunnels. Then next up is the Luna base. This is supposedly an ancient alien base on the far side of the moon. They say it was filmed by the Apollo astronauts in a number of probes on flyby missions. They also claim the base was an HQ for a massive mining operation using very large machines to extract valuable and rare particles found deep within the moon's rocks. There is also supposed evidence to suggest the base was vacated around 3,000 to 5,000 years ago.
See, the issue I have with these mining operations is that you have all these materials on other asteroids. Why do you need to go to the moon? Is there something in the valuable and rare particles that other places don't have? Or was the valuable and rare particles the base that was vacated? And they had rare technology. Huh?
I was just thinking of all the asteroids that hit on that side of the moon. So pretty much all those asteroids with the gold, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's like when you're digging for, or whenever you're getting gold from a water source, when you find like the bottom of a waterfall, there's a lot more accumulation there. You're saying the backside of the moon probably has a bunch because all these keep breaking into the back of it.
Probably.
Okay. I think we need to fund a mission where we all fly up on a SpaceX. We all go to the dark side of the moon.
Dude, you guys, if you want to support Theories of the Third Kind, please donate for our space mission.
want to fly us up to the dark side of the moon, I would be 100% for it. Elon, if you're listening, send.
Someone share it to Elon Musk. We'll go.
Hell yeah.
But right now, only 2 people could fit. What are we gonna do?
Dan, you can sit in my lap.
You can strap me to the outside of the spaceship. I'll test that.
You'll be live streaming it.
Yeah, the camera on the outside is going to be directed like right at my face.
Before we go ahead, I was thinking, so I watched those SpaceX guys go into the International Space Station and hug the other guys there. And then I thought to myself, what if they had the virus and they gave it to those guys? And then an alien race came along and kidnapped them, and they weren't aware that they had the virus, and then it gave it to the alien race. And then we had a war with the alien race because we gave them the coronavirus.
Dude.
I don't know. That's just shit I think about.
No, that's a good thought. I think you should leave that in the show, to be honest with you. I'm just saying, that's a genius thought and a very scary one because it would spread so fast. They don't got ventilators, and on top of that, they got limited air.
Yeah. It would be bad.
Dude, that'd be super. I don't even know why I didn't. Well, I actually haven't seen the video of them docking to the space station. I watched the takeoff and all that.
Yeah, if you want to see the video, go to DuckDuckGo, type in 2 men docking on the images, and you'll be able to see it.
No, I'm not. No.
Aaron. All right. We're going to move on to the next secret base. This one is called the Dark Fleet. The Dark Fleet is a German secret space program that originated out of their hidden Antarctica bases and alliance with a group of reptilians called Dracos. It was constructed in the 1960s to early 70s. They have many laboratories where genetic experiments are performed, and they have one section that deals in the human slave trade. Whoa, so you telling me they fly humans up there and trade their ass?
Yeah.
Oh my god, an intergalactic human slave trade?
No.
I wonder if they got an intergalactic battle where they go up there and they take us humans, because we're pretty resilient, right? Like, you can cut off our arm and our adrenaline will keep pumping. We'll go forward.
True.
We'll talk about this later. For this last one, I'm going to mix it up a bit. So there used to be a U.S. military base on the moon in operation until 1979, which at that time, the Soviet Union destroyed it according to declassified documents. So attached is the report that the UN destroyed the secret U.S. base on the moon, which is the declassified document.
Yes, I think you said UN, and it's the Soviets that did it.
Oh, support that the Soviets destroyed the secret U.S. base. This is pretty interesting stuff. We'll link it on social media if you guys go look at it. All right, now we're going to move to strange facts and findings. The first one we're going to go over is called Project Horizon. I called this the nail in the coffin. I was unsure about going into this if I actually believed there was a base on the moon, but when I looked over these documents, I think it solidified it for me personally. Now, I'm not telling you what to think as a listener. You can come to your own conclusion, but just hear me out on this right here. Many people would say that even thinking that we have a base on the moon is pretty absurd, right? Most people would say. Well, let me tell you about Project Horizon. So more than 50 years ago, before we had ever set foot on the moon, the United States military created a plan to build a secret spy base on the moon's surface. What was this plan called? Well, it was Project Horizon. This is 100% factual. Project Horizon study was declassified by the National Security Archive in 2014. The project was originally published in 1959 and at over 100 pages long. It details a plan to construct a quote-unquote moon-to-earth surveillance system that would allow communications with and observation of the Earth. Researchers at this time advocated setting up the Project Horizon base as a permanent installation on the moon and recommended that construction begin as soon as possible. Here is an actual quote from the declassified documents.
The program to establish a lunar base must not be delayed, and the initial base design must meet military requirements. For example, the base should be designed as a permanent installation, it should be underground, it should strive to be completely self-supporting, and it should provide suitable accommodations to support extended tours.
Now, this was from declassified documents. That was straight from them. So what was the official word from the government about this? Well, they said that they never went through with the project, that no bases are on the moon, and that scientists at the time said the technology didn't exist to implement Project Horizon. So they scrapped the idea altogether. I mean, it makes sense. But there's something that I found that was very odd. Because specifically in the documents, when all the scientists are talking, they all come to one conclusion. Quote,
Based on present knowledge, the study has concluded that it is technically feasible to establish a manned base on the moon.
technically feasible. So what's the definition of feasible, you ask, if you're dumb like me? Well, I had to look it up, and it is possible to do easily. That is the definition.
Hmm. So, what kind of technology did they have then that they felt that it was feasible, technically feasible, to do so, but then still lied to us and said we couldn't do it?
I'm telling you, they had iPhones back then.
Oof.
I'm telling you, they had technology that we're just now rolling out with.
Yeah.
I mean, they are definitely ahead of us by like probably 10 years on everything.
10 to probably 20, I would say.
NASA has all the newest tech out there, and then a couple of years later or so, we get it. That's how it works.
Now, I did find some other interesting things in this Project Horizon documents. It said that the military wished to investigate the effects of detonating a nuclear device on and in the vicinity of the moon.
Oh my god.
Boom.
The plan was to send several astronauts to the moon to scout ahead, with reinforcements to follow soon after. The astronauts would have to construct a nuclear reactor once they arrived and would be supplied with specially outfitted tractors to handle all foreseeable construction needs. The military even considered launching poultry and fish to the base as sources of food for the 12 astronauts that would staff the moon base. How the hell were they going to construct a nuclear reactor? You know how many people that takes? You know how long that takes?
Apparently 5 people in whatever time frame they wanted it.
It'd be like Matt Damon when he constructed that farm on Mars.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet.
What's it called? The Martian?
The Martian. Pretty good movie.
It was a pretty good one. All right, next up we have the footage. So according to several sources, video footage of the alien craft was shot by Buzz Aldrin. These same sources claim the CIA took charge of the footage on Apollo 11's return to Earth.
Have y'all guys seen that?
I have
No.
not.
I did come across it. It looked fake. It probably was fake. But if he did, let's just hypothesize or theorize or whatever. If he did shoot some footage, 100% it would have been taken by the government as soon as he landed.
Oh yeah. They would have definitely taken it, and they would have reviewed it themselves to see if it's real or not. Then if it was, they keep it. If it wasn't, fucker's still gonna keep it.
Yeah.
So, Aaron, I have some information that may give more thought into the moon being more than just our moon. It's very similar to what you just mentioned, but we have to go back in time to before the Earth was even created.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
A long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
No one can explain why the moon is older than the Earth, and older by millions of years. And the layer of rock is younger than the dust that lays on top of that. That means whatever the dust is didn't come from any type of erosion from the ground. So the moon is bigger than other satellites in proportion to its size and the planet it is orbiting. It should only be about 30 miles across, but it's 72 times larger than that. It is 2,160 miles across. No other natural satellites are bigger than a quarter of the planet in which they orbit. So with it being a little over a quarter of the size of Earth, you would think that the mass would be a quarter less, but it is much lighter. Its mass is only about 1.2% of Earth's, when it should be about the same ratio as the volume.
Does that make it more plausible that it's hollow?
It could, definitely.
Ooh.
I got confused by that math right there for a second. I was just like,
Oh, I know. Man, I'm not great at math, but let me tell you. So, I am a numbers person. And again, I don't mean maths, but I notice numbers that repeat. With that being said, here are just a few of what I found in relation to the Earth, Moon, and the Sun. Alright, so bear with me. Got some numbers. The sun is almost exactly 400 times the diameter of the moon, while it's almost exactly 400 times farther away from us than our moon. They look the same size here on Earth. Is it merely a cosmic coincidence or something much more? Alright, check these ones out. So there are 109.2 Earth diameters across the sun's diameter. At its farthest point, there are 109.2 diameters between Earth and the sun. I got a little bit more. So the moon's polar circumference is 27.3%, which is
Strange thing we found. The Apollo 12 lunar module came falling down onto the moon. According to their seismic equipment, it created an earthquake that spanned 40 miles. Their ultra-sensitive equipment recorded the crash and found that the moon, quote-unquote, rang like a bell for nearly 40 minutes and took almost 8 minutes to hit its peak. NASA was so interested in this that they did it again with Apollo 13's module that struck with an equivalent of 11 tons of TNT. Even though the seismic equipment was 100 miles from the crash site, according to NASA, the moon rang like a gong for 3 friggin' hours.
dude.
Apollo.
That thing?
It is
It's definitely
100%.
Apollo moon.
And I'm gonna go into that in my theory later, so I'm getting pumped for it, but I'm like, it's so obvious.
You can make a hollow moon shirt.
Ooh, oh, I love it. Do like a spear and a pie cut out or whatever, and you could see inside of it.
Observatory with aliens showing up inside. Maybe a Bigfoot chilling inside there.
But I was gonna say have a Bigfoot sign like right inside. It says Bigfoot 2020.
Yeah.
We have got that from now to the history of the end of the show. We have to put Bigfoot 2020 because when you buy a car or you buy a sticker, you know people are still rolling around with Bernie 2016 bumper stickers on their car.
Yes.
So all these people have like their Bigfoot 2020 stickers on from this year, and we just put it in shirts continually or whatever we do.
We should have some Bigfoot 2020 bumper stickers.
Ooh, okay, that's awesome. I love that.
The moon rang like a gong for 3 friggin' hours. Not just that, there's giant spires were seen and observed the center spires have the same setup as the pyramids, and also that create 4 perfect right angles with their shadows. Alexander Abramoff said these could not be natural. They were taller than any building on Earth. So NASA tried to say that it was radio waves interacting with magnetic fields of the moon, but the moon has no magnetic field like planets. And 25 years after Neil Armstrong's mission, he gave a speech and included this interesting piece of information. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those that can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief. Those challenges are yours in many fields, but not the least in space, because there lies human destiny.
Sounds like he's trying to promote the Intergalactic Council.
Yeah.
Dropping some Easter eggs there, and I'm picking that one because I think he's trying to tell me that he knows a lot more.
Like the astronauts have to sign like a confidentiality form. They go up there, whatever they see, they can't come back and just say.
Oh.
Absolutely. Because imagine, if you're a country, we're going to talk about this later in my theory, but you're a country, you discover something up there that no other country has discovered. You want to take that piece of information. You don't want anybody talking about it. And you want to use that, whatever it is, minerals, technology, whatever, as a country to better your country, rather than bettering the world. That's why they're ushering in the New World Order, right? That all countries are one. I'll praise Bigfoot for the New World Order president.
Bigfoot 2020.
He cares about you and you alone.
Nice.
Okay, so I have a few quotes here that are some things that astronauts have said. Because back in the day, if they talked about things, they kind of got away with it a little more because you don't have that wide eye of the internet today that's seeing everything you do. So now because we have this advanced technology, we're able to go back and pick out some videos and whatnot. And I'm telling you, when they got back, they did not look happy. If you see people come back today, they are, because I think they already know what they're getting into when they go in. They know that there's aliens up there. But back then, say the first time you actually go up there, and maybe this was their first meeting with official aliens, and aliens were like, oh guys, the humans are coming today. We gotta officially bust them in and start creating treaties and do all this shit.
You live on Earth the rest of your life knowing that there's aliens up there.
Do you think that life is nothing? Do you think that they created us? Do they know more about what we are because they know about aliens and they could expand those people's knowledge on, well, yeah, they put us on this Earth as a petri dish type of experiment about 50,000 years ago, and they've been molding us into who we are today.
My thing is, like, imagine if they went up there and the aliens were like, hey, they did run into some aliens. They're like, oh, yeah, you guys are the human race. Yeah, we manufactured you guys. We're watching you. But hey, the Intergalactic Council of all the alien races, the hundreds of thousands of different alien races, or races around the entire galaxy and universe, they won't let you guys out to play yet because you're still pretty much, you're our pets, right? You're our project. You're our pets. We can't let you loose. You got to go in front of the council and kind of that, hey, we're an advanced race. We can come play with you guys. We won't spread diseases. We won't go to war with the entire, other races. And the Buzz and Neil were like, look, and then they fly back to Earth, and then they're sitting there, and they got to think, look, my whole entire reality has been shattered. Everything I know is bullshit. I am pretty much a prisoner stuck on this planet while there's an entire universe filled with life and technology beyond the wonders that I cannot go to. I'm essentially in a prison right now for the rest of my life, and I did not do anything at all.
Or maybe they did, if we go off of a theory that you have in your books to talk about sometime. You're in a galactic prison.
I want to see it so bad.
That was so good.
Oh, I gotta save it though.
It's really good. I promise you guys it'll be worth the wait. It blew my mind the first time I heard it.
All I know is Aaron comes up with some badass things. You end up sitting there just like,
all right. So Danielson, let me tell you about some crazy shit that some astronauts have said about being in space. Scott Carpenter of the orbiter Mercury Atlas 7 said, and I quote, "At no time when the astronauts were in space were they alone. There was a constant surveillance by UFOs." That's one quote. Another was from Buzz Aldrin himself. "There's a monolith on the moon of Mars. When people find out about that, they'll say, who put it there?"
Duh. I mean, as the person, well, who put it there then?
They would say it was a rock and it eroded in this shape, even though there's no wind on the moon. There's no way for it to happen. A comet came in with a cutout perfectly shaped like a spire, and it just cookie cuttered it out.
Yeah,
So stupid. So we have the first Japanese American in space, Ellison Onizuka, actually admitted that he saw, quote, "small, strange-looking creatures, humanoid in shape. They did not look of earthly origin." I mean, come on, these are people that have been in space and have said that they've seen shit, and there's a lot more. And you can just tell they know a lot more than they're telling us. And I just want to feel that feeling of going to space, seeing what it looks like to look down at our planet that we live on, and sense that togetherness. I feel overall I do feel that now, but I want to feel the ultimate of we are a human race. There is no black, white, Asian. We are people trying to live on this planet, and we should be doing it harmoniously.
What if they send you up there? You fly out of the atmosphere, turn around and look. It's flat. There's an ice wall going all the way around it. And then the government says you can never talk about flat Earth ever again.
If I got out up there, would Jupiter be flat? Is it just Earth that's flat, or are all planets flat?
Question.
Daniel-san, you're a flat earther, right?
I could point you in a direction of where some flat earthers are. But no, I believe the Earth is, an oval type shape.
I believe the Earth is hot dog shaped.
Man, I can't wait to get that.
Big old wiener. Big old hot dog Earth.
Right, yeah. So I know we didn't dig deep into the moon landing being fake and stuff like that. So, I don't really want to go deep into that, but I do want to say that I did find some interesting stuff talking about how some people believe that Stanley Kubrick, who made The Shining, he played a part in making the moon landing, the cinematic version of it so we could see it. And that he felt so guilty for doing this and lying to everyone that he puts little Easter eggs in The Shining and even some other movies. But for The Shining, the little boy, Danny, I think's his name, he has an Apollo 11 sweater on in the movie. They have some Tang on the shelf in the house, which was like the astronaut's favorite drink. Just like things like that, little Easter eggs.
Yeah, on the carpet in The Shining, when the boy's sitting in the hallway, the carpet shape, geometric shapes on the carpet were the exact same geometric shape as the orbiter, Apollo 11 orbiter, or Apollo 11 something. Something to, don't quote me here, guys, okay? I'm going off the cuff of this. It has something to do, just go to DuckDuckGo, okay? Look it up. I'm sorry, I didn't have that part ready. Show me.
No, you had it in your knowledge bank somewhere. You got most of it out. DuckDuckGo can save you on the rest.
All right. I guess now we roll into theories. We've been kind of doing theories throughout today's episode, but now we're really going to jump into it. Okay. I want you guys to hear me out on this first one. I call this one the moon monopoly. NASA lied about the truth of the moon's atmosphere in order to keep other countries from wanting to explore it as well, thus ensuring a monopoly on the moon. Like how I mentioned earlier, how the country to get there would have people, when we were talking about signing NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, for the astronauts. Tell the astronauts, don't say anything about what's up there unless it's passed by us. We don't want any countries knowing. If there's something valuable up there, we want to have a monopoly of it. We want the technology. We want the materials. We want whatever's up there to better us as a better country. That's one of my theories. That we don't truly know what's on the moon on the dark side because of the moon monopoly.
So you don't think that we have monopoly on the moon?
Oh, I think we do.
Oh.
I think there is a monopoly on the moon, but by us.
So you're saying we, as in the normal people of Earth, we don't know what's on there, but our government does?
Yes, the government does. Shadow people that are behind the scenes.
You need to come up, with a good, I like shadow people. Something to call, because the government's too, direct. Sometimes we mean the government, but we mean the secret people behind those doors that make all the decisions.
That pull the true levers that decide the deciders.
Yes.
The shadow people.
Yes.
True elite that have control of the entire United States. Those are the ones that know what's on the moon. They hold them in. But that's just a
Reptilians. Reptilians are really aliens. They kind of look like it, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Speaking of aliens.
Oh, the next theory is alien treaty. Okay? Alien treaty is that there is an alien race on the dark side of the moon that is monitoring us. The United States and the rest of the countries of the world entered into a treaty with them. This is why no country has been back to the moon in over 20 years. Now, I did hear about a theory that I didn't write down that was in connection with this, was that the Anunnaki, I know we haven't done an episode of it, but we're about to in the future. The Anunnaki landed in ancient Sumeria. We talked about ancient Sumeria, right, which is the modern day Iraq. Okay, so the Anunnaki supposedly had a Stargate, which was a teleporter. What if we found out that Saddam Hussein, his quote-unquote weapon of mass destruction, was a Stargate that led straight to the dark side of the moon, and that he was in communication with these aliens. That's why we invaded them. Not because of oil, not because of the Twin Tower attacks, but because the true mass weapon of destruction was the Stargate. We had to go over there. We had to find him. He wouldn't tell us where it was at. Finally, we got it out of him. We hung them, we destroyed the teleporter. Or we captured it, deconstructed it, and built one, and that's where the Hadron Collider's at right now. Sorry, did I go too deep?
No,
I'm telling you, these morning recordings, I'm on point, okay? Listeners, if you don't know this, we're recording in the morning right now. We're not recording at night. We changed up our times a little bit. Feeling it.
I know. I mean, we're doing a double header, and I feel great. Normally, by now, I would have been exhausted, and I still feel like I'm in it. I got plenty more to give. I'm excited. Got a lot more to go. Not really a lot more. We got a little bit more to go.
Yeah. All right. That was just one of my theories. That was good. Or one of the theories.
Yeah. Wow. So I want to do a little play out like we did earlier, where Dan, you'll be the professor, and Aaron, you'll be Armstrong. There's a discussion here. So Neil Armstrong is said to have disclosed his account of what he and Buzz saw to an unnamed professor during a NASA symposium. So if you guys want to go ahead and do a little acting for me.
Kind of sound like a professor here. What really happened out there with Apollo 11?
It was incredible. Of course, we had always known there was a possibility. The fact is, we were warned off. There was never any question in of a space station or a moon city.
How do you mean, warned off?
Look, I can't go into details except to say that their ships were far superior to ours in size and technology. Boy, were they big and menacing. No, there is no question of a space station.
But NASA had other missions after Apollo 11.
Naturally. I mean, NASA was committed at that time. Couldn't risk a panic on Earth. But it really was a quick scoop and back again.
I mean, going to the moon for the first time, we were there pretty, like, boom, boom, gone.
Yeah.
It is intriguing.
It would create a panic.
Oh, hell yeah. We ain't going back up there. So, pretty interesting conversation, I gotta say. I mean, if the man who walked on the moon gave me that story, I would 100% believe him. I would believe him more if he had had a drink or two in him, because I know he'd be letting loose a little.
Yeah. I guess with my sense of humor, if I went to the moon and came back, I'd be spreading so many stories about alien stuff, because if it was real, you come back joking about it and shit, people aren't going to take it as serious. The fact that you come back and you're like all hush hush, people are going to get interest. I would have came back just like, dude, there's this alien there. Fucking whipped out his dick bigger than Bigfoot. I don't know. You know?
I tell you, those green aliens, they got big old dicks.
Yes.
Oh.
So, I have this thought, I could see this. I went down a rabbit hole with this, and I had to kind of cut myself on it, because we could do a whole other episode on this, so much information. So, I'm just going to break down a little bit for you. The moon is hollow, and it was placed here by somebody else. Hear me out, okay? I know it sounds crazy.
No.
It did for me too. But I'm going to tell you something. Inside the moon, there's a satellite. And that satellite has an alien species that keeps an eye on our planet. Many cultures have writings of, quote, the time before the moon. Some Colombian cultures talk about, quote, when the moon was not yet, end quote. The African culture also talks about and describes the moon as, quote, an egg with the yolk removed, brought to us from far away by a non-terrestrial dragon who placed it into orbit. That is mind-blowing. So if you think about that, if that really happened, because of these beings bringing the moon into our orbit and placed it where it needed to be to create the tidal flow, which shifted the water around the world and threw everything out of whack until eventually it balanced out. And I'm talking about the great floods. That it's possible that when these beings put the moon into our planet, that it created the flooding of the earth, the great catalyst of the greatest restart of one of our 4 restarts that we've had. because of this.
I'm over here sweating thinking about it. Jeez.
I'm like, okay, if this is true, does that mean that we were living before the moon, but not very great? Maybe things weren't going well for us, right? And then the moon comes into orbit, all those people die because it's kind of like, oh, that batch didn't work out so great. So they took the ones that were the best of the batch and then restarted the Earth with the best of the batch and kept things going to where we are now, where we're a lot more advanced than had they kept the original batch of people. So like we need to tweak Earth a little. Let's put this moon at a tendency of 5 degrees, and then it's going to create seasons and give a more balance between all the parts of the world, which is now going to create a better food source for everybody. And then we're going to have these people thrive better because there's more available to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna start digging into that now. See if I can find some ancient culture text. Hey, maybe when they talk about the Anunnaki and Planet X and the Nibiru, maybe that is the moon. Maybe it's already here. Planet X and Nibiru. Maybe it was making that big elliptical whip around, you know what I was saying, going in and out of the universe or in and out of the solar system. Or maybe the moon hit the Earth and it got sucked into a tidal lock, or maybe Anunnaki purposely made it get sucked into a tidal lock, and Nibiru, or Planet X, is the moon with them inside of it. And they're the ones who come and kidnap us and do the crop circle. Come down here, kidnap us, take us to the moon. We haven't even gotten to our personal.
I know, I was looking at the moon last night in the day sky, just thinking, I can't look at you the same way anymore.
Now I'm going to go out there in the middle of the night, I'm going to look up at it and I'm going to say, I know you. I know you.
I know you're still a big block of cheese in the sky.
It's like the Truman Show, right?
Oh, yeah.
The moon is an observatory. That's basically probably what it is.
My life changed after I watched that. Everything seems so real, like we are 100% being watched by something, someone.
All right, let's go into personal theories. All right, here's mine.
Drop it on us.
Nazi home. Come out here. The Nazis teamed up with the Aryans, alien races that we discussed on the first episode of the season, right? The alien episode last week. The Nazis went and established a base on the dark side of the moon, and that is where Hitler escaped. That's why we only went up there to investigate to see if he was up there, which he was hidden in the moon.
Well, we did just talk about how the Soviets destroyed a U.S. base that was at the moon, and maybe they did that because they didn't want the U.S. to have somewhere to go once they got to the moon to get like air or whatever they have at the time, so that they could be up there to investigate. I can't remember how they did it, like shot a beam or some shit up there and destroyed it, and that's what happened. I mean, it was destroyed by them according to that document, so why destroy it if we're working together?
I don't know. It's a good theory. That's all I have for my personal theories.
Dan, what do you got?
I couldn't really think of anything about the dark side of the moon, as much as I tried.
What about the moon in entirety?
You're going to take the straight leg through this, aren't you? It's just a rock that rotates around. It's just a regular moon. It's not hollow. There's nothing good about it. We went there. It's not interesting.
You know, hearing some of the stuff, it's possible that it's hollow. You know, with the whole hitting it with, I guess, bombs or whatever, and hearing the ringing of the moon. That's very interesting. But I believe the moon is like our little meat shield of asteroids. Little meat shield. That's what I'm calling it. Because it has a lot more craters and everything on the back side of it. So it's pretty much like our little shield, blocking some of the asteroids, and then, you know, sometimes we get most of them. So, I mean, shit, it could be aliens or the government controlling where the moon goes, so it keeps it still. With the Earth's rotation, it blocks off asteroids and shit.
Okay.
I could see that a little bit. I mean,
it's far reach.
It is a bit, but aren't all of ours? I mean, we're always reaching for the stars.
You have to.
Yes.
You can't think normal. You got to think out of this world.
I mean, the only thing that catches me is like, what power source are they using on them? Like, say for the dark side.
Solar.
Well, if it's on the dark side, you can't really use solar.
But it's only the dark side to us. If I want to say if you're looking at it from the dark side, it's not, because we have pictures of the dark side of the moon illuminated.
I mean, like I can understand like unless they have like batteries up there, and when eclipse comes, it like charges all these batteries. I mean, I guess I can understand that, right? I mean,
Well, if they got a base on the moon, they've got to have some ultra technology that we have no idea of. So they probably have some ultra advanced batteries that, like you mentioned, Dan, that hold years worth of charge, and super power efficient homes or bases that barely use up any of this charge. Has to be something like that, or
I got it. So I have these big, like a big encyclopedia set, all kinds of shit. The Britannica encyclopedias. I actually have the hardback copies of those, and I actually read up on the moon in there. There was the volcanic theory. So to say, I guess underground volcanoes and stuff are in the moon because they noticed like little eruptions of like gas coming out of the moon. That's what the book said.
That kind of makes sense because they talk about, I think, in one of our theories about the tunnels being made from lava flow.
Yeah. So now, if there is still lava and all that, can't they use that for energy? I'm trying to think of what type of energy that would be. I can't really think.
Geothermal, maybe?
Yes, thermal energy. Yeah. That's it. I mean, I guess I can understand that now. You know, if they use thermal energy to power a base or something on the dark side.
I kind of think that the moon is an observatory. And it could have aliens, it could have both alien and military personnel here, kind of like if we do have a treaty with them, they work together. But they can see us, we can't see them. They can almost look out of it in a way as a double-sided police interrogation mirror. So we're looking at this image of the moon all the time, it never changes, but they can see everything going on here. So the thing I find most interesting is that the craters on the moon, no matter how big, you could have a 10-mile wide like meteor that hit the moon, or a 2-mile wide, and the depths of each crater never are deeper than the other. It's almost as if there's a steel structure or a protective center that it hits, hence the ringing that was heard when they dropped the modules on there. They heard ringing. It's because it's a big hollow ball that's got a steel or metal type structure that can take impacts. That's why it's got that many holes in the back and it's still holding up, because it's taking all these impacts and just distributing it through the system. If you look on our planet at, let's say, even where the comet that possibly killed the dinosaurs came in, you know, all that stuff, that is much deeper than one that maybe landed in someone's backyard that wasn't that big. Yeah, it's crazy. That was something that has always intrigued me about. And when I learned about the ringing thing, I said, oh fuck, this is real. This is real.
Anna linked up some images of the craters on the moon. We'll share that on social media so you guys can see that as well. Pretty intriguing stuff.
It is, yeah. I've also noticed that there's people who post videos of them having a telephoto lens that's got a really nice zoom, and you could stand on Earth and use this telephoto zoom into the surface of the moon. How can you do that if it's as far as it is from us?
I don't know. Even if I tried to guess, I'd be talking out of my ass, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a video real quick of it. But that goes into my theory that the moon may not actually be as far out as we think it is, and that it could be a hologram.
Ooh, the hologram moon.
Right, I'm gonna send you this link. I gotta admit, I haven't watched the minute 36 of it yet, but
Whoa, I just came across a weird article.
what's it say?
All the way in. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a powerful ass camera. Oh my god.
Nikon D900.
That's a good ad for Nikon. They want to sell cameras. Show ads like that. Don't be like, we're in this together for the COVID-19. Nobody gives a fuck. Show me zooming in the moon. I'm gonna go buy that fucking camera.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's like pretty close to the moon.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Buy me a telescope.
I came across this article saying it's the moon, a hologram, and they talk about this guy who posted a series of videos where he claims that he shows proof that the moon is not what it seems. He said after observing it for over a year, that he filmed what is called lunar waves, which looks like ripples passing across the surface. According to him, these waves demonstrate that the moon is a hologram. He says that these lunar waves are actually power glitches in an artificial electrical system. He further asserts his claim by saying he's been contacted by 3 individuals who supposedly had access to top classified information and were able to confirm his suspicion. Something to think about. I mean, I always get kind of iffy. Oh, well, I got top secret information.
It's hard to believe.
But it's good to it's fun to think about, you know.
Gotta keep your mind open.
Exactly. All right. Does anybody got anything you want to add before we wrap this up?
No, I would guess I'd like to say I hope you have a safe trip. You know, it's gonna be weird waiting so long to record again, but you know, still talk.
I'll be seeing you there. Prepare yourself.
I'm excited for you too.
How long has it been since we actually got to hang out?
Wow.
Since DreamHack.
DreamHack, yeah.
That was what, 2 years ago.
Yep. Got the best. Oh, so sweet. Coming from the lips of an angel. The words they make me real. Okay.
See, y'all hear this. I get to hear that in person. You jealous guys.
And you guys didn't even get a taste of Ghost Space yet.
Go off.
Oh,
dude, you just guys just
go space.
Go. Hey. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You think you slide your panties to the right for this Asian sensation? He'll make your panties disappear.
Chris Angel. Mind it.
Yes.
All right. So we're recording this one a little early in the week because I'm just gonna let everyone know I am moving across the country. I'm moving up to the Northeast. I currently live in Texas. And this episode will be released on the 11th. I will actually be currently driving.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
But it's 3 days of driving, so that's why we're recording a little early. We're recording on actually the 1st. That's why we don't have any voicemails. So if you've left a voicemail between now and the 11th, you're like, where the hell is it? That's why. So on the next episode, we'll play your voicemail. So I guess we roll into ratings and reviews. We're same as last week. We'll read off 10 reviews each episode until we're all caught up, so we don't have one episode with all reviews. All right, this first review comes from Jazzy Duba from Great Britain, left on May 8th, with the subject line that is a alien and UFO emoji. They left us 5 stars. They go on to say, I usually listen to your podcast on my way to and from work, but given these current circumstances, I've been listening to them on my long walks, which I love. I just listened to your UFO episode you did last year and suddenly thought that maybe that's why there's so much crap on TV, to keep us inside watching all the rubbish they put on TV rather than looking into the skies at what might be out there. I also think you should do an episode on 9/11 and Disney. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. Quote, catch 20. Thank you, Jazzy Duba. Funny you mentioned 9/11 and Disney. That is actually on our season 2 lineup. So, thank you for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next one that we're gonna go over is from JQF89 from the United States, left on May 8th. The subject line is Frantic Caller. So this person says, I started with Frantic Caller and shared it with my friends and family members. Thank you. It's nice to have something to listen to and to have conversations with my friends instead of quarantine dialogue. That's getting routine stuff. Instead of the quarantine dialogue routine. I enjoy the commentary and research. I am a New York City nurse. Thank you so much for all you did for everybody.
Thank you.
who questions just about everything. And I do have a lot of questions, and I'm glad I'm not alone. And for one, thank you for questioning things even though you have a science type background. You gotta keep your mind open. Science is great and I love to use it, but you also have to think a little bit past that because there's some things we just don't understand yet. So thank you so much for that review. We appreciate that 5-star.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being a nurse. You're awesome.
Oh God, yeah, that's the most important part.
Thank you very much. Putting yourself into danger like that. You are a hero. All right. Our next review is from a El Nando or El Nando. Okay, that one sounds good. El Nando.
Yeah.
He left it on May 8th, titled "Great Podcast" with 5 stars. Quotes: "Four awesome people doing their thing, going over theories. If there's facts, they mention them and also share their own opinion. Most theories can be kind of scary, and a lot of human beings can go paranoid and lose their minds. So I think that the fact that they can also throw some humor into their show is a great combination. Their chemistry is so organic, it's just a joy listening to them bond, have conversations, like one would with their buddies, and yet still be able to keep it professional for the sake of being a podcast. Very entertaining. Can't wait for season 2. Why, thank you.
Yes, thank you, El Nando. Okay. I love your name.
Yes.
Appreciate the 5-star.
5-star for you. Boom. Boom.
I wish we could 5-star you guys right back.
Oh, yeah. All right. This next one is from Every Nickname is Taken One. They left it on May 8th. The subject line is, as Tony the Tiger would say, it's great. They left 5 stars. They go on to say, I was looking for a paranormal podcast when I stumbled on this group. I love it and have seen nearly every episode in about a week. Awesome. Thank you, Every Nickname is Taken One. I think you're great.
Yes,
Great.
thank you so much. We appreciate your taking time to fill this out. Appreciate it.
Definitely.
So this one comes in from Ghost Wade Killa. They're from the United States. It's on May 9th, titled I Want to Try DMT. 5 stars. You guys are awesome. Keep the show going. I travel for a living and look forward to every new episode. Bigfoot rocks and UFOs are real. Watch out for that shadow government. Later, bros.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Ghostway Killer. Hit my rap name? Ghostface.
Yes. Y'all should get together. Don't be lying. You gotta bust out a rap, let them know what you can do.
You gotta make a TOTK rap.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. That'll be an episode all of its own.
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right. Our next review is from, our homeboy, Goku Kakarot, left on May 10th, titled Super Saiyan, 5 stars. Loving the title and the name so far. Yo, what's good, my homies? Enjoying the podcast. Got a lot of friends and family hooked. Keep up the good work. I'll listen to y'all while I install kitchen cabinets. So I have a subject that I wish y'all touched someday. I'm a firm believer in Jesus, and I know y'all don't touch religion, but I was thinking the other day, stating that some angels were casted out of heaven. What if the fallen angels are these people controlling the world, and are also these shapeshifters and these reptilians, and all these supernatural beings that help the humans or manipulate certain things that happen in the world? What if, when they turn to demons, they give these artists fame after they give their souls, since they help control everything and also have the power to do all these stuff? And if that is true, where were they casted on? Where were they casted here on Earth or on other planets? Well, damn.
Thank you, Goku. That's very deep you just got with us. That's a lot of things. Yeah, we don't really like touching on religion, but I think reptilians and that whole discussion will probably be coming up in the Anunnaki episode. And I think we might have touched on it a little bit in the Alien episode. Can't really remember. They all start meshing together.
Yeah, I think we touched on it in the Alien episode as well.
Yeah, but if we didn't in the Anunnaki episode that's coming up, we'll touch on it. So keep your ears to the ground and hooked into our podcast, and we'll keep supplying you with pleasure. Watch out for Vegeta. But thank you. I love you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll Piccolo go to the next one over here.
Jason AOS left on May 11th. with a subject line that reads "Good job." Left us 5 stars. They go on to say, "You guys do a very good job being explanatory and informative in all of the topics that are discussed on this podcast. Cutting edge and entertaining. Stumbled over by accident and stayed on purpose. Love this podcast, guys and girl. Keep it going." Nice. Thank you.
That is awesome.
Definitely try our best to give you as much information that's correct. Try.
Yeah. And then you decide what to take out of it. We present, you digest. So this one is from the Banana, Great Britain, left on May 11th. 5 stars, titled "Can't wait for the team to reunite." They go to say, "Love these guys, but missed the banter in these COVID times. Enjoyed catching up on the back catalog during lockdown here in the UK. During the lockdown here in UK. Suggestion: Jamaica Inn and Bodmin Moor, the Ram's Head Inn, Pendle Hill, and the Witch Trials. Apologies if y'all have already covered these. Not quite caught up yet. An Old English thorny rose. Laughing cry emoji." Thank you, the Banana. I hope that this last week you've been okay with the adjustment of adding me to the team, and that you're still getting that sexy, sultry voice that you want to hear. No, but really, I love this new team setup. I think we mesh well, and we'd love to hear from you guys. Let you know what you think. I don't know what else to say, but I hope that everyone's enjoying the addition to the team.
I think they are. But yeah, thank you, the Banana.
Thank you, Banana. Yeah, those were some great suggestions that we'll have to look into.
Yes, definitely.
All right, our next one is from Not Bad, and it's from May 11th, titled "Great Podcast," given 5 stars. "I've been listening to your podcast. You guys are so chilled back and make the podcast so much interesting to listen to. Wish you guys had more podcasts, though. Bigfoot for president." Yes. Fucking Bigfoot 2020.
Yeah, Bigfoot 2020. Chupacabras, VP. Super excited about that announcement.
Yes.
I heard Chupacabra got a big old. I'm just kidding.
I gave my right hand to make sure that he runs for president.
All right. The last review for today is by Sith Bunny, left on May 12th. The subject line that reads, "Saint Macho Man is the best Macho Man." This is 5 stars. They go on to say, "Oh yeah, I love the show. Odd theories and some of the stories. Keep it up. Oh yeah, the cream of the crop rises. Hulk Hogan. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I agree. Saint Macho is the best Macho Man. Listen to the theories of the third. Listen to the theories of the third con." Oh my god, I can't do it. It hurts so bad doing that. But thank you, Sith Bunny. I agree. Macho Man and Saint Macho is the best Macho. That's the reviews for today. Now we move on to shout-outs. Okay, same thing with the voicemails as the shout-outs. Okay, we're recording this a little early, so like, oh, I talked to you since June 1st to June 11th. You didn't give me a shout-out. It's because we're recording this June 1st. We'll give you your shout-out on the next one. I apologize. I love every single one of you, okay? I didn't forget about you. Any of you. Every single one of you.
I need you guys to show me your love and get on Twitter and start following us. We're definitely ramping up what we're doing on there. We had the countdown leading up to release of season 2, but just come on, walk on over to good old Twitter. Show me what you want to hear. Have a conversation with me. I don't bite. It's all good. Just come on over.
Yeah, and if some of you don't know, if you haven't found out yet, Anna has taken over the Twitter. If you want to reach her exclusively, you can either email her at Anna, it's ANA, at theoriesofthethirdkind.com, or you can go to Twitter and shoot her a DM. Daniel has taken over exclusively the Facebook, so if you want to send him 6 pics, you can go to Facebook and direct message him there, or you can send him a message at Dan, D-A-N, at theoriesofthethirdkind.com. And I'm still on Instagram, so if you want to get a hold of me, go to Instagram and send me a direct message, or you can send me an email at aaron@theoriesofthethirdkind.com. star email servers who are able to receive all emails. We are able to email you back. So if you want a response, say effing respond to me, you jerk, and we'll respond to you. Also, I know we said it, but merch in the shop, if you want to get it, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. Click on the shop button. It'll take you to our merchandise page. T-shirts, hats, good stuff. Also, Patreon, if you want to sign up for some more stuff, $5 a month. We got 3 episodes on there right now. Anyways, I want to thank you all for joining us today. Again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out?
Of course. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Primally Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to telo-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to primallypure.com to make the switch. That's PRIMALLYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
Welcome to Theories
Of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts today. There are 2 other hosts that are joining me today. Of course, the Asian sensation, Danielson.
Oh, hello.
And our new alien hybrid, Anna.
Hi, everyone.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One way is to sign up for our new Patreon. It's only $5 a month, and we give you an extra episode a week. We love talking to you guys on there, so you're going to get extra interactions with us as well. And when you're a Patreon member, your suggestions for topics go to the top of our list. So our Patreon this week is going to be a Thoughts and Theories episode. But on there, we also have Dreams, Clinton Body Count, we have Charles Manson. So get over there, sign up, like I said, $5, and you're going to get a nice little binge-worthy section.
Another way to support the show, merchandise. Go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop buttons. There you see all the merchandise we have for sale. We have t-shirts, hats, and some other fascinating items.
I just want to say that all the money we get from our Patreon and merchandise sales, it goes back to bettering the show. Also, I know things are a little tough out there right now with the virus getting people out of jobs. So if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, you can always leave us a written review on iTunes. It helps us out tremendously. But no pressure, no pressure. If you don't want to leave one, that's totally fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it on the show each week. So today's episode is Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. Let's start off with talking about the timeline of this event to better understand what happened with this flight. Then we'll dive into the search efforts, then the theories surrounding it, and last, of course, we will wrap it all up with our personal thoughts and theories. So Dan, can you start us off with the timeline?
This all starts off on March 8th, 2014. Malaysia Airlines had a scheduled normal flight leaving Kuala Lumpur International Airport at 12:35 a.m. that had a final destination of Beijing International Airport. The plane for this flight was a huge Boeing 777.
So at 12:35, all the 239 passengers boarded the plane, and everything was looking good. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The flight took off at its scheduled time of 12:41, and all tracking systems on the plane were working.
So at 1:19 a.m., unidentified male voice on flight MH370 made a voice check-in with air traffic controllers. The male voice told the air traffic controllers that they were leaving Malaysian airspace and entering Vietnamese airspace. The last words are, "Good night, Malaysian 370."
Now, we have a clip of that, and we're going to play that right now. All right, so that's what was said. And this phrase was typical. I mean, it was used by the pilots when executing what's called a handover. So all airplanes are tracked by air traffic control towers, right? Well, certain areas are tracked by certain air traffic control towers. A handshake is when one air traffic control tower hands off the tracking of a plane to another tower. So it's a way for them to keep track of like multiple planes. Imagine it as like sections, right?
Checkpoints.
Yeah, checkpoints, exactly. And whenever one plane goes to a different area, then the air traffic controller does what's called a handshake, and the other tower takes it over. So this Malaysian airspace was handing the tracking over to the Vietnamese airspace, if all that makes sense.
Before we get into what happens next to the plane, we have to quickly go over what a transponder is. Every plane has a transponder. It sends electronic messages from the plane to radar systems about the flight number, altitude, speed, and heading. This information is enormously useful to air traffic controllers. They're looking at screens and tracking planes. These planes are emitting identifying information on that screen because of these transponders. Okay, now that we understand that, let's get back to the timeline. At 1:21 in the morning, the plane's transponder stops communicating with the air traffic controller. The plane goes dark. No one can track it. It just drops off the radar. The transponder didn't break. It had multiple backups. So the fact that those didn't kick on means that a person manually shut them off.
Just a little FYI, I looked into how it could be turned off, and after doing some digging, it's pretty simple. You just turn a switch in the cockpit.
Right. It's like a laboratory light, on and off.
Yep.
Also, immediately after the plane's transponder gets turned off, the plane does a complete turnaround and starts heading back the other way that it came. This was found out because of the Malaysian Air Force was tracking the plane. So around 2:15 a.m., the Malaysian Air Force military radar tracked the plane as it passed over the small island of Pulau Perak in the Strait of Malacca. At this point, the plane was hundreds of miles off course. In fact, it was on the other side of the Malay Peninsula. This was the last time any civilian or military radar is known to have tracked this aircraft.
So then at 2:40 in the morning, Malaysian air traffic controllers told Malaysia Airlines that MH370 was missing from radar. I'd say that was a little late. But then at 3:45, Malaysia Airlines issued what's called a code red alert. That means a plane has gone missing from the radar. When the code red is declared, then it requires immediate deployment of emergency response plans. It said it took about an hour to issue the alert because it was trying to locate the plane and confirm that it was missing. To verify, it used various measurements, including sending messages to the plane and, guess what? Awaiting a response. As simple as that.
At 8:19 a.m., MH370 did what is called an electronic handshake with a satellite above the Indian Ocean. After that, the plane simply vanished into thin air. So, I mean, it had already vanished off other radars, but the last known tracking of it was that satellite at 8:19 a.m. and then it completely vanished.
Now that we've discussed the timeline of it, why don't we get into the search efforts? Daniel-san, can you tell us briefly about the search efforts of MH370?
Yeah, I can definitely tell you about the search. So when the MH370 went missing, rescue teams went out 12 hours after the disappearance from radar, fearing it may have crashed around the South China Sea, but they couldn't find any sign of the plane or its wreckage. So both ship and air search teams spent 4 days checking the ocean from Malaysia to Vietnam. Those 4 days was actually a waste of time. Why was it a waste, you ask? Well, it was because Malaysia waited until then to tell the teams they had given rescuers the wrong direction to search it.
God, what a bunch of
they were bantering back and forth. We gotta tell him. No, we can't be wrong. We can't tell him that we made a mistake. Let's just let it keep going. And
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
They would soon realize that when the plane disappeared from the radar, it took a 180-degree turn and started to fly back towards Malaysia and Vietnam. The plane flew along the border, it would be going in and out of both countries' airspace, and tried not to raise any attention to the plane. The search and rescue operation was the largest and most expensive in aviation history to date. So they spent a lot of money trying to find this plane.
Yeah, they did.
Or trying to hide it.
Mm-hmm. Which I think they did.
So we got a couple pictures here showing the flight path and pretty much the area that they searched in, looking for this plane.
And from now on, we're going to be posting these pictures that we talk about. We're going to be posting them on our site under that episode. So if we talk about any pictures or anything, instead of going to social media and looking at them, you can go to our site, thirdkind.com, click on that episode, and when you click on that episode and scroll down a little bit, it will show you all the pictures. So you can just go straight there and look at them. All right, let's jump over to possible sightings. So Anna, do you want to get into that for us?
Yeah, help us dive into this a little bit. We do have a couple different reports of sightings. Vietnam said its rescue planes had spotted 2 large oil slicks. Each of those were about 9.3 miles long, and a column of smoke was off at the coastline. Pham Ki Tiu, Vice Minister of Transportation, told Reuters that boats had been dispatched to try to determine whether they were connected to the missing plane. So, there were no reports of bad weather prior to the crash and no distress calls or other indications of problems.
Okay, so those oil slick sightings, I mean, pretty interesting, right? They got me thinking. So I have this connection back in the Maldives that I thought we could go talk to about the sighting, and then it hit me. What better way to hear this story than to get it from him? So you know what that means, Jeff?
It's Montauk time.
Is it Montauk time?
Yes. All right. So let's strap in and strap on because we're going to Maldives Island on March 8th, 2014. All right, everybody's dial set?
I am ready.
Sounds good.
And go. Everybody okay?
Yep, hand's still broken, guys. Didn't get fixed in the time travel.
Damn it.
You need to go back in time before you broke it and avoid that situation. Tell Bigfoot to take it easy.
I don't know, he's rough. I mean, very kind.
Oh, gosh, what a gorgeous morning. I've never seen water so clear. You know, Aaron, as we were traveling through time, I was thinking, how did you meet this friend?
So, okay, a part of the brotherhood. I'll need it.
You think we could find a place this early that's actually open?
I mean, everything's open on island time. It's like 5 o'clock every
I mean, yeah, I guess. Right over there, there's a bar on the beach. So,
Dan, really? You got yours in a coconut?
Yeah, you know, I want to embrace the island life. Plus, holding a big coconut is helping me straighten my hand again, you know? Almost back to normal. It's almost Bigfoot size. So we're going to meet this friend of yours, Aaron. You never told us the story of how you met.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Dan. You know that I have a bad short-term memory, you asshole. Thanks for mentioning that. So it's about 6:15 right now, and he was supposed to be here at so I guess while we wait, I'll tell you the. So we made back because
Jesus, what is that?
That was a plane, white, red stripes. Is that the MH370?
Oh my god, it was right on top of us. That was for sure a passenger airline.
I have never in my life seen a plane fly that low without a runway under it.
What about all those people? We have to tell someone. It has to be landing close to here, with as low as that damn thing was.
No, Anna, we can't do that. We must respect history. We can alter the future by one little change.
Yeah, it's the damn butterfly effect, Anna.
But maybe there are survivors.
All right, come on, guys. Look, we have to get out of here. The noise has drawn more people out to see what's going on, and I don't want to stick around, so we need to get going.
I mean, true, and I can't let them see my Bigfoot 2020 shirt. That could disrupt the balance big time.
All right, boys, let's get home so we can talk about this shit.
Guys, that was intense. I thought that thing was going to land right on top of us. Not gonna lie. I'm still kind of wondering what happened to your friend there, Aaron. Thought we were gonna meet him, or at least hear about him.
All right, so I kind of got a little confession. All right, guys. We're actually going to meet with him here today, but I thought it would be more fun, of course, for us to go back in time where it all actually happened, to get his story firsthand right after it happened. Well, I just checked my phone, and he texted me saying that he was sorry that he couldn't meet up today, but he sent over a newspaper article from that time.
So, what this article says, and I appreciate him sending it over, so thank you so much for that. It says how people have seen planes fly over this island, but never ever have they seen a big jumbo jet like the one we saw, and never one that low.
It also says we've seen seaplanes, but I'm sure that this was not one of those. I could even make out the doors on the plane clearly. It's not just me either. Several other residents have reported seeing the exact same thing. And as we know, some people got out of their houses to see what was causing the tremendous noise too. The residents claimed the plane was flying towards the southern tip of the Maldives.
Yeah, so that's an interesting article. My whole theory, it kind of touches a little bit on that. So I'm going to not really dive too deep into it. But, I mean, we can't talk about searching and sightings without also discussing Brian Allen Gibson. Now, if we had a modern day Indiana Jones, it would totally be this guy. He spent his years traveling to places and learning about history's secrets. He has developed a theory on the collapse of the Mayan civilization, went on an overland expedition to Siberia to get to the bottom of the mysterious 1908 Tunguska explosion, and he's chased down the lost Ark of the Covenant on the back roads and waterways of Ethiopia. See, this guy's literally freaking Indiana Jones, okay? So here's a link to where we found an interview with Gibson.
In this interview, he was asked how long he had been looking for the MH370, in which he replied, I started around March 2015, 1 year after the disappearance. The official search off the coast of Australia, based on satellite interpretation, found absolutely nothing. So I thought I'd talk to the family members at the 1 year commemoration and the people in the Maldives. The officials were spending $100 million and hadn't found anything. So I thought maybe I could help solve this. I've traveled to Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia, the Maldives, Cambodia, Mauritius, Australia, the US, Madagascar, and Mozambique, looking for clues. When trying to figure out where to search next, he was told that Madagascar is a magnet. But if the breeze misses Madagascar to the north or south, it would likely wash ashore in Mozambique. So you bet your ass in February of 2016, we got our vote.
Guy is a real life treasure hunter. This is crazy. So we got a Carmen San Diego here. He remembered the plane sightings in Maldives, and this information made him wonder, why wasn't it further investigated? He also thought the words of the people were more reliable than satellite signal that was fading in and out. So he took it upon himself and went around and asked local fishermen and residents if they had seen the plane, and also asked local fishermen, when things wash up on shore, what part of the island is that normally at? After they told him, he went to investigate. Gibson searched the beaches where he referred to what he saw as normal beach junk. Then 15 feet away, a fisherman in a boat raised this gray triangle piece and asked, "Is this Malaysia 370?
Is this Malaysia 370? Motherfucker, you found it.
That's just the one piece. It's the whole plane."
What's on the plane?
He walked over and saw it had said the words, "No step" on it. Gibson knew it was from the plane. No step is written on the plane's tail and wings so that workers don't step on them, and it's distinctive to Boeing aircrafts. I have a picture here to show you guys. That's the piece that was actually found by that fisherman.
So yeah, we'll link that. Dan will link it up on Facebook, and we'll link it up on our website underneath the MH370 episodes. Take a look at it there. So this guy, he took this piece to, is that Maputo?
Mm-hmm.
He took this piece to Maputo and went
It's like
and went with the Australian consul to turn it into the country's head of civil aviation. It was finally confirmed that the panel was part of the plane about 3 weeks later. He learned that many other people on the island had found parts, and he showed Gibson the parts. In June of 2016, he would go to Madagascar and find many more pieces, believed to be of that of MH370. So does this mean it did crash into the ocean? If so, was it a mechanical issue, a hijacking, or was it something else? I guess, that rolls us into the question of what could it be? But before we get into theories, let's go over some strange facts and findings. Now, this first strange fact and finding, I looked into it and I found it a little off. The plane's official manifest, which all planes have, right, stated that there were 226 passengers on board, which, with a crew of 12 that they had on board, makes a total of 238, not 239, what everyone was saying. So, was there a mystery passenger on board?
Do sky marshals get counted? Or like have their name listed on the
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if, you have to think, plane's official manifest, it has to have that.
Well, it definitely will feed into some theories that we talk about later, too.
Yeah. So that's one strange fact and finding. Who else has another one?
I have one here. So the disappearance of MH370 was the deadliest incident involved in a Boeing 777, and it was also the deadliest in Malaysia Airlines history, until it was surpassed in both regards by Malaysia Airlines Flight 17, which was shot down while flying over Eastern Europe 4 months later. 4 months later than MH370 went down. Let me just clarify that. Now put a paperclip in this because we will revisit MH17 later on.
Can't wait. Another strange factor finding that we have is on flight MH370, there were 3 Ukrainian ethnic Russians on the plane, which will make more sense as we go into the future shortly. Just kind of like Anna said, put a paperclip in that.
So earlier we were talking about different ways to turn off the transponder and the satellite signal. There's actually a second way to access it. They could have accessed this not from the cockpit, so maybe the pilots actually didn't know what was going on initially. So this place that you can go, it's by first class bathroom and the galley where they prepare our food. There's a trap door there that they leave unlocked called the electronics and equipment bay. They go in there and they just turn off all the satellite stuff under there, and no one would even notice. Let's say the stewardess are giving out food. We're all distracted. We're eating. Joe Schmo gets up to use the bathroom, walks over to that section to stretch his legs, and just pops into that little room, and now we have been hijacked. Simple as that. Because all you have to do is even close the curtains to that prep area, because they do have them there. So that guy could have just done that, like one of those real quick and popped in there. And then the stewardess comes back and is like, oh, who shut the curtain? Moves it. And the guy just stays underneath there until the plane either gets to its destination or crashes and they all die. And that could be the extra passenger as well.
Could be. All right. So this last strange fact and finding we have is something I found very odd. So I started digging into the killings of people in Malaysia around this time of MH370, and I found an individual by the name of Zahid Riza. So this Zahid, this guy was an honorary consul of Malaysia and Madagascar. His role was that all wreckage suspected of belonging to MH370 was to be handed to him. Then he would send it back to Malaysia. Now listen to this shit. So in early of August of 2017, Zahid had called and left a message for his friend Blaine Gibson. Yeah, the guy we talked about earlier, the Indiana Jones dude, right? So Zahid said in the message to Gibson that there were several bits of MH370 wreckage that had been handed into him, and that there was also something rather special that was handed in. And this was in regards to MH370. Before he could give this to Gibson, Zahid was shot dead on August 24th, 2017, in which the Madagascar police described it as a targeted and professional hit. I wonder what the hell that was. I guess that rolls us into theories, right? I guess we can theorize a little bit about that and then roll into the other theories we have. But what could Zahid have found that was turned into him? Because he was the consul for Madagascar. He was in Madagascar. All the pieces that were found of MH370 were given to him, and he would take it back to Malaysia. What piece could have been turned in where he would have been off?
The black box.
The black box, exactly. The black box still hasn't been found to this day. They have no idea where it's at. So it could have been a black box, or here's another theory. Maybe it was a piece of the plane that had bullet holes in it from a machine gun shot down, or maybe burned up from it being blown up. But the only thing I can really think of is the black box. You know?
Yeah, that would have a ton of evidence on it. So much.
Yeah. That's, oh man, that was good when I found it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but it'll definitely go into my theory later.
I thought that was good. So I guess we roll into really theories now. Who wants to go over the first one? I mean, roll into it. Jump into it.
I think I'll fly into it, actually.
9/11. I like it.
Make sure you have your transponder on.
So, one theory that we found was that the pilot committed murder-suicide. Because you did tell me that he had problems. Because I thought that the pilot didn't appear to have any mental health issues, but you said he had.
There was two pilots. There was the young one who, this was his last flight having to be overseen by somebody. After this flight, he got his official solo flying license, and he had no problems or anything. Then there was the older pilot who'd been flying for years. He had just gotten caught being unfaithful to his wife, and his wife just filed for divorce, and he wasn't having a good time. It kind of rolls into the theory that there's been history of past pilots committing suicide and taking down entire planes. And I guess before we go into the theory of how they would have done that, I guess let's talk about a few of the ones that have happened. I mean, there was Germanwings Flight 9525, right, on March 24, 2015. The aircraft disappeared off of radar over the French Alps. The pilot went to go to the bathroom. When he left, his co-pilot, Andres Lubitz, he locked him out of the cockpit. And Andres had previously been treated for suicidal tendencies and declared, quote-unquote, unfit for work by his doctor. But Andreas kept this information from his employer, and instead he decided to go ahead and go to work. So on this day, when the plane reached the cruising altitude, and when the main pilot left, of course, we talked about to the bathroom, Andreas made a controlled descent right down into the mountains, killing all 144 passengers and 6 crew members. He straight up dive bombed it right out. That's just one of the example that this has happened before. A pilot has committed suicide with everybody on board. I think there was a couple. I think there was another one. Was there, Dan? Something about like an Egypt flight or something.
Yep, it was Egypt Air Flight 990. Pilot Gamil Albatudi flew the plane into the Atlantic Ocean, killing all 270 people on board. In the recordings recovered from the crash, they can hear Gamil say something in Arabic referencing death. They believe this all happened because he was seeking revenge on his employer because he was being charged with sexual misconduct.
So yeah, see, there is proof of pilots committing murder-suicide, right? And it could have been the older pilot. You know, he was getting a divorce from his wife. He was caught playing the field of, women. So he could have been like, F it, I got nothing else to live for. The young pilot goes to the bathroom just like that other pilot on the German flight. Guy just turns off the transponders, locks the cockpit, flips something to make all the passengers and all the crew members get hypoxia and all die. Because when those masks drop, not many people know this. When those masks drop, you have 10 to 15 minutes of the mask automatically gets dropped when the air pressure, when the cabin depressurizes. You only have 10 to 15 minutes of air in that, or oxygen in that. After that, you have nothing. It's done.
Wow.
The pilots are given longer than the passengers. Passengers 10 to 15 minutes. The pilots got a lot longer. So, could have been a murder-suicide. He killed everybody in the plane and then turned around and drove that bitch on autopilot for as long as he could until he passed out. And the plane was traveling by itself on autopilot because those planes, 99% of the time, they could land themselves, they could take off, they could fly pretty much by themselves.
Yeah, and it showed that they went another 6 hours after their last sighting.
Yeah, so it ran out of fuel.
Yeah.
And how freaky would it have been if, he killed everybody on board and then he only had, 30 minutes to an hour of oxygen and then he passed out and died. And then it was the plane on autopilot 6 hours or 8 hours just flying by itself, everybody dead on board.
Oh, that's creepy.
That's scary to think about. Yeah,
that makes me think of that movie Ghost Ship.
What would they do if the military knew that happened or somebody knew that happened? What would you do? Do you send some people down on top of it as do you get Tom Cruise and get him to get on top of it and crawl in and try to take over the plane? I mean,
okay, so I think that what they would do, because it would be our military, like you said, I think what would happen, military would hack the plane, overrun controls, and redirect it so it did land in the ocean, or a landmass that they had control of, or something.
Possible.
I know I'm going to talk about this in a minute, so I'm teasing, but we're going to get into some stuff still. Don't you guys worry.
So you want me to move on to the next theory?
Do it, my friend.
All right, so this next theory is called hijackers. So this theory has been fueled by two interesting passengers on the plane. So among the passports, 2 of them were stolen. One belonging to an Austrian Christian Causal, and the other Luigi Maraldi of Italy. They had been entered into Interpol's database after they were stolen in Thailand. The tickets to these 2 passengers were bought by a man named Mr. Ali from Iran. He called the travel agency asking to book the cheapest flight. They were one-way tickets as well, just the same as the 9/11 attacks. The travel lady tried to call the number back to contact Mr. Ali, and the number was dead and disconnected.
That's fishy, man, I gotta say. So those things only fueled the fire of being a possible hijacking. There was one senior police officer who said people armed with explosives and carrying false identity papers had tried to fly out of Kuala Lumpur in the past. Quote, he says, "We have stopped men with false or stolen passports and carrying explosives who have tried to get past airport security and get on the plane." He then says, "There have been 2 or 3 incidents, but I will not divulge the details." Man.
Yeah, I mean, there was people in the past that did try to do that at the airport in Kuala Lumpur, but the 2 people that did have the stolen passports on the plane in H270, people are saying that they were Iranians and that they were trying to seek, what is it? Seek refuge? Seek asylum, that they were trying to seek asylum in a different country and they needed to escape safely. And that's why they got those passports. But man, that's gotta suck. You're like, oh, I gotta escape death. I don't want to get killed over here in Iran. And then next thing you know, fucking dead.
Yeah, one of the Iranian passengers, he was actually, they were like taking a roundabout away to their destination, and one of their destinations was actually Germany, where one of the Iranian guys' mother was actually waiting for them. So they actually found the mother and asked her, and they're just like, yeah, I've been in contact with him, and he's been trying to get away, get here to us. I wasn't able to find anything on the other guy though.
That's sad.
Yeah. All those people waiting at the airport for their loved ones to never show up. So sad.
It is. All right, Anna, what's this theory you have? Or hypothesis, or whatever.
Well, I was finding some dots that were connecting, and I came across this guy called Jeff Wise, and he had this theory, so I felt like I had to share it with you guys. So remember when I told you to paperclip the MH17 earlier and possible connections to the MH370?
The one that was shot, the MH17, the one that was shot over Eastern Europe by Russia?
Yep, that's the one. Well, I'm gonna have Dan start to go over some stuff we found that Jeff Wise came up with as to how these 2 incidences connect. So Dan, what do we got?
All right. So we came across the guy, Jeff Wise. We found some, connections, and there were 2 events. Well, we first off found a short video of him briefly discussing this. But there was 2 events that are extraordinarily similar. Both Boeing 777s, both Malaysia Airlines, both resulted in the presumed deaths of over 200 people. Neither have been convincingly explained. At the start of 2014, there were 15 Malaysia Airlines 777s in the world out of a total around 19,000 commercial airliners.
Considering 777s have a near perfect safety record and none have ever been lost to in-flight mechanical failure, the chances of both of these incidences being a coincidence are relatively low. MH370 investigator Jeff Wise, who we spoke about earlier, suggested an alternate narrative to the one that has been put forward, that it is not in fact a coincidence and that Russia is in fact responsible for both tragedies.
His theory is Russia planned to hijack. My Siri just tried to kick on.
Oh, shit.
I think it's because of how I said his theory sounded like theory. Yeah.
Oh.
I let her pass on that one. That was close enough. His theory is Russia planned to hijack MH370. It flew north and then ended up in Kazakhstan, which was a very close ally of Russia at the time. This is partly backed up by the satellite data, which suggests southern Kazakhstan is a potential alternative destination to the Indian Ocean. What's more is Kazakhstan was the only government to openly back Russia over the annexation of Crimea, and it was a perfect landing site, the Baikonur Cosmodrome. When it comes to MH17, Mr. Wise argued, as Russia dispatched the Bach unit that shot it down, it bears the moral and legal responsibility for that act.
Finally, the aviation expert explained how there was an extraordinary similar sequence of events that happened in the run-up to both MH370 and MH17. On March 6th, U.S. President Barack Obama imposed sanctions against Russia in response to its interference in Ukraine. On March 7th, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov responded by saying that sanctions would, quote-unquote, inevitably hit the U.S. like a boomerang. Next day, MH370.
Suspicious.
Yeah, a little bit. On July 17th, President Obama announced new sanctions against Russia, and Vladimir Putin responded with a public statement warning that sanctions, quote unquote, generally have a boomerang effect. The next day, MH17 was shot down, and Mr. Obama actually found out from President Putin while on a telephone call with him. Dude,
Oh,
talk about coincidences. Oh my
kidding.
God, what the fuck?
could you imagine the excitement of Putin on the other end of that phone when he's just waiting to be told, it's good. And then he gets to say, Obama, your plane is the moment.
I told you before. Boomerang, bitch.
Oh, that was good, Dan.
I bet people assume the connection even more with it being said that there were 3 Ukrainian Russian passengers, and maybe they helped hijack the plane or helped make it disappear. Damn, these events have so many eerie similarities.
Yeah, they do. It is so odd.
Do you have any personal thoughts or hypotheses to add to these interesting connections we found?
I mean, I have a personal theory, but we haven't really touched on any of the stuff when it comes to my theory. Okay, my theory is going to kind of be, all right. Anybody else want to touch on their theory before I touch on mine? I mean, because mine goes a little way off in the left field. Okay, it's a little way out there. I mean, it involves a guy sticking a phone up his ass.
Oh
so.
my god. Well, I could do mine if you'd like, because it is most like the Russia did it.
Yeah, that works.
So I was seeing the connections between MH17 and MH370. And then, of course, when I read the Obama boomerang effect, I was like, okay, this is way too much of a coincidence to not have some sort of connection. I just couldn't shake that fact. So I started to kind of dig into it a little bit more. I felt like it was a connection a lot of people didn't think about. I spent hours and hours and hours looking about this topic and never once saw or thought about another plane going down, being connected in a 4-month span between them. So weird. I mean, how else would you make a statement that the same person did it, other than attacking the same kind of plane twice? So I hypothesize that this was a statement to our government of how easy it would be for them to take control of us and how unprepared we are if they were to do that. Showing that in less than 24 hours, they can, one, get a team on board to possibly hijack a plane and have all the credentials ready to do that, or two, do a digital hijacking and reroute the plane to another place. Should we be more worried about Russia's capabilities than they lead us to believe? Or do we have some badass weapon defense we aren't privy to? Our government feels so confident in ourselves that even Russia doing that didn't shake us.
The whole thing with Russia, like we were talking about earlier, and this happened, the MH17 happened with Obama, right? If you look at Obama's track record with Boeing, he's made a statement saying he should get a gold watch when he retired because of how many Boeing airplanes he stole. His executive on the aviation board was all Boeing past executives. He has a close tie with Boeing. Like, he's the most tightest president with Boeing ever. Boeing brought him in to, because each year they have a motivational, like, get together in Arizona, kind of like the Bohemian Grove, except for Boeing. So they paid him millions of dollars, Boeing did, to come in and give a speech. And it's like, okay, I can see it now.
I think you do have some sort of connection starting there. That's interesting dots to connect.
I mean, I think one of my theories Thursday was Obama was part of the CIA.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that kind of, floats into your territory, your theory coming up, right?
Not with Obama.
No, but being part of the CIA. But then
CIA. Them doing it? Yeah. Let's chit chat a little bit about Anna's. theory because I want to dig a little deeper into this.
A little deeper.
Anna, okay. Do you think that we have some badass weapon defense? Like you question us that our government feels so confident that Russia is like
We are cocky for some reason. I mean, obviously we've showed that we can fight wars and do well in them. We're always trying to be up on technology, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do have something that's alien type technology. And we have no fear of anybody doing anything, which is why we are like a dictatorship here lately.
we are like a dictatorship. Which brings up the question, is this all just a show for us? Behind the curtains, everybody, all the world leaders are shaking hands and they're all having cocktails. Just like Trump will go up on stage and like bash Hillary at the last election. But before that, they were like good friends. He went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding. And I mean, part of me thinks this is all just a show. And behind the scenes, they're all just like, let's see how we can make this show as entertaining as we can for the aliens in outer space. And see who survives season 2 of Earth.
Not looking good for Earth season 2.
All the aliens are like, yes, Aaron survived season 2 of Earth. Yes.
I wonder if aliens look at us and see how many ways we're capable of dying. If they think we're stupid creatures, because, I mean, we could die in a car accident. We can die walking by a construction zone and a piece of random material falls and crushes you, you know. Some dude here where I live was driving on an on-ramp and someone above hit the wall and it was made out of concrete and it broke the concrete, fell down and landed on top of the car going up the ramp and killed that guy. Like, he was not expecting that. I mean, I don't know where I was going with that, but
I like it. I'll leave it in.
Like, literally, that just reminded me of the guy that he was driving his car and during a hurricane, and the hurricane broke off a branch of a tree, and the branch literally just impaled him in his car while it was moving.
Damn, that's some Final Destination stuff right there.
Yeah. I don't know why, but it reminded me of that.
Y'all guys ready to hear my theory?
dude,
I'm ready to hear it.
I'm shaking in my boots. The excitement can't hold in much longer.
Okay.
Colin Southern.
I go deep in with my theory, guys, okay? I go super deep. Now, to understand my theory, I have to explain what Diego Garcia is. No, this Diego Garcia is not a person. Well, I'm sure there's a person named Diego Garcia, okay? But the Diego Garcia I'm talking about is an American-based site. Now, this site, it isn't as famous as Guantanamo Bay, but Diego Garcia Base is nevertheless a highly active CIA black site. Now, when I say black site, this site is super guarded. The government doesn't talk about it. They acknowledge it and say it exists, but they don't talk about it. They don't allow any citizens or journalists on the island at all. On Guantanamo Bay, they allowed journalists on the island. On this one, they do not at all. Nobody's allowed on it. So, now that we've got that understood, let me tell you a little about where this island is located. So, Diego Garcia is an island located in the Indian Ocean near the island of Kuta Huvadu. It's
like that.
The same place where they found the piece of. Is this at Malaysia 370?
Yeah, yes. So you remember where we had drinks at?
Yeah.
The Maldives? Yeah, so it is extremely close to there. Like, extremely close. Okay, so now keep that in mind. All right? This is what I think. I think the CIA, quote unquote, cyberjacked the MH370. Like, they remotely took it over. They shut down all onboard control and they flew the plane to Diego Garcia because they had some interest in a certain passenger, and then all the other passengers were automatically being held as prisoners. Now, what backs this theory up is multiple things, okay? One of the things is that it was spotted near Diego Garcia. Remember when we were in Maldives having a drink and it flew right over?
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the things that back it up. Another one is one of the captains, the Zahir Ahmed Saha. He had a flight simulator in his home where he was practicing landing a B777 on short runways. One of those short runways was Diego Garcia's, which, I mean, after he got done landing it on it, he deleted that pathway from his simulator, but it was recovered later on and announced that he was practicing that on his flight simulator. But if all of this isn't good enough for you, okay, if this isn't good enough for you, I'll have something that blows your socks off, because all of that wasn't good enough for me. I needed something. Now, I want you to listen to this that I found. So only one of the passengers on MH370 flight was American. This guy was Philip Stone. He was an executive at IBM. All right, you have to follow me here because this gets a little weird. And it sounds a little crazy, but just follow me. So shortly after MH370 went missing, an all-black photo surfaced on a random forum online. Not many people would think much of the all-black random photo showing up online. But this photo had a message attached to it, and it said the following: I have been held hostage by unknown military personnel after my flight was hijacked, blindfolded. I work for IBM, and I have managed to hide my cell phone in my ass during the hijack. I have been separated from the rest of the passengers, and I am in a cell. My name is Philip Wood. I think I have been drugged as well and cannot think clearly. So many people would brush that off, right? Many people would say, oh, okay, it's somebody LARPing. Let me explain something real quick. All photos have location data attached to them. When you take a picture with your cell phone, it creates an EXIF data on it, and it gives coordinates of where that photo was taken. So somebody on that forum decided to take that black photo that was sent and pull that EXIF data off of it and look at it. Not pull it off, but see what the EXIF data said it was located. And guess where it was located? Motherfucking Diego Garcia.
Shut up. So that dude, being an IBM worker, is smart enough to know that the location data would be on that picture, so he didn't care what it was.
Yes.
It was like his SOS.
Yes.
Oh my god. You know, I didn't dig into Diego Garcia. I put it on I have a side notes thing, and I put it in there to talk about because I've read very briefly that Diego Garcia has an underwater base. So I thought we'd probably end up doing an episode on it, so I didn't go into it. But I love that little bit because when that little teaser you just gave about the sketchiness of that Diego Garcia, when we do an actual episode on it, people are going to be egging for that. Because what else is there? Who else is there? Are those people still alive? Are they working? Have they become like slaves of the island?
I don't know. That's
Have you seen Black Mirror?
Some episodes.
I'm thinking of the one where they all have to cycle on a bike and they just keep earning points. And then the point system allows them to buy things. And you only get points, I believe, for riding the bike. What if that's like Black Mirror talking about Diego Garcia? That the passengers became slaves and they have to do like meaningless shit to even earn enough for their dinner or something.
I don't mean to take you, but something I just remembered when I was reading up on MH17, people on where it was shot down over, there was reports in newspapers saying that people were finding body parts, but the body parts were like decomposed already when they found them, which led to the theory that the MH370 was actually MH17, that when MH17 flew over, so MH370 was hijacked, stored at Diego Garcia, and then flew over so the United States could frame Russia for shooting him down and go to war with him, and that the bodies were already decomposed and dead people from MH370. They have similar numbers, MH370, MH17. both Malaysian Air flights, both, the 777s. It's weird.
What if they are separate planes, but MH370 was landed? They took passengers off, had them working for a while, maybe a couple months, killed them, put them on MH17 to dispose of the bodies from Diego Garcia, and then shot it to get rid of everybody.
Damn.
Yeah.
And so they just have to put the same type of planes. They get rid of the evidence too, the plane. Shoot that motherfucker down out of the sky.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Dan, what do you got?
I did not read your gray area. Mine kind of ties into yours. Now that you read it and everything, it kind of ties into yours. Because have you looked at the passenger list of the MH370 flight?
I know that majority of them were Chinese nationalists.
So a lot of them were like Chinese calligraphers, artists. They were pretty much like flying back to Beijing from like some type of art meeting, something like that. But I stumbled upon Philip Wood, and I kept reading more about the passengers. Then I came across the 20 staff members technology company from Freescale Semiconductor, which makes powerful microchips for industries, including defense. So that's making me think, kind of connecting with yours, the plane might have been cyberjacked by them, taking these guys. They might have been discovering something,
This whole thing is weird. There's so many theories you can go with it. It is like a giant rabbit hole.
Yeah, and to think also, Dan, that the American worked at IBM, which would tie into more people in technology and maybe proprietary information. Like, what did Philip do as his job?
Yeah, like I was trying to find that out. I couldn't find anything about what he did. It just said that he was an IBM executive.
Yeah, that's the same thing I found. Just an IBM executive.
That's probably what they did with the passengers, is they kept ones that can help build stronger security system or defense stuff, like do all the quote unquote nerdy computer stuff and help them get better, and then just off them, or maybe they're keeping them prisoner.
We'll never know.
They need a DNA test or something, those body pieces that were decomposed, and see if they match people from MH370.
So does anybody got any final thoughts or anything they want to add before we wrap this up?
I think I'm ready for voicemails if you want to roll us into those.
I don't think I'm gonna take any flights internationally for a while.
Mm-hmm.
That was a couple years ago, 6 years ago.
I don't blame you.
I already have a fear of flying, so doing this topic was not great for me.
All right. Well, that's the end of today's episode. We're going to move on to voicemail. All right. So the first one we have is from Hans. We're going to play that right now.
What up? It's your boy Hans. Yes, I did these voicemails. One of them I was drunk. Sorry for talking about big things like that. Anyways, so here I am listening to your show about dreams. I don't know if it was a dream I had when I was in the army, but I got really high on DMT, acid. Might have been drinking too that weekend. But I passed out with all the mental masturbation, and I was flying across the world, and I landed in the Tibetan Flats where I met with Dalai Lama. We talked about life, and suddenly he placed his hand on my forehead, did like a Lion King gesture, Simba'd my ass. I said, "Don't worry, there is another one of you in the world." I said, "The fuck do you mean?" And all of a sudden my phone rang, and it's my girlfriend, and it made sense. I answered and said, "Are you fucking pregnant?" She was like, "Oh my god, why are you yelling?" And yeah, how'd you know? I said, "I have no time to explain. Just know this is a miracle child." And so ever since then, I thought it was either a dream that predicted the future, or I had astroplaned across the world. So, but 2020, got you some love, Aaron. You sound, really amazing. I would stroke your fucking face and, rub the back of your head for you every day of the week. And, Daniel, that pussy man teach.
Daniel, you keep your sexy fucking fuzzy man peach.
You guys, did we not do this one last week?
No, we played two last week with Hans. So the first one we played was out in the desert of Donahana, New Mexico, with the missile test range. And then the next voicemail we played, he was like, I just heard that Bigfoot sound. And I was like, oh my God. And I'm like, those two guys sound so familiar. They both started off with the same way. So here I was. They both started off with that line. Not many people start off with that. And that's why I said they sound familiar. I think it's the same people. And then you said, Hans is gonna be like, why the fuck are you comparing me to my story was real? And then so this is Hans. You let the voice say, yeah, it was him on both things, and started talking about Bigfoot's dick like that. So
Well, it's just weird because that was a very realistic deja vu. I knew you were going to requote the last sentence of that guy, the Dan being having a fuzzy peach face, and then the same response, or like, I saw that, what we just had happen. That's why I asked if we already did it, because I felt like we just did this.
we're aligned with the universe, heading in the correct direction.
So it means that we chose the right episode.
Yeah. So thank you, Hans, for that voicemail. I fucking love it. I want you to come stroke my face, scratch the back of my head.
I definitely got a good visual with your description and your storytelling, so thank you for that.
All right. So the next voicemail is from Lawrence. We're gonna put that right now.
Hey guys, greetings from Vancouver, Canada. My name is Lawrence, and I've left you a brief review. 5 stars, of course. Believe me, if I could have given you 6 stars, I would have. Hell, I would have given you 10 stars. I think you guys are awesome. I'll start with you, Aaron. You are so good. Your humor and wit is amazing. You have the best voice. Daniel-san, Asian sensation. I'm like your brother. I'm half Asian, so I'm my half brother. The other half is Irish. But one of the reasons I wanted to call is because of your new host, sensation from a different nation, who is Croatian, Anna. She is such a good find. She's witty and she's knowledgeable and so fucking funny. I've laughed out loud so many times you have no idea. I found you guys when the whole pandemic started, so it was an awesome find for me, and you have kept my spirits up during this very dark time or uncertain time. And I really want to commend you all. You have a great show. I love your material. I love all of your voices. You're so damn sexy. So keep up the good work. Keep us smiling, and keep being you. Take care. I love you all. Bye.
All right, let me know when all of y'all are done crying.
I know. That was. I won't start. You guys go ahead. I'll be the last sad.
So, thank you, Lawrence. That was a genuine voicemail. I love those. Thank you for your kind words. And I'm glad I could provide you with some comfort during the uncertain times. Just thank you. All those words of encouragement, all of that. It really, truly means a lot. All the hard work that we put into it, the hours and hours, things like that make it worth it. 100%, and I cannot thank you enough for what you said. I love you too.
Good, baby, how are you?
My Asian
Good,
brother.
baby, how are you?
No, I have a little bit of Irish in me too, and it shows in my beard, unfortunately. Comes out all nice and reddish.
Come back in an hour. I'm sleeping.
Join the show. I really appreciate genuine people, and this is a message that I will personally hold on to and refer back to, and yeah, man, it hit me right in my heart. You had me tearing up. I appreciate the words that you had to say, so thank you so much. I hope to continue to make you laugh. I understand that my humor may not come off to everybody, but the more you get to know me, I think you'll start to get it. So it's super great that you got me right away. I know that you're gonna love what we have in the future. So thank you. I love you too, man.
All right, so this next voicemail is from Nathan. We'll put that right now.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing well. Absolutely love the podcast. Love the conspiracies. Definitely the best one out there. It makes work go really fast. Makes 8.5 hours definitely feel like 2 hours, which is always a good thing. Just reiterating what I messaged you guys on Instagram. I'll be definitely voting for Man Bear Pig instead of Bigfoot for 2020. Sorry, Danielson. I just think his penis is that much bigger and hairier. Therefore, he will be a better leader, naturally, of course. Love the show. Can't wait for future episodes. And yeah, I'll be listening to you guys in the future. Excelsior.
All right, you fucking listen here, Nathan. Okay, I can tell you from experience, Man Bear Pig does not have a bigger and hairier penis than Bigfoot. Okay, and that is a fact. I've both seen them running wind sprints with fucking boners before through the forest, and Bigfoot was not only faster, but his erect penis was at least 3 inches longer than Man Bear Pig's. Okay, and that is 3 inches wider as well. So I don't know what penis you're looking at, but it ain't Man Bear Pig.
I know Man Bear Pig didn't break my hand. Bigfoot did.
Oh, god damn. But anyways, thank you for the message, Nathan. Thank you for the love and support. We love you. Just keep sending those voice messages. And please check in on the penis of Man Bear Pig. I'm pretty sure you got it confused with Bigfoot's. We have one more voicemail by Shiny Light is the only way I would pronounce this. I don't know. I probably mispronounced it. I apologize. So we're gonna play that voicemail right now.
Hey guys, this is Sharon Lake calling. Just want to tell you guys I love the show, man. Love how you guys go into detail. It's just really entertaining, you know. And I gotta admit, man, I'm glad they got a new cast. No hate on Kate. She had to go. Anyway, Daniel's son, Aaron, Anna, stuff. Dig it. Later.
There is few voices that are unique in this life, and I would say that if Shine Light doesn't have a voice in sports broadcasting or midnight radio talk show or midnight like oldie stations, you should definitely seek out that profession.
No kidding.
Oh yeah, I could definitely listen to that voice more.
Yeah. Shine Light, if you want to submit a voice message, just telling us a story, go ahead.
Dude, I was just thinking, like, it'd probably be really good for Audible.
Yes, would, dude. I would listen to him read a book.
You could, I listen to Headspace, a few nights a week. I would fall asleep to that voice.
But thank you, Shine Light. That's awesome. We appreciate the love. I'm glad we can provide you with good stuff to listen to. So thank you. All right. So now we roll into ratings and reviews. All right. So the first review we have is from Kennifer96. It was left on May 12th. It's 5 stars with a subject line that reads DMC. They go on to say, drove from Charleston, South Carolina to Portland, Maine, and this was awesome to listen to. Thank you, Kennifer96. I did a very similar drive this week, actually. So I feel your pain. The drive sucked.
I can't believe you're even sitting right now.
Yeah, you should see the size of my butthole.
I don't think that's from long seated position.
Yeah, you're right.
And you're supposed to sit in the seat, not on the shifter.
Yeah.
My bad. That's how I was shifting.
That's why the U-Haul was going back and forth.
Anyways, thank you, Jennifer, for the 5 stars and for the love. I'm glad we could provide your ear holes with something great.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. The next one comes from Tiffany Sue. They are from the United States. It's 5 stars and says, very curious, interesting, cool. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany Sue. We love you.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, our next one is from Man20, United States, on May 13th. Supported the UPS driver here, 5 stars. It says, love the show. I am a UPS driver, and during this pandemic time, I find myself working 6 days a week and upwards of 65 to 70 hours. You guys certainly help my day go by with your funny banter and compelling stories. I was a little disappointed through the first few episodes because I saw most podcasts were over an hour and realized you spend more than half the time going over emails, voicemails, and reviews. Once I got past that, I was hooked. I have caught up on all the episodes and look forward to it every week.
Awesome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
20.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things that about putting this at the end of the episode. Some people want to hang out to see what happens after the credits. This is what happens after the credits. You get shout outs, we make it personal, but if you just come here to listen to the content, totally awesome. Just, after we finish, cut it out, cut it off, So, I'm glad that we can satisfy both types of people.
Yep. Love you. All right, this next review is from Hio del Diablo 8, left on May 13th. 3 stars with the subject line, potential to be great. They go on to say, the show is better than 3 stars, with the potential of a solid 4, possibly even 5 stars. Aaron, Dan, and Kate are good hosts, but Don is annoying with his childish, crude attempts at humor. Hard to ignore his attempts at humor, but Aaron is a good lead on the show, with Dan adding great support. Kate has improved much from the earlier shows, and I've come to really appreciate her and her insights. Dump Dan and get that easy 5 stars. So, I think this is the second time this has happened. They have meant dump Dawn. Okay, so
I have mixed feelings now. Mixed feelings. You built me up and then tore me down.
So, this is a older review. I'm guessing they listened to season 1 because on season 2, of course, we've had a change in some cast members. So, do an update with our new cast member, Anna, with her being on board, and let us know what you think. But thank you for your love and support, and hopefully we have changed at 3 stars into something else. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next one comes from Orange Thunder, from good old Canada, titled Great Listening, 5 stars. I was looking for a good conspiracy podcast, and this is it. While I don't always share the same opinion or buy into the theories, it is entertaining to say the least. Kudos for not putting your listeners through the ads that others do. How about some episodes on World War II German technology and its current role in today's military? Or maybe one on the Catholic Church? That could be spicy. All the best. Thank you, Orange Thunder. We actually will go into, we have an episode in the future that we'll do on our Patreon, I think, right guys?
That one's about the Vatican.
Yeah, but that's pretty Catholic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that is. Yeah. So, yes, thank you, Orange Thunder. And we got you. We got you.
Yes. Thank you. Our next one is from Lily218, United States, on May 14th, titled Excited for the Future, with 5 stars. I have been a fan of this podcast for a few months, and I have been hooked since the first episode I listened to. It was the Black Eyed Children episode, and it freaked me out, but I love the editing and the production value. I'm sad to see Don and Kate go since they are a big part of the show, and I will especially miss Kate's input, but I'm wishing them well. You guys never fail to inform me and keep me entertained. I'm excited for season 2, and I wish you all the best for this season. Keep up the amazing work. Love you guys. Lily.
Thank you, Lily.
Definitely appreciate that.
I love you. Thank you for your love.
Hope you've been enjoying season 2.
Yes. All right. This next review was left by Nels Hang. It was left on May 15th. It was 5 stars. The subject line that reads Chef's Kiss. They're going to say, I've always loved conspiracies and theories of the third kind, so finding this podcast was just amazing. Every episode is so good, and the DMT episode was life-changing. Wow. Yeah. Thank you guys for doing the most. It pays off, and I can't stop listening. Please make more. I'm obsessed. Much love from a team in quarantine. Heart emoji. Well, thank you, Mel's Hang. Life-changing. Wow. I've gotten a lot of feedback for the DMT the episode is very good. So, yeah. I've got a lot of feedback that a lot of episodes are good. But thank you, Nelson. I'm glad we very much provide some good listening stuff for your ear holes. Love you.
Thank you. So our next one comes from Ryan McNeil from Canada again. I'm just attracting those Canadians today.
That's what it feels like.
This one was left on May 15th. 5 stars. Great content. One of my favorite podcasts. I listen every week and I'm looking forward to the extra show every week on Patreon when season 2 launches. Best of luck with season 2 and excited to see what the new host brings to the show. Highly recommend this podcast. Ryan, thank you so much. I mean, I hope you like the changes. We're continuing to try to grow and never fall short of satisfying your craving. Just let us know what you guys are looking for. We will provide.
Well, thank you, and we love you.
Yep, thank you. The next one we have is from Nika Erds, United States, left on 515. Titled Great Show, 5 stars. Found the show right before quarantine happened and then listened to the whole backlog. Love the show. Season 1 was great. Joining the patron as soon as available and excited for Anna. Good to have some Balkan blood coming to the show. Haha, can't wait to hear more. Keep it up.
Thank you. I hope you love Anna like we all do.
That's right.
Yes, thank you. Kako si. I couldn't remember how to say thank you in Croatian in that moment. But
it sounded good to me. All right,
well,
so
what I said was, how are you? So I actually said something to her, but it's also like old Croatian, so you might also be like, you're from before the war, or something.
Nice.
You make sure to edit that part
nope,
out.
I'm leaving it in. All right, so this last review for this week comes from Mayor 3.0. He left us 5 stars. It's one that finally they deserve 5 stars. They're going to say, I know that reviews help these guys out a lot, but I haven't made a review because I would only listen when I had nothing else to listen to, and never fully enjoyed it until it was just Danielson and I actually started listening as soon as I saw the notification that a new show was uploaded after Donnie and Kate were gone. Now I love it. Everything seems a lot more put together, a lot more researched, funny without trying, and less annoying. Can't wait to see what's next for you guys. All right, thank you, Mayor 3.0. We love you, and thank you for the love, and I'm glad you enjoy the new host, and I'm glad you enjoy the podcast.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
All right, so that's all the ratings and reviews for this week. Like I said, we're only going to do 10 since we're very backlogged. If we did them all, it would take an entire episode. So we do 10 a week until we're caught up, and we're halfway through May, so we're only a month behind. Only a month. Yeah, but I love them. We get more. Keep pushing them in, and I'll keep them out, baby. All right, so I guess we go into shout outs now. We have to do Patreon shout outs, and I want to give a special Patreon shout out to Dale and his wife, Elizabeth. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys a story. So on June 4th, when our Patreon went live, Patreon automatically put us in this, like,
waiting period, a waiting room.
Yeah, like a waiting room to where they're like, hey, you know, we have to check and make sure everything goes okay. And I'm like, God, why are we doing this? Is like our 3rd time of us being checked. Why is this happening? And I didn't know how long this was going to last. And I'm like, man, this might last a couple days. So I hadn't linked our website to our Patreon page. Finally, when I got the notification that Patreon was live, I went to our Patreon to get the link. Before I could link in our website to our Patreon page, Dale had already subscribed. He beat me to it. And I'm like, how the hell do we already have a subscriber? So I just want to thank Dale and his wife Elizabeth for that, because that was absolutely insane. I messaged him and had a good combo with him, so I just wanted to give him a shout out, tell him that I love them both, and that, yeah, appreciate their support. I appreciate everyone's support on Patreon. I love every single one of you. We all do. You make the show possible. You supply the funds to keep it going. Without you, the show would be struggling right now. So I really do appreciate it. I love you all. We have a couple more shout outs, right, guys?
So yeah, I want to shout out Man CNA. Love the support on the page. And also Hunter Letson on Twitter. We have some great conversation. And he's the first person to like or retweet something on that page. He's like a force on Twitter. So recently I came across a new listener. His name is Todd from Twitter, of course. So, when you guys add me, I like to click on you to see who you are too. So, check out Todd, find out he is a fellow Steeler fan. Here we go, Steelers, like, in my blood, love them. So, of course, definitely wanted to make sure to send him a message. Found out that he had just found us that morning, listened to an episode, and he decided to go back to listen to the rest. But let me just say, I appreciate you so much, Todd. He went to our shop and bought a shirt. First day he listened, went to that shop, and man, that's amazing. I'm glad that we can make that much of an impact on you on that first episode. That's what we strive for, pulling emotion and connection to you guys. So, man, thank you so much for that. You're awesome, and I hope that you continue to love the episodes that we produce for you.
Thank you. You're amazing. I love you. Go Steelers.
Yes, go Steelers.
I waved the terrible towel once.
Come find me, Troy Polamalu.
Oh my god. All right. Anna, do you have something you want to say before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I feel like, with the move and stuff, we did have to do some recordings ahead of time, so we weren't able to kind of express our support for what's going on. We are 100% in favor for equality for everyone, and Black lives do matter. And so I just really want to say that as one beautifully magical planet, let's all love one another. We are all one. There is only one race that walks this planet, and that, my friends, is the human race. We all need to stand together, support each other, and appreciate life. While we're at it, maybe we should love this planet a little bit better, too. It's the only one we got right now. And plus, goddamn, life is short. Don't forget that. The past can teach us many things. So let's be kind, and please rewind. Only to look back to learn, but never to repeat in the future. I'd say it's time for change, but hell, we all know it's over fucking due. So stand up. I said stand up for what you believe in, because nothing will change if you just sit there listening to our sexy voices all day. So go. Go now. We love you. We are here for you, and no matter what, we will stand by your side. Black lives do matter. Now let's prove it.
Well said. I support everything you said. And with that, I guess we'll wrap up today's show. I want to thank you all for joining us today. And again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing. You are all loved. Every single one of you. With that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out?
It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Harmony Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to tallow-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to primallypure.com to make the switch. That's PRIMALLYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
Welcome to
Theories of the Third
Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course, Danielson.
Yo, guys.
And Anna.
Hey. Hello, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what to say. It's so awkward.
All right, we'll leave that in. So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, then there are a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month, we're going to give you extra episodes. We release them once a week to go along with our regular episode. We have a backlog of episodes for you. Like today, it's a heavy one, guys, but we did the Columbine shooting. We also have dreams and the Clinton body count. And we did a Thoughts and Theories episode last week that was awesome. You guys have got to check it out. But if you maybe don't want another episode of us a week, Dan has another way to support.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button, or go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com. All the merchandise we have for sale. We have t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. I know that things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to support us, you can leave us a written review on iTunes. That helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that's cool. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, real quick, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. You can click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click the voicemail button to the right and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it each week. So, with that being said, today's episode is Thoughts and Theories Thursday. If this is your first time hearing one of our Thoughts and Theories episodes, you are in for a treat, because this is how it goes. We each pick out our favorite theory of the week, and we research it, but we don't tell each other what the theory is. So it's all a surprise, and we all discuss it together. So, with that being said, let's get into today's episode. Who wants to start first?
I will say I don't normally volunteer to go first, but because we ended the Columbine episode starting to tap into what mine is going to be, maybe if we started this one, it can.
Yeah.
People will be like, what was she talking about, Columbine? And then it's like, boom, she's going to explain it right now.
Yeah, right on.
And I can't lie, I'm nervous. I get better once we get in, but at least we got one under our belt. So, brought to you by remote viewing, I'm going to talk to you guys about hemp sync. Have you ever heard of this?
No. What is that? What is that? Some cannabis company?
Ooh, no. So this guy called Robert Monroe, he came up with this technique which uses tones played through headphones that influence the listener to have an out-of-body experience. It's super, honestly, this really goes in line with kind of how I see the world as frequencies and stuff. So the deeper we get into this, there are some interesting things, and I might have to change my life after learning about this. That's how crazy it was in my world. May not hit you guys the same way. Alright, so take this moment, get your bowl, light it up, take a couple hits, relax, and just hear me out. Because
okay,
I'm going to talk about things that I never even learned about till this. And I got all of this information besides like referencing things, but like if you really want a scientific man with an accent telling you the same thing, I'm gonna link you that article. It's a 20-minute video. Change your life. I'll change your life first, but then he'll make it like solidified. So Robert Monroe came up with this, and it worked so well that it actually caught the CIA's attention.
Of course, use it for mind control.
Yes. So in 2017, papers were declassified showing the plans for Project Gateway, which used participants to travel through the dimensions and find answers while they were there. So Robert was at the forefront for this technique, and it all came to him because when he was 43, not even early in life, but yeah, 43 years old, he started feeling this vibration in his chest. And the only thing that seemed to relieve the vibration was when he laid down. He would have this feeling a couple times a week. When he'd lie down, it would lead him to having an out-of-body experience. So the first time, he thought he was dying, and he fought it and returned back to his body, which is, I would believe, a pretty normal reaction to your first time trying to like astroplane.
He wasn't trying to do this, right?
No, initially, like, it wasn't something like he researched. He just felt these feelings one day, started realizing that when he would go to lay down and sleep, when he had those feelings, he would have these lucid dream and transcend past that. And
what year was this in?
1978 is when the CIA project comes about.
All right.
Fearing something was wrong with him, he went to doctors, and doctors basically said, dude, you're fine. You have nothing wrong with you. You're just having some crazy dreams or whatnot, but healthy, completely healthy. So he continued having these experiences and figured if it wouldn't kill him, then maybe he shouldn't return to his body so fast. So every time he went into one of these, it's called a focus level. We'll get into that in a minute, but every time he goes into a focus level, he starts to learn to relax to get there better. So he actually dedicated his life and career to his studies, where him and a team came up with HemiSync. And like I mentioned earlier, it uses the tones and frequencies to help tune us to different phases of out-of-body experiences. So you can go to the Monroe Institute and take classes to become more efficient in traveling.
Wait, in astral traveling?
Yes.
Whoa. Have you taken any of these?
So last night when I went to bed, I tried to do, because it's a program you have to buy. So I did some searching, found some people who uploaded, there's like a 30 or 40 minute video. And I think you really have to have headphones on, because I had it next to me and it just, if I turned my head when I sleep and it just wasn't right. So I was actually disappointed I forgot my headphones, because I thought, you know what, tonight I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it. But yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to try it to the full effect. But I am 100% going to start doing this, because this would be something I'd want to do to a certain level. But once we get deep into this, there's a certain level I'm not going to want to pass. So let me link this picture real quick. This is the changing of phases kind of like diagram that they show. All right, so we're going to get into some sciencey sounding stuff. I'm going to do my best to make it palatable. So bear with me, guys. So what is consciousness? It's intelligent, energetic waveforms of awareness. It's the energy source that animates the human body. We are conscious, having a human body experience. When we sleep, we achieve a version of this. Robert Monroe has mapped out the different locations, calling them focus levels, like I mentioned earlier. The focus one is right now. You listening to this podcast, living this life right now. It's the level of just being awake. Bell Laboratories found out that the third dimension functions on a wavelength of 7.23 centimeters. And this is the frequency that we live on right now.
Okay, so we're going to play that sound right now. I can hear it.
Yeah, with your headphones you could hear it, but it might have been next dimension that I couldn't hear without my headphones on. If you want to hear it now, so later we don't have to. What you're going to hear is another octave of us, which is another reality of us that goes on the frequency of 3.61 centimeters on a wavelength.
We'll play that right. Yeah, I can hear that one. That one sucks.
So the first one, would you say it was almost pleasant to listen to?
Yes, absolutely. Very pleasant.
Especially compared to that second one.
The second one was not pleasant at all.
No. Do you think that maybe is a soothing sound to us because that is home? That is what we gravitate to. Like when we go to Dream World and we always come back to this body, is it because no matter where we go, through all the unknown, as long as we listen and feel for the tone of home, it will lead us there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
It just came to me right now. Not gonna lie. That's not even in my writing. The universe and me are BFFs. We speak together. We love each other. Alright, so, like I said, that sound is soothing. So what they found is that means we are located in the 9th octave of harmonic universe, which means the third dimension has simultaneous existence of third octaves above us, which exist on shorter wavelengths. It sounds incomprehensible, but we also exist within these octaves. However, for our experience, we are in the 7.23 centimeter wavelength, as you heard before.
So you mean like parallel universes?
Yes.
With us being there like in the other ones.
Yeah, and I think like this may explain a lot of deja vu and understanding like we are living different lives, and when we pass in this one, I believe we transition to the next one almost flawlessly. Like we may not come in a life at the beginning of it. Maybe you die suddenly and you have to transition to this next life to be ready to do the next part of your journey. Like maybe when I think of myself who I was 20 years ago isn't actually the person that's in this reality right now, because that person shifted to another one, and that's why I feel like I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. What this basically means is there are good and bad events that resonate with this wavelength, and as we mentioned, there are many dimensions above and below. Since they exist simultaneously, it isn't technically above or below. It's just perspective for our human minds. For example, if we were to jump into the next 10th octave of the third dimension, which is a less dense space, the wavelength would function at 3.61 centimeters. And that's what you guys heard earlier, that high-pitched sound.
Okay, that's not pleasant. I'd want to get out of there. That's where the reptilians are at.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
They're deeper than that.
Oh.
We'll talk to that about them, but that's like fifth dimension stuff. So let's learn a little bit about focus 10. That's the level of mind awake, body asleep. If you have ever had sleep paralysis, this would be that focus state. For those that don't know what sleep paralysis is, it's when your mind becomes awake and alert before your body does, and you often feel like something is on top of you, pinning you down. Oftentimes people think they're being suffocated or having a nightmare in those moments. That feeling, my friends, is actually the threshold of your consciousness about to leave your body, and it's going to advance to the next focus level. However, we panic because our breath is still slow and shallow. We often think a monster is on top of us trying to kill us while we're stuck in this state. So it doesn't allow us to get past that level of focus, and we retreat to our bodies. So I have a thought on that about what if that is a defense mechanism? What if the people behind this universe, the subspace beings,
reptilian,
even deeper than them, they don't want to make it easy to get into that world. So you have to be calm in yourself as a person and trust the unknown to accept that that is not death that is happening to you in your sleep paralysis moment, that you're not going to die, that you could stay calm in an intense moment to leave your body. So that's like a scare tactic to not allow us to get past that. That's why everyone snaps out of it every time they start to have it until they learn to get past it. Just a thought I had while writing this.
It would be a good, I guess you could say roadblock, right?
Yeah,
it would be a good
way to put it.
roadblock to where they aren't allowing you to transcend something that your mind is not capable of understanding.
Right. And I did learn that not everyone's at the same level. So we all have our potential of how far we can go in the afterworld. And I think it has something to do with progression in our lives as we are as beings. You know, we're always trying to better ourselves. And if there's stuff I'm going to get into in a bit, and I don't want to like spoil it, but if you leave this earth on bad terms or in bad mental state, you take that with you afterwards. And so you need to like get your shit in order in this world before you pass over. And I don't mean financials, I'm talking about you as a person.
Yeah, your inner self.
Yeah, but we'll talk more about that in a bit. So although you may be scared in that moment and you're wanting to snap back to focus 1, if you can relax and get past that fear, you can actually go past to focus 10 of starting to leave your body. From that point, you will enter focus 12.
What's in focus 12?
Man, so focus 12 is a place where you might have been if you've had lucid dreams. This is where you'll go into the 4th dimension, also known as the astral plane. It is made up of lower, mid, and higher 4th densities. Here, in this place, like attracts like, and thought becomes action or creation. From focus 12, focus 28 is the location of the 4th dimension. We're gonna focus numbers are interesting, but I'm just gonna keep them going. You guys bear with me, but do my best to keep them all situated. So we're gonna go to focus 15, which is known as no time consciousness. Here is what they refer to as remote viewing. This in particular is what the CIA was interested in, and that's what they use for their experiments in the future. And I'll go over that a bit shortly, but I mean, they do go to other dimensions and whatnot, but remote viewing was their primary use. In the documents that I'll link that have the declassified information, its basic definition for remote viewing states: accessing information without the use of the normal 5 senses, information from other people, direct connective implementation of electronic or other devices. The ultimate goal from this experiment was to use it for spying purposes. So in our dreams episode, we go over lucid dreaming. And I learned that achieving that was focus level 15. Once you're at focus level 15, if you can dissolve your dream and see the full potential of your focus level at no time consciousness, you will be able to visit any point in history, past, present, or future. Though the future does seem to be harder to visit, and it takes more discipline and focus to achieve this. Let's move to focus 21. This is the edge of the space-time continuum, aka state 4, deep sleep. This is where you enter your deepest part of your sleep. If you're able to travel to focus 21 without falling asleep, you will have an out-of-body experience and go into far other energy systems. Your mind will be fully aware and conscious. You may feel sleep paralysis when you phase rapidly from phase 21 to phase 10 while waking up.
I wonder if smoking DMT automatically gets you to level 21.
Ooh. So you just skip phase.
You skip all phases. It takes you right to the ultimate phase.
That's interesting. You then may transition to focus 22. This is where you begin to dream. And this generally occurs around 90 minutes of Earth time of being at focus 21. Have you guys ever had a dream that you were flying? This is us becoming aware that we're out of our body. This is what is happening in focus 22 of the dream state. Dreaming is not the only level of consciousness you can achieve at level 22. It is the border of life and death. That is where the saying, sleep is the cousin of death. came from.
Oh.
Our focus levels will start adjoining, and once you physically die in this world, you stay beyond focus 22 and go into other focus levels. When people say they see that white light or the white death tunnel, this is happening in focus 22. If you've ever had a near-death experience, you've probably seen this white light. What you're seeing is synaptic activity collapsing within the brain as we detach from the physical plane permanently. It is a transitional stage for the subspaces of the fourth dimension. There are more states of consciousness in focus 22. They co-phase with this state of mind. I'll give you some examples of co-phasing. When you're drinking or doing drugs, you are co-phased between focus 1 right now and focus 22, that dream state. When you're tripping, it's because you're going between the third and fourth dimension. So like you said, Aaron, maybe it helps you skip those first levels and go right to the part that you would get to if you could meditate to it. If you have a drug addiction or alcohol, you are constantly fighting between focus 1 and focus 22. With using HemiSync, they were able to alleviate symptoms by making the patient bring their attention to this focus 1 and becoming more coherent.
That HemiSpeak or whatever, that's the frequency thing, right?
HemiSync, yeah. It's hemisphere syncing. It synchronizes both sides of your brain.
Okay.
So I don't know if I've talked on air about my thoughts about possible mental disease, dimensional connections. I know we've talked off air about it, but going with dementia and whatnot, like schizophrenia or multiple personalities, I have this thought of what if these people, we label them as crazy or quote unquote crazy because we don't understand them. But really what is happening is that they are stuck between our reality and a different reality, a different universe. And they may say they're hearing voices because they are stuck hearing and talking to people in their other reality, but their physical body is stuck here right now. And like also the multiple personalities, that different parallel universes of you are stuck to one body form, and so maybe you're living different parts of your life through one lifetime because everyone was congregated to that energy source at that time. I don't know. The focus 23 is the place immediately after death. This level has people who have recently physically left existence. They are either unaware of this or cannot become free from their previous ties on Earth and not being able to adapt to the transition. So focus 24 is a place of total responsibility. For what one is literally creating, it's populated with consciousness of former humans who are stuck in non-moral material-based behavioral problems, which prevents them from realizing crucial aspects about the nature of reality and moving on to the upper levels.
So how do the reptilians become a part of it?
They get to level 5, and they're the most commonly seen beings when you go into the 5th dimension.
How do you get to the 5th dimension?
A couple more focuses.
Who is this doctor guy coming up with the how many fucking focuses is there? Goddamn. Is he like going back each time? He's like, fuck man, I got fucking 20 more focuses. It's like,
yes.
Goddamn dude, man.
There couldn't be like 3 levels and then you call it good, because then you'd have so many subcategories in those subcategories, because if there is an infinite amount of variations of the worlds that we live in and the realities around us, whatever, we would have to have so many different levels of focus. And he doesn't have like focus level 400. It doesn't go like that high, but okay. I promise. I know. I told you it was going to be meaty. This is like Sasquatch beef stick meaty.
Yeah, this could have been a whole solo episode. You weren't lying.
I told you.
I thought my 20-minute long Adolf Hitler rant was long. Remember that, Dan? I was like, man, that 20-minute thing is long. That was me. We could have maybe done an episode over that. I'm like, this definitely could have been an episode on its own.
The thing is that it still can be, because I have so much more to dig into of like people that they talk about and learning more about them.
How much more do you have?
Oh no, like that's what I didn't do. I put,
okay. All right.
Let me see.
Be like part 1 of your theory, okay? Or like part 2. I'm just kidding.
I warned you, man. I told you.
Can you imagine him first explaining it to somebody and they're like, how many focus levels are you going down, doctor? I'm going down all of them. I'm going down all of them.
I didn't know how to like take some out because I feel like each level is needed.
Yeah, you have to talk about all of his focus levels. How many total is there?
28.
Okay. Well, see, I was thinking more like 100. 2 hours later, focus level 72. Are we on the reptilians yet? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing with you. I love the topic. I love the topic. All right.
I know. Like I said, it was to the point of no return where I'd already like realized too late that this was a 12-page document, and I was like, oh my god, guys. So
You wrote 12 pages?
I did. I'm sorry. We're on.
Oh, man.
How many do you have, Dan?
3.
Oh, I got 3 as well.
Oh my god. We're on 10. I told Aaron, I was like, yeah, I have, at the time I had 3,300 words. He's like, oh, it's not bad. And I was like, 11 pages. And he's like, what the?
Yeah, I was like, what the damn?
But there are pictures, so I think that might make it seem longer. Okay. Haha. Gotcha. Let's get back to work. So, Focus 25 is the middle area of the belief systems territory. This is the expression of the major organized religious beliefs in recent human history. If we go to Focus 26, that's the lost area in the belief systems territory. This is where all consciousness who were formerly religious will gather until they become more aware of more beyond their self-imposed beliefs. So those are the belief system territories that were created based on human thought form of what most religions believe is afterwards. So we're almost to the end of these focus levels, guys. I got 2 more. Focus 27 is at the edge of human thought capacity. It is also referred to as the park or Summerland. If you reach Summerland, that's the highest level of human spiritual achievement in the afterlife. Beyond this, you dissolve the astral body and go beyond human thought forms. You are no longer bonded to human form. You go into energy systems beyond what we can comprehend. Sounds like a good place.
Yeah, it sounds like Nirvana.
It does.
And lastly here, we have Focus 28. It is a natural bridge zone buffer area. It's beyond space and time in human form. Here you experience things beyond human thought. After Focus 28, you go into the 5th dimension. And that is what a lot of the CIA experiments with Robert Monroe do. And the creature they saw most often, they refer to as the alligators.
The reptilians.
Exactly. Yeah. He calls them the alligators, we call them reptilians today.
Yeah, what alligator? Kind of looks like the guy off of, if you're wondering what he looks like, you ever seen the movie, what's that movie with Will Smith and Jared Leto's that bad Joker? Like, he's horrible Joker.
Oh. Suicide Squad.
Yeah, kind of like on Suicide Squad, how they got that sewer guy, that lizard sewer guy.
I never saw that.
The croc guy?
Croc guy, yeah. That's what it looks like. Basically like a lizard.
And I do have pictures of what they look like.
Yeah, and we'll post these pictures up on you go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. You can click on this episode and scroll down to the bottom and you'll see pictures and links on this topic.
So most of the experiments that they did do, though, were at that focus level 15, which is when you dissolve just past your lucid dream and do the remote viewing.
This is the CIA, right?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So speaking of them, we're going to talk about their declassified documents that referred to Project Gateway. So in 1978, someone from the CIA contacted Robert Monroe to help with this project. Monroe agreed and started helping the military as well. The U.S. military carried out many different projects using Monroe's technique. The Gateway program, as mentioned earlier, was created by him and his team, and the declassified documents explains the physics behind interdimensional astral projection as engaged by the military. So like we said, we'll attach pictures for that. It explains how the universe is in the shape of a torus, and it's being created by black and white holes. and how the universe is a holograph made of 12 to 15 dimensions which our consciousness interacts with.
So wait, so was this Dr. Monroe pushing his focus theory upon the CIA? Or was it the CIA that concluded this?
Well, the CIA contacted him about it, so they knew of it. And then maybe with just hearing what your capabilities were, they realized what they can do with that technology. And then they're like, we need to call this guy and say, hey, we want to use what you know and try to do some remote viewing. Teach us.
Teach us, oh remote viewer. Teach us.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Notice me, remote viewer. Notice me, CIA.
Don't notice
they're
me,
noticing.
CIA.
I don't care. They're probably already spying on all of us, to be completely honest.
Oh yeah. Okay. There was another project called Stargate. Have you heard of that? Project Stargate.
Stargate, where they found that
Oh, yeah.
Stargate on by Saddam Hussein?
Negative. This one it actually describes the findings of Project Gateway. So in 1995, declassified documents came out for this. And this was the secret army unit established in 1978 with the Gateway Project. There was a document uncovered titled Mars Exploration, May 22nd, 1984. A man by the name of Joseph McMoneagle, under Robert Monroe's guidance, traveled to Focus 15, where Monroe gave him coordinates to Mars and told him to observe a time of 1 million years ago. What he said he saw were humanoid creatures, quote, tall, very large people, but they're thin. They look thin because of their height, and they dress like in, oh hell, it's like a light silk, but it's not the flowing type. It's cut to fit. Move closer to one of them, he was told. Move closer to one of them and ask to tell you about themselves. They are ancient people. They are dying. It's past their time or age. When asked to go into more detail about this, he says, quote, they're very philosophic about it. They're looking for a way to survive, and they just can't. He found evidence of giant structures and pyramids on the surface and underneath in caverns. He also describes seeing machines on the surface and under. In November 1986, a remote viewing subject was sent to Saturn's moon, Titan, and reported seeing a base on Titan's surface. And listen to this. On the base, to the viewer's astonishment, all operators were identical to human beings. She observed 2 young, healthy males working on a control panel, supervised by an attractive female. The document didn't give the time that this observation was taking place, but you telling me that we're doing something as a species on Saturn? Does that not tie into my thought about us all being farmed on other planets to be put on Earth as a test planet?
Yeah, it does.
I know. I feel like this episode ties so much of my own personal thoughts and stuff together. It's a great way to start first month of our season, man.
Yeah, definitely.
So, the part you've all been waiting for. Dimensional beings.
Yes.
I know. So, though she wasn't found on the released documents as being a test subject, Fiona Barnett claimed to be an experiment subject of the Gateway Project. She says that while in her astral plane state, she was guided to visit the hellish realms. These can be found in the lower areas of the 4th dimension. The 4th dimension is the emotional realm where thought becomes creation. That means a place exists for every one of their personal heaven hell. That means if you focus on hell after death, that is where you will go, because you are drawn to that energy. We will be forced to repeat destructive behaviors in hell, and it is filled with our own personal worst fears. With this being a shared belief place, we can group together to experience a bonded belief and suffer in this realm together. That would be that focus level 24. If you look at a 3D version of Earth with the dimensions around it, like layers, the 4th dimension is located where the Van Allen radiation belt is. Fiona Barnett claims While there, she was instructed to talk to fourth-dimensional beings. So I wonder if you went, well, we couldn't go to that place, if you would find things there, the Van Allen radiation belt.
Right.
Well, we have Montauk chairs. You're gonna tell me that we can't find some protective equipment to go visit this radiation belt? You tell me the exposure, Mr. Nuclear Man.
I don't know it off the top of my head, but Dan, we're gonna have to look into that, see if we can build some type of, protective layer over the Montauk chairs.
So Robert actually talks about how there are various fourth dimensional beings. He says that the most common one was the alligator people. They have an intelligence level equal to or superior to us. We would probably refer to them as reptilians, like we said, but it's believed that the reptilians live by feeding off of us in the third dimension. Monroe claims that in Focus 15, he traveled to different Earth timelines and witnessed these entities feed human life on Earth, creating the current human species solely for the best energy for them to feed off of.
That's something that we've talked about. That's some Matrix type shit, man.
According to Courtney M. Brown, he's got a PhD, gotta be a little smart, I think. He was trained by Ed Dames, who was a former remote viewer for the military. They claim to have traveled to the first lower tones of the fourth dimension. The wavelength is estimated to be between minus 7.25 to minus 10.86. Here's where you could find the Greys and the Reptilians. Courtney claimed that he tracked down the source of the hive mind of the Greys. He also claims that they use a hive mind consciousness, meaning one viewpoint is all viewpoints. He followed this collective. Oh, you got something to say? Go say it.
No. Go ahead.
So he followed this collective mind, or you might call it the thought flow, and found it to be absolutely massive. He found what he called a sense or a heartbeat of the massive thought flow. He saw a steady stream of information flowing from it being passed to the Greys. He ended up seeing other interdimensional beings directing the activities of the Greys. He felt the Greys' bodies were incarnated by such subspace beings. They entered the Greys and then used them as a vessel to manipulate physical reality.
Maybe that's what AI is. Maybe AI has disguised itself as aliens, because how we're afraid of robots, but aliens would intrigue us more. So that would be the best way for AI to take over, if they came in as aliens, and they were actually truly robots, and then you find out they're so smart, it's because they're actually AI, and they tricked us because they know we would be more susceptible to learning from aliens and letting them on the planet rather than robots. Robots, we don't trust them. Aliens, we do.
Dude, that sounds exactly right. The way that it was described, it 100% made me think of, now that you say it, the computer system, the core of it is sending information for everybody else to receive and do their deed that needs to be done. So Courtney was instructed to keep looking for other beings, and he traveled and saw many other subspace. He kept following the path that led him to a place where there was a lot of activity and even more subspace beings, and it seemed to be the main area of these entities. In another area, he counted a council of 10 very high-level subspace entities congregated who apparently govern the principalities who are engaged in running the whole operation. So this was where the information was coming from, which was in control of the Greys Hive Mind Collective.
I like it's like a really good sci-fi book. You sure this Dr. Monroe just didn't make this shit up for his sci-fi book that he's releasing in like a couple years?
No, he's been doing this retreat thing still to this day. I mean, you could buy his program and all that stuff to do it, but you could find anything on the internet.
That's right. I forgot he did that program.
Yeah.
Man.
So, my last thing I have here. Courtney even believes he came across what he perceived as the supreme leader of the Council of 10. At this point, Courtney comes back to his body and explains what he saw, and says he felt that the being was full of darkness. Yes.
Ooh.
So
That's not good.
Dude, I know, and so that's kind of what made me think about Dylan Klebold in the Columbine thing, where he was in his writings, he talks a lot about reality and being different dimensions, and he was like way quote unquote wise beyond his years for thinking of the world as a different place, but he was so negative that maybe he did like travel to other, he had lucid dreams and then he traveled past that and then was tainted by the darkness of the evil and was sent on a mission by those AI beings to attack the school.
Do you think that's what happens to all people that tend to go insane and do these shootings, that they get tainted by this darkness, that's what evil is? It is this darkness that taints you. It's something fun to think about, I guess. Well, not fun, but it's something to think about.
It is. I don't know if you remember me telling you how when I'd lay at bed at night sometimes, I would hear this tone play in my head. And it was the same it was the same tone every time I heard it. And when I did this, it made me think maybe that I was hearing these tones as a signal to tell me that I need to come talk to somebody in my dreams. Like, I need to go visit this frequency because I could hear this tone so well. It wasn't a ringing, it just wasn't a ringing. It was a frequency that I was tuning in at. And I was like, maybe it's my TV that's turned off or something, but it doesn't happen all the time.
You're getting called up by Ashtar Intergalactic Command in the next dimension.
Alien hybrid. I'm a humanoid, I guess.
Your real parents or your dad is pinging you.
Find my iPhone. Where is this bitch? She's stuck in 7.23 again? Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
You guys, I love you all for sitting through that. There was no way I could cut pieces of that, and that should have been a full episode, but it was past the point of no return, and I just had to keep going. I hope you loved me. I'm not a scientist, guys. I just speak from my mind and research.
Nice. Understood. Well, thank you for your theory today, Anna. Well received.
You are most welcome.
Well researched. You did a great job.
Very well researched.
I'm proud of you. So, Dan, what do you have for us today for your theory?
It is called the Suki Project, and it actually talks, I guess you could say it's kind of like a dimensional type talk as well, except it's not as elaborate as Anna's. This one's more, it's a little bit more simplistic, and I want to, sadly, I want to say that this was probably based off an anime that some guy watched. The more I read into it, then I think they created a game with it as well, but it became like a really big thing though. So, have y'all ever heard of the Suki Project though?
No, I've never heard of it.
No.
I'll briefly go into what it is. This project was based on the belief that we are part of what is known as the system space. We are just one of many systems in the system space. Ours is, of course, called life. Now, system space is a Auroriac construct made to unit all systems, thus allowing them to create, pretty much, it's made to unit all systems, and it allows the system space to create good memories. And the system space, it contains every system, including our current one live, and then the next system that we will be going to when our system unlinks, which is called LFE 2.0. So Aurora is the purest form of energy, which is what the system space runs off of. All the systems run off of Aurora energy, but it's also considered to be an entity that can behave as a self-replicating computer and capable of acting on its own desires.
AI. Tell you, motherfucking AI.
Now, the only way for you to continue on to the next system after you pass away was to sign up on their website through the representative, Suki. He was assigned to deal with the registration on the system. He was not allowed to give specific information concerning if system space or that life will be deleted, but he was the only human with this known knowledge. It's interesting. Like, I read this, it's like, what the hell?
That's a good selling point for our Patreon. You want to go to the afterlife? Then sign up. Okay?
Yeah.
Hey, do you remember that family that had tried to sell the tickets to heaven? There was a family that was trying to put an ad out selling tickets to heaven.
Oh my god.
I want to sell Bigfoot rape insurance.
Oh god.
You have to provide semen that's verified, of unknown DNA.
Oh gosh. But so from what I read, you have to sign up before the unlinked date. Now, if you did not sign up before the date, your soul would be lost along with your memories, personalities, and traits. So when you move on to the next life, if you didn't sign up, you receive pretty much a whole new soul. You would not be you. So by signing up, it would allow your soul and all your personalities and stuff to go with you to the next life. You just have a different body.
So it's like a save point.
Exactly. Now, as I was saying, this probably this guy, I guess they based it off of, I guess, an anime, and then it was like made into a game. So I'm guessing this is, this is kind of like a gamer's heaven right now. But after the system is unlinked from system space, it will no longer be supplied aurora energy and will be deleted 150 years from the unlinked date. So pretty much, this system is pretty much using up the stored aurora energy that it has now, and then pretty much when it runs out, it will be unlinked from system space. So when that unlink happens, they pretty much cut the electricity off on it. But there's like some of these companies that are with it. I don't know if they're like real big companies. I didn't look into the company, but you have the Suki company, which the guy was a representative of. Then you got Risen, then you got Endymion, Synapse, and Key, which these companies were supposed to collaborate to preserve the culture of life before the unlink, or what they like to also refer to as the purging of it from system space. So, with that being said, the unlink date, the first unlink date was set for July 1st of 2017. Well, guess nothing really happened from it.
Did you have any weird events on that day? Any earthquakes? Power outages?
Nothing that I really found. But, then they made a correction. The new date was set for July 1st of 2167. So 2167. So that's a little bit further. Yeah, big difference. So, these dates were set because of the overuse of the aurora that life has been using, but I'm guessing that they miscalculated how much energy the world was using, which it kind of goes in hand in hand, I guess you'd say, the aurora energy with the natural resources of Earth. They kind of go hand in hand, I guess.
Oh, I could see that. Like the karmic balance.
Yeah. So the kind of universe that system space life is, the one way the guy described it, he said that think of it when you pass on where you're at like a hyperdimensional server room where I guess they have a bunch of systems listed, but you're only able to, I guess, go to the next one. So pretty much we're in a bunch of servers right now. Ours is life.
So it is a simulation.
That's what it's starting to seem like. And then our system is considered to be a block system where it had no connection to any other system. Like you couldn't communicate with any other system at all. Pretty much we were like kind of singled out because it was meant to be a peaceful system. So I'm going to assume that all the other systems right now are fucking warring with each other or something. So the next system you go to is probably going to be hell.
Oh God.
That's what it's like sounding to me anyways. So, but then, like the next one we're supposed to go to is called System LFE 2.0. So pretty much you upload it, or if you signed up on the website, your soul is pretty much being uploaded to the new system and pass on.
How much you have to pay for this?
You don't have to pay anything.
Oh, I thought you had to pay to be a member or to have your
Man, that is a really good way for them to get your email address. Huh? That's email marketing 101.
Yeah, so pretty much you didn't sign up, you lose your soul and all that. But if you sign up, you at least keep your soul and go on to the next life, being you.
So then what happens to me if I don't sign up and I'm not me? Where does the me go?
It is deleted.
Deleted.
Yeah, they pretty much they say your soul is lost and it's deleted after 150 years of the energy running out or something.
I must have been a cheap bitch and not paid for that protection.
But I looked to try to see what happens with it, like what happened to the system spacecraft, and I did find one Reddit post that a guy was talking about it, and then someone replied to it. Supposedly he was a former member of it, and like supposedly there's a bunch of other sites that kind of like try to take over for it, pretty much continue the work, but they pretty much I don't think they really had anything to do with Suki, so they just tried to continue it. But then that person was just like, also Suki and the project were terminated, aka banned by the FBI. So pretty much the FBI got involved with this and shut it down because it seems like they actually became almost like a cult. They actually had a lot of members.
Well, the FBI government wasn't getting their cut. That's why it's all about money, man. FBI wasn't getting their cut.
Now, was one thing though, because people were just like, okay, so we sign up, we end up going to like this server room to pretty much wait for the next system to start. So if I go ahead and end my life right now, can I just go ahead and advance to the next system? Pretty much, no.
No.
They were just like, remember we were talking about Aurora Energy and all that for good memories. They're like, suicide was a no-go because that's bad memory right there. You're not taking that with you to the next system. So if you commit suicide, it's a no. Your soul's not being going over and all that because you're bringing bad juju over pretty much.
I mean, that sounds exactly like what I just went over with if you have mental issue, like, if you have negative feelings in life, you can't progress. You just repeat. These are somehow connected.
Yeah, mine is like not connected at all.
That's me and Dan were on the same wavelength this week.
I was not on the same wavelength at all.
I just figured for my theory, honestly, it was a gamer guy that started something off of either anime or something he watched, because the idea sounds good for any gamer, pretty much like you said, on a save point to go on to the next life or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there are other like-minded people like that play games and stuff and think that's a cool idea. And not everyone believed that this was real, but the idea was cool, so they end up signing on the site anyways. Now Suki, on the other hand, he was a firm believer in it, and he wanted everyone to believe it. Pretty much, I think it ended up becoming sort of like a cult. I guess that's why the FBI decided to shut it down.
Do you think that's similar to people signed up even if they didn't believe in it, kind of like those Facebook posts where it's like, copy and paste this image and your information won't be taken. You're protected on Facebook's new policy. You ever see people posting those? Like just laugh. I'm like, oh God.
Just like that. I guarantee it. But I do know that there are some former members out there that are still active. I don't know if any of them are listening. I don't want to be attacked by them. But, I mean, if anybody has any more information on that, I'd like to know because it's
pretty interesting stuff.
I like that. Yeah, you just took a really interesting route with that and kind of tied in more of the idea of simulation theory, thinking of it more as like a coding versus quote unquote spiritual, where it's all energy with the route that I went over. I like it. You are amazing, Danielson. Yeah.
All right, let's hop into my theory. Okay. So for my theory this week, I've chosen something a little bit scary, something more paranormal. All right, we're traveling, guys. So I need everyone to hop in the Montauk chairs because we're going on a trip. Yes. I need y'all to keep the date on your time dials. Keep them the same. Keep them as today, okay? We're just going to use this to portal travel to somewhere real quick, okay?
Okay.
Change the location dials on your Montauk chairs to Belmeez, Spain.
Okay.
All right, everyone set?
Ready.
And go. Whew. Okay, is everyone all right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. Dan, did you spill something?
What's that?
Did you knock something over when you came in?
I don't think so. My drink's still in the Montauk chair.
Oh.
So, I know what you're both wondering. What is that stain on the ground? And why are we standing in the middle of this empty house in the middle of the day?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as you may have noticed, this whole entire time travel is about this stain on the floor. Okay, just trust me here. No, it isn't a blood mark. And if you take a closer look at it, walk up and take a little closer look at it, it has a face in the stain. A little weird, right?
Jesus?
No, it's not Jesus. Close, but not Jesus. I know I mentioned last week on our Patreon episode that I did make a brand new Montauk remote that allows me to fast forward in real time. So I'm just going to use that right now, and I'm going to fast forward just an hour ahead so that we can look at the stain an hour ahead. Okay? So we're going to do that right now. everybody okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting easier to do that.
Yeah, it's a lot easier on the body. Okay, take a look at that stain. Take a good look at it. What do you see?
I feel, are there more feminine features in this space?
I mean, yeah, the stain has changed. Okay, look, I know I know this isn't that scary, but let's head back to the studio. I'll explain why the hell there is a stain there on the floor, why it looks like a face, and why it's changing. Okay, so let's head back to the Montauk chair. Okay, all right, is everybody ready to go? We all in our Montauk chairs ready? Notice that the stain has changed.
Yeah,
Notice that, Anna?
Dude, I was just gonna say, I thought it was a glitch in the Matrix, but that thing just changed.
Yeah, okay, we should probably get out of here. And go. Whew, okay, is everyone all right?
It gave me the chills.
Little freaked out.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, calm down because I got you. I'll hold you. Come over here and sit on my lap.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So the story of that house that we were just in and those faces, it all started back in 1971. There was a woman named Marie Gomez Perea, and she was in her kitchen when she noticed something odd on her concrete floor, just like we did. Okay. At first, she thought it was just a stain seeping up through her slab, which, I mean, it makes sense, right? But when she got closer to the stain, she noticed that the stain had an image of a face inside of it, just like the first one that we saw. The face she described was a bearded man with piercing eyes. Of course, just like us, she thought it was super weird, so she went and got some cleaning supplies to scrub it away. But whenever she came back, the face had moved, which kind of freaked her out even more. So she started scrubbing it. Started scrubbing. Face wouldn't go away, stain wouldn't go away. But she was still totally freaked out because the face was moving and changing. So she told her husband Miguel and her son Juan that, look, we need to remove the stain no matter what. I don't give a shit how you do it. Get this stain off this floor. They tried scrubbing it, didn't work. So Miguel said to his son Juan, said, look, let's take a pickaxe after this floor, since it's concrete, completely remove it and replace the flooring. They were like, okay. Wife was fine with it. They pull the floor up, they replace it completely, and everything was okay. I mean, until a few days later. The image of the bearded man returned on their floor. Okay? Now, this started a cycle of Miguel and Juan removing and replacing the floor over 5 times. And every single time, the face would return. Now, could you imagine how fucking pissed off they must have been? I bet them two went from being like a little scared to about like the third time they're like, I'm so pissed off at this fucking thing. I'm so mad at it. I know I would be.
It probably drained or fed off of that energy too.
Yeah, exactly. So word started to spread around in that small town about the face and the multiple faces appearing on the concrete. People started visiting the house to see the faces. Eventually, even the mayor came to that house and he labeled it the House of Faces.
Oh my
I think he came up with a better name than that. The word spread so far within that year that people from all over Spain and parts of the world started visiting that house to see the face and the different faces that appeared. And the house became a full-on tourist attraction. Even while the family still lived there, they turned it into a tourist attraction. Eventually, Maria became more and more disturbed of the faces. And she was telling people that she was even having dreams of the faces at nighttime. And it really started to freak her out. So she said the tourist attraction was enough. I don't want to have anything more to do with it. Remove the floor again, and we're going to dig up underneath it. Now, this is where it gets very odd. I mean, it's weird to begin with, but this is where it gets really odd. Strap in. So with the floor removed completely, the family decided to dig under that spot in the house. At 10 feet or 3 meters. Below the surface, the family found several skeletons. The skeletons were over 700 years old. And get this, they were all without heads.
What?
So the family decided to remove the skeletons and give them a proper burial and ceremony, which, I mean, it was the proper thing to do in my opinion. So Maria, she was relieved. You know, skeletons are gone, the curse is probably gone, and she told them, go ahead and reconcrete the floor. She was certain that things would turn back to normal, but they didn't. Within 2 weeks of the flooring being reinstalled, an image returned. However, it was a completely different image than before. It was a face that they've never seen. A face would appear in the morning, and by the evening, a new one would replace it, one they've never seen before. The family said that the haunting in the home had intensified tremendously. So Maria said, look, enough's enough. Let's bring in some journalists, some students, some experts, anyone that could help solve this mystery. So multiple tests were carried out as faces continued to appear. One of the notable tests that I'll mention is the craziest one in my opinion. So this German television crew and a whole bunch of several witnesses decided to cover the kitchen floor completely and seal it off from anyone going in there. They set up a 24-hour surveillance system to chronicle and monitor everything that was going on in the home to make sure nobody went into the house and messed with the covering. For 3 months, no one stepped foot on that floor, and no one even moved that cover at all. After 3 months, the television crew removed the covers, and new faces were on the concrete, new ones that were different from before.
So they just need to put a camera up there and they'll be fine.
That's what they did. They put up a 24-hour surveillance camera.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of breaking the floor up, replacing it like they did in the past, just put a fucking camera up, leave it there, solved your problem.
Faces reappeared.
Wait, I thought you said that they had it covered for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then once they took the cameras down and uncovered it, the faces reappeared.
They kept the cameras on it, and then after 3 months, they wanted to make sure that no one was going inside there and redrawing the faces or cleaning it and re-putting faces. So when they covered it up, it had one set of faces, and then after 3 months, after chronicling it 24/7 for 3 months, they uncovered it, and it was different faces on there. So they were like, that's proof that it's not anybody going inside there and changing it.
Okay, I got you now.
Yeah. So these faces continued throughout the years, and eventually in 2004, Maria died. However, since her death, many people obviously still continue to visit the house, and they all say that faces continue to appear and change. So there's a couple theories. One of the theories is that there's a Dr. Hans Bender, that's his real name, Hans Bender.
Nice.
He is a leading expert of parapsychology, and he traveled to the home and was quoted saying that this is the most important paranormal case of the century. Now, he has an interesting theory about this whole thing. He says that Maria herself was the cause of the images, not purposely, but through something that he calls photography, which is a psychokinetic ability to project an image onto a surface, either deliberately or unintentionally. So he was thinking that she had some superpowers. But here's the thing. After she passed away, it kept happening, which kind of debunks that theory. Another theory is that it was all a hoax by Maria to help her earn money and help boost visitors to the city. Now, same thing with this one. After Maria left, or after Maria passed away, the faces were still coming. So the third and last one, something weird, or it's not really a theory, it was something weird that I found, was that a lot of people who were doing the studies on this while Maria was alive were stated that the current expressions of the faces in the floor were very similar to Maria's face, which kind of made me think about this theory, okay? What if Maria was projecting that into the house, but it wasn't her doing it intentionally? It was the house being possessed by something else, and these entities were making her project that on it, but when she passed away, this house trapped the souls of the one who passed away in it, and they are a medium to get individuals to say, don't pass away inside here, otherwise your soul will be trapped, to scare people away from this house. I don't know, just a thought. I have images of the pictures if y'all want to see them.
I do, actually. I'm interested. I was thinking, do you think that this might have all started? Because you said that they found 3 bodies underneath and they were headless.
They found multiple bodies that were skeletons that were 700 years old that were all headless.
Right. So what if the people that were buried there were beheaded on right there, and the impressions are their faces as their heads lie in their own blood, and they're stuck. Yes, like maybe the house has kept their souls there, but they're stuck there because of that. Like a horrific death that's tied them to that now.
That is a good possibility. You see the pictures that I linked? So I'll link these pictures under Theories of the Third Kind. You can click on this episode, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you can see the pictures that we linked up.
So the middle picture that you sent, the very bottom, or the last picture on it, one that has 3 faces, that looks like a mother and a child, but it's like some demon coming after them. The way that face looks.
Some of these look like aliens a little bit, I think.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Anyways, that's my theory. I thought it was interesting, you know.
Dude, I'm just looking at these pictures and thinking, I don't know what I would do if I saw these show up on my floor.
The fact that they kept coming back.
Yeah. That first one is just so realistic. Like, it looks like it could have been a painting, or someone took a picture or painted it or something back in the day.
Yeah, it's weird. I thought it was a good theory. I thought it was a good one for Theories Thursday. We haven't done that many paranormal stuff, so I figured I'd dip my toes in that just a little bit to give everybody just a nice little teaser, you know. So, definitely.
You did awesome.
Thank
Taught
you.
me something new today.
So, I guess we move on to voicemails. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
All right, so for voicemails this week, we have 3 of them. The first one is from Gracie, and we're going to play that right now.
Hi guys, I'm from Louisiana and I just wanted to leave a voicemail because, well, a few reasons. That sounded so mean. I don't know why. Anyway, first I want to apologize that you guys have to listen to my voice. It sucks. It's weird. I don't know why. I can't really change it. Anyway, I wanted to first tell you guys that I think Anna, you're amazing. Well, yeah, you probably already know that. Anyway, I think you're the best possible add-on to the show because you just really, you're like the icing on the cake for the show. It was already fun and awesome to listen to before, but now with you in it, like I want to listen to it every, like the second the new episodes come out because you just really bring that like extra spark that makes stuff special, I guess. And your humor, I think that the research and the stuff you believe in, I feel like I just really agree with it, and it's nice to listen to. You other guys, Aaron, Danielson, I think you're both amazing. You both have wonderful humor. That's probably what makes the show special to me because not only does it have great research and theories that you guys bring, but you know, you have such a nice, like, humble air about you. I don't know. I just wanted to tell you guys that I love you and I appreciate all the work you do. Bye.
Thank you, Gracie. We love you.
Thank you so much. When I heard that voicemail, it made me feel very special. I super duper duper appreciate those words. Honestly, for one, your voice, I feel like that's what mine sounds like. You sound completely fine. Don't worry about your voice. People shit talk mine on here, but we can't change it. This is what we were born with. So fuck all y'all that tell me that I sound like I'm falling asleep, okay? 'Cause I can't change this. But if you like, I could bring it to a whole nother level. Brought to you by Anna. But really though, Gracie, I love you. That was seriously the sweetest message. And I do feel like I came into this with we meshed in so well. We appreciate that you feel that humbleness in us because we're just friends hanging out, having a conversation, and trying to help others see the world in another way. Just let you not live the life day to day. Question. Thank you so much, Gracie.
Yes, thank you, Gracie.
Thank you. Much love.
All right. Next voicemail is from Leanne. So we're going to play that one right now.
What's up, theories of the third kind? My name is Leanne. I live in Pennsylvania, and I love your show. I am currently on my lunch break, so I don't have much time, but I listen to you guys while I'm working. And I'm in the middle of the Thoughts and Theories Thursday that was released today about, we're on it as speculating about what if we're not from here. And I can't help but going back to, in my mind, I think it was last season where Danielson, I believe, brought up the Rh negative versus the Rh positive genetic topic. And I don't know. I think it's very interesting because scientists don't really know where the positive gene came from, and thought that the Rh negative people would be the general population, and most people would not have it. And it's interesting now that they are the minority and we're the majority. And I just think that if we did come over from Venus, it's fun to entertain. There has to be some correlation, right? I don't know. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. You guys are awesome. Bigfoot 2020. Rock on. Thanks, guys.
Bigfoot 2020, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, the us having different DNA, that whole Rh negative thing that you mentioned, Dan, that fits right into the theory of honest.
And you guys did say, if I remember correctly, that they believe it originated in Europe, and that would further enhance my theory of being part alien, with my mom being from there.
That would. Yes.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'll save that for another episode. I've talked enough for everyone for the next 3 weeks.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But thank you, Leanne, for the voicemail. We love you, and thank you for all the support and everything. And I hope it's good up there in Pennsylvania. And yeah.
Sure, Dan. You can actually say down there in Pennsylvania now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
you down there's good, all good down there, Bob. Hey there, Bob. Put down there, Bob.
Go Steel. Gotta love that Pennsylvania love. I'll always be a Pittsburghian at heart.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the voicemail.
Thank you.
All right, this next one comes from Rev from India. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I love you, and we're gonna play that right now.
Hey guys, this is Ravina, all the way from India. I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys have helped me in a really bad mental state. Like, I lost my boyfriend a few days ago, and I was in a really, really dark space, and I found comfort in your podcast. It has really helped me a lot, and because of this lockdown and quarantine, I have, not been able to express myself to any of my close ones. I was so stuck, but listening to your podcast, I don't know why it gave me comfort.
Can I ask, when she said she lost a boyfriend, her boyfriend passed away, or they've split up? Because I don't want to sound insensitive to my with a response. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know which one she meant either.
All right. So I'm just gonna leave that in there, and I'm just gonna be straight up because I'm sure you're probably listening. If your boyfriend passed away, I'm so sorry about that. It means a lot that you found comfort in us. I'm glad you could find comfort in us. I'm glad we were there for you. If you need anyone to talk to or anything, you can always reach out to us. You know how to get a hold of us on any of the social medias, on emails. We're there for you if you need anything, so give us a shout. Now, if your boyfriend broke up with you, it's like what, 3.5, 3 point. I honestly don't even want to say this because if your boyfriend did pass away, this is going to sound really insensitive.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lay it.
You could say it is never easy to lose someone that we love.
Yeah, it is never easy. Well said. I'm just going to leave that in because it's never easy to lose someone that you love. And Anna said it perfectly. And I just want to let you know that we're here for you and that we love you. And you are, in fact, in India because those horns, you will never forget those horns if you visit India.
Beep, beep. Just so you know, I recently lost someone I loved too. We separated with our own ways. It has been tough, but I've also found comfort in the show. It has helped me get through it. I would say it kept me distracted, but also I enjoyed doing this and hearing from all our listeners. So pretty much, thank you for listening because y'all have comforted me to help me move forward as well.
Damn, Dan, you're gonna make me cry over here. That's what I envision us to be. I want us to be a family. I want you to feel like you can reach out to your fellow third kinder and they will be there for you. We just want you all to feel the love that we feel for you as well and know that we are all together in this and reach out to each other. Have fun listen parties when the corona's done. Do some virtual gatherings where you guys all get together, listen to the latest episode of Theories of the Third Kind, and all discuss it and be able to create your own theories and topics, and then you could tell us, and we could be a part of that with you.
I like that. Coming in with the good stuff.
Man, I think I've drained a lot of my brain's juice in the last 2 weeks.
So we are probably not going to have time for ratings. You want to move next week? Can we read off, or do you want to see if we can fit them? I don't know if we can fit them.
I don't think we will.
I don't think we'll be able to either. And you can. So I apologize to everybody because it is solely my fault that I am unable to allow us to do reviews today. You guys, I'm really sorry.
Again, just like, at the end of each month, we start running out of hosting space until the following month, first of the month. So we ran out of space to do ratings and reviews, so we're going to do shout outs real quick and then roll it up. But I just wanted to thank everyone for their support and for their love and for their continued support and love. And then I love you all. And next week, we're going to be doing ratings and reviews, so I apologize. So y'all have any shout outs you want to give before we roll this up?
We got a voicemail earlier from Leanne. I wanted to shout her out. Honestly, I love our conversation on Twitter. We are very like-minded, and I appreciate having that conversation with you. And then I met Jacqueline Cruz from Facebook. Dan, you told me about her. She's been awesome to talk to. I've been kind of busy and haven't been able to get back to her as much, but promise I'm going to get there. You're awesome. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
What about you, Dan? You got any shout outs?
Pretty much, I'm going to shout out to everybody on Facebook that's been commenting and all that.
Oh, the Facebook's been on fire, man.
Dude, I've been having a blast interacting with everyone. And there's some comments I haven't replied to. I am still getting to them. I'm trying to be very active on there. I enjoy everything everybody says. So I will say that I am the one that replies to most of the stuff on Facebook. So if anybody has anything to ask, I will be on Facebook.
Nice. I'll be on Instagram.
And I'm slowly building up that Twitter. I know Twitter is not a great platform, you guys. I didn't have it before, but come on and show me some love. There's pictures of cats on there. Come on.
All right. With all that being said, I want to thank you for joining us today. If you want to find us, you can go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com. There you can find shirts and merchandise, and also you can find a link to our Patreon if you aren't signed up for $5 a month. For only 16 cents a day, you can join and become a third kinder. Anyways, I love you all. And Dan and Anna, would you like to roll us out?
Of course. All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Primally Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to tele-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to PrimallyPure.com to make the switch. That's PrimallyPure.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson.
What's up, guys?
And Anna.
Dober done.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month or 16 cents a day, you could sign up for the Patreon and get an extra episode a week. Today's Patreon, we are releasing FEMA. It's a super great episode. We also have others like Clinton Body Count and Dreams. Just make your way on over if you feel like you don't get your fix. We'd be happy to add some more episodes to you every week.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com to see all the merchandise we have for sale, t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. Also, I know it's tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, space lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email address. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play that on the show each week. All right, so that's the announcement. So how today's episode will go is that we'll first cover the beginning of Project Serpo, and then we'll dive into the details of it, the entity that they found, then hop back into the Chosen 12, Planet Serpo, and what happened there, and then we'll go over strange facts and findings, and then wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So, Dan, would you like to start us off with the beginning of how Project Serpo all got started?
I sure will, Aaron. So what we are going to discuss today is supposedly the best hidden secret in the history of the human species. So this all starts with an individual named Victor Martinez. This Victor guy, he ran a private email group list, a list comprised of the world's top UFO researchers, around a total of 150 of them. This group of individuals would send emails between one another and use it to look into articles of UFO sightings, aliens, all those.
On November 2nd, 2005, an email sent out to the group got everyone's attention. This email was written by someone claiming to be a retired senior official in the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I mean, I've heard of the CIA and the FBI, but I've personally never heard of the DIA. Is this a real thing? Have you guys ever heard of that?
I did learn about the DIA while going through this Serpo. And what I found out is, like I said, it's an intelligence agency for the United States federal government. Its specialty is in defense and military intelligence. DIA informs national, civilian, and defense policymakers about the military intentions and capabilities of foreign governments and non-state actors.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess they're not as popular as the CIA, FBI, DEA, those guys. All right, back to the email, I guess. So this retired senior official claimed to be in possession of very, very sensitive information. But not only that, it claimed to be the spokesperson for a group of 6 DIA personnel. They called themselves Anonymous. It's not like the hacking group. It's like just straight up anonymous. Well, they call themselves Request Anonymous, to be exact.
This email would become quite the talk of the UFO research community. A lot of the people in the email group started arguing with one another, debating if it was even true or not. But everyone in the email group did agree on one thing. If this email was true, then it would change human history forever.
So let's hop into the email and start discussing what it said.
All right. So, the DIA group, known as Anonymous that we just mentioned, started off the email saying this. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Request Anonymous. I am a retired employee of the U.S. government. I won't go into great details about my past, but I was involved in a special program. As for Roswell, it occurred, but not like the storybooks tell. There were 2 crash sites. One southwest of Corona, New Mexico, and the second site at Pelona Peak, south of Latil, New Mexico. The crash involved 2 extraterrestrial aircrafts. The Corona site was found a day later by the archaeology team.
This team reported the crash site to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department. A deputy arrived the next day and summoned a state police officer. One live entity, known as an EBE, which is an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity, was found hiding behind a rock. The entity was given water but declined food. The entity was later transferred to Los Alamos. The information eventually went to Roswell Army Airfield. The site was examined and all evidence was removed. The bodies were taken to Los Alamos National Laboratory because they had a freezing system that allowed the bodies to remain frozen for research. The craft was taken to Roswell and then on to Wright Field, Ohio.
The second site was not discovered until August 1949 by 2 ranchers. They reported their findings several days later to the sheriff of Catron County, New Mexico. Because of the remote location, it took the sheriff several days to make his way to the crash site. Once at the site, the sheriff took photographs and then drove back to Latil. Sandia Army Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, was then notified. A recovery team from Sandia took custody of all evidence, including 6 bodies. The bodies were taken to Sandia Base, but later transferred to Los Alamos. The live entity established communications with us and provided us with the location of its planets.
Now, before we read off the rest of the email, let's go over what happened with this alien entity.
So like the email said, in July 1947, 2 separate spaceships crashed that day. The famous one known as Roswell, and the other less famous one. But out of these 2 crashes, there is only one survivor. Both the EBE and the craft's wreckage were taken to the secure Los Alamos military base. The being named EBE, which as we said earlier was an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity.
So the government was like, what the f*** do we do with this being? Well, they decided to build a special holding center for it deep inside the secure base of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. So, you guys, I was able to get the coordinates for this special underground secure base. You know what that means, right?
It's Montauk time!
Uh-oh. Is it Montauk time?
Oh, it's Montauk time. So everybody hop in your chairs because we're going on a trip. By the way, if this is your first time hearing what our Montauk chairs are, basically they're pretty much chairs that Danielson and Bigfoot built. All praise Bigfoot. It allows us to travel back in time to visit anywhere. We use these chairs to help you listeners and us get a better understanding of our topic. Anyways, now that we got that covered, I need y'all to set your dates on your chairs to December 25th, 1949. On the location dial, it should have a knob that says Deep Underground Secret Base in Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. That dial redirects to the actual coordinates that I found. Anyways, everyone ready?
Ready, Freddy.
Hold on, wait. Anna, who's this?
Oh, okay, I was gonna try to have it as a surprise, but... Alright, this is my friend Cody. I blindfolded him. I told him not to talk, but I kind of promised him a ride on the Montauk chair.
You kidnapped somebody?
Well, not really. He came willingly, but I told him that this is secret shit, so he can't really see what we do until we get there. So for now, I told him silence, because he can't mess up and create some sort of butterfly effect that didn't happen before. So he just has to sit in the chair. I know there's a dual seat feature. I pressed it, seat popped open, and it said, ready for Cody. So...
Oh.
There's even a section...
The seat is spoken.
It has. It's got his ball imprint ready for him to sit on.
I really customized these chairs. I'm just saying.
So yeah, he's just gonna hop in with us, travel real quick, and he won't say anything. I promise.
Okay. All right. Everybody ready?
All right, Cody, squeeze close.
All right, and go. All right. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, I'm good, but I can't lie, I feel a little bad. I don't have any presents for you guys now that it's officially Christmas.
Well, I don't really know what to say to that, but it's okay. I don't have any presents for you guys either.
I'm always prepared. I didn't come prepared.
Lucky for you guys, Bigfoot gave me, pieces of his hair to give both of you.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
I will cherish that.
All right, guys, you see that? That's right. We are standing at the end of this long-ass tunnel in a secret underground base in Los Alamos Laboratory. And in front of us is a completely metal, highly secure locked door. And as you can see, we're the only ones here. But why is that? Well, I figured the best day to come here would be on Christmas. Everyone is off and the aliens left alone in this underground room right in front of us.
So, do we knock or do we just go in?
Okay, are you just gonna put Cody in the corner while we do all this, while we open this door? Like, where's Cody going?
So I'm gonna put the shield up in the Montauk chair to protect him and also keep him in. He's not like being detained or anything. It's just for his safety. So we'll just go on our mission. He'll watch from afar.
But do either of you have a key?
I might. Let me see if I can find one. La 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 la. Did I hit the key?
Oh my god.
Dad joke.
Bad joke. I do not have a key. I don't think I installed a key set or lock picking in the Montauk chair, unfortunately.
Okay, so how do we get in this room then?
I mean,
it's fun to stay at the YMCA. That was the key.
Who puts that as the lock combination?
Someone who really likes men in uniform.
My god. All right.
Think about it. The only people he's seen are people in uniform.
Yeah, it's true. Dang. This room is very small. The only thing in here is the padded white walls. And, oh my god. There he is. You guys see that? What the hell? Alright. You guys, say something to him.
Hey, it's okay, little guy. Come here.
Dang, speak some languages.
I love Bigfoot.
Ah, shit. I totally forgot to bring my alien translator. Did either of you bring yours?
No, normally I'm good at knowing the language, but I don't recognize this dialect.
I have mine.
Yours?
I think so.
Translate what he just said.
He said, "You turd bag."
Okay, I don't think that's what he said. Your translator's broken. Your translator's broken.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh shit. We need to go, guys. We need to head back to our chairs right now.
Oh shit! Dan, Aaron, what are we gonna do?
Alright guys, calm down. I got this. Just occupy them for a second.
Whoa! What the? Where the hell did Bigfoot come from?
Yeehaw, Bigfoot, let's go. Let's ride.
Holy shit. Dan is riding Bigfoot.
Alright guys, the way's clear. Let's get the hell out of here.
Whoa, thank you, Bigfoot. I mean, I don't really know what to say.
What an honor to meet you, Mr. Future President. What the? Where did he go?
Let's hurry up and get out of here before more guards come. Are you all ready to go, Anna? You got Cody, he's all tied back up?
Yeah, got a seatbelt in, he's good to go.
All right.
Why'd you add a ball gag to his mouth?
He asked for it.
Seems a little unnecessary, but okay. You're prisoner or whatever he is.
Your friend.
He asked me to call him Daddy too.
Oh, okay. Well, and go. Whew. I'm always glad to be back in the studio. So let's talk about that alien we just encountered and discuss what happened to him.
So like we said in July 1947, he was taken to an underground secret base and held there by government officials. EBE never got upset or angry with his captivity, even though he wasn't able to communicate there for a little while because he had no vocal cords and he also spoke a tonal language. However, he was a very intelligent being and picked up English very quickly from all the military personnel talking to him and who were in charge of him. What I'm curious about is what the did those guards talk to this alien about?
What do you talk to an alien about? Hey, how's it going? Where you from?
You
like the village people?
Yes. What is your planet's theme song? Oh, YMCA. Okay, got it.
That's probably it.
So since he was able to establish communications with these government officials, he provided them with lots of information such as the location of his home planet and even helped many elite officials with their studies and their questions. He also explained to these officials that their vessels were able to travel to and from points in time with ease.
He said that their technology is thousands of years ahead of ours, which made the crashed vessels that were found super hard to decipher and reverse engineer. So the EBE decided to help them out with that also. He provided a full explanation of the items found inside the two crafts. One of the items was a communication device. The entity was allowed to make contact with his planet, but no one from his planet communicated back to him. You think his planet was like, let's look at that big head there. Nobody contacted back. I just thought of that. I thought that was funny.
Probably one of those things where you do get left behind. If you get caught by the humans, we can't save you because they can't know that we exist.
Ooh, it's one of the intergalactic council's agreements that you got to go by.
Yes, you shall not be saved. You take your own risk to go to Earth, but you may die there because people are irrational.
We got the motto "No man left behind," but they got the motto "All aliens left behind."
Yes.
All right, so the entity remained alive until 1952 when he died.
So according to the email, following the death of the entity, the government continued to reverse engineer items that the entity had explained to them. Do you guys remember that communications device that the entity used to try to get in contact with his home planet?
Yeah, one that they were like, nope, we ain't answering.
Yep, got the busy tone when he called. Well, in true government fashion, they reverse engineered that device.
This is where it got complicated, supposedly. The government had to figure out a way to communicate with these beings. They thought, so if these things are smart enough to space travel, then they should be smart enough to decipher our language and send us a message back. So the government sent them a message, and sure enough, the entity sent one back. It was in broken English, but still understandable.
This started the communication between the United States officials and the entities on this other planet. Of course, like we mentioned, the beings on this planet were called the Edens. They said in their message they wished to retrieve their fallen pilots. The U.S. military agreed and said that they had kept their fallen comrades in biological storage, but had done some studies on them. You think the officials were like, ooh, kind of dissected them a little bit?
Yeah, we can send you them back, but they're not going to be in one whole body.
Uh-oh. So they kept talking, and the sides started to propose a bizarre exchange program. So this exchange program would send 12 American military members back home with the Ebens, and the Ebens would leave a single being with the American government throughout the exchange program. Both sides agreed to it, and in April of 1964, at a top-secret base in New Mexico, the Ebens landed to do the exchange. Before we talk about the journey of those 12 going to Planet Serpo, let's discuss how the government picked those people, the chosen 12.
There were 12 military members who make up the crew for the mission. 2 members each from the Navy and Army ranks, along with 8 members of the U.S. Air Force. Each of the 12 crew would have their identity erased from all records, both civilian and military. They literally ceased to exist overnight.
Even after selection, the 12 crew would undergo 6 months of intensive, invasive, and secretive training. This would also include learning how to use the communication device so that they could be in constant contact with Earth. The exchange program mission would last 10 years, which they would then return to Earth.
So like we talked about earlier, the exchange was scheduled to occur at Holloman Air Force Base on April 24th, 1964, and had approval from President John F. Kennedy. So 2 Eben spaceships landed as planned. A group of American government personnel greeted them. Then the 12 American astronauts prepared to embark on their adventure. But for some reason, the exchange got postponed. The Ebens retrieved the remains of their dead comrade, or the parts of him, and then left, totally ignoring the government officials.
Do you think
Motherfuckers.
they were standing around, they were all like excited, right? They were standing around, they were like, had their hand out, ready to shake their hand, and they just walk right past them, look at their guys, and seeing that they're all dissected, and they're like, no, gather them up, we're leaving. We're not doing this exchange program. They get back on their ship and they take off, but the government officials don't know what they said. So you know the government officials are like, oh, they're fucking pissed. So you know for like, how long was it? Like almost a year. Yeah, from April 1964, and they didn't return until July 1965. You know that the government officials were sending apology text messages back to them. Hey, we're really sorry about what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
However, the Ebens returned in July 1965 and picked up their passengers. So what happened to the crew? What did they experience? Well, let's jump right into that.
The journey to the Ebens' home, which was called Planet Serpo, would be a long one for the astronauts. It was some 40 light years away, but since the Ebens were so advanced, it only took them 10 months to get to Planet Serpo. During space travel, the humans decided to eat Eben food, which they disliked a lot because they said it tasted like paper.
Over the 9 months of travel in the spaceship, the astronauts explored the spacecraft and were able to communicate with Earth. Unfortunately, one American had some kind of accident and died on the trip. So after 10 months, they finally reached Planet Serpo. When the spacecraft landed and the Americans disembarked, they received quite a positive welcome. A large number of Ebens were present to greet them, and an Eben female spokesperson spoke to them in fluent English. Twice now that we've had female figures taking lead. This one here, and when we talked about going to the Saturn's moon, Titan, and the woman was the supervisor of 2 men. It's the future.
I'm telling you, they're the leaders.
All right, moving on. The astronauts were overwhelmed with the brightness of the 2 suns. It was about 107 degrees, and they were all in great discomfort due to that heat, which remained a problem for them during their entire stay on the planet. The Americans expected to stay on Serpo for 10 years. As it turns out, due to their confusion with their calendars, they stayed 13 years. It was difficult to keep track of days and times since the planet had 2 suns. It never got completely dark. One day on Eben lasted 40 hours as opposed to our 24.
During their stay on Serpo, the Americans learned what they could about the history of the Ebens. The population of Serpo at the time of the visit was about 650,000, and all were Ebens. There was no other race or species on the planet other than the Ebens. The astronauts learned about the Ebens' religious beliefs and technology. It seemed they lived fairly primitively for a culture that also had advanced technology. Specifically, Ebens had anti-gravity vehicles they used for ground transportation.
After a few years, the Americans moved to the northern part of the planet where it was cooler, and they were able to grow food more to their liking. They had taken with them food to last for more than 2 years, but when it ran out, they had to eat even food, which they never really learned to like. Due to radiation exposure, 2 of the members of the expedition died while on Serpo. Could you imagine dying on a different planet? I mean, you're born on Earth, and then you die on another. That is kind of cool in some sort of way. How many people could say, oh yeah, man, I'm on Serpo. I'm from Earth, but I'm gonna die soon. But I could tell you, I'm one of few people who have lived on 2 planets, or at least from our knowledge, who have lived on 2 planets and died on a separate one to when I was born. Like, how many astronauts have died on the moon? None.
How many died traveling to the moon?
A lot more. God, that's sad. So the Ebens had bases on a nearby planet known as Otto, but it was otherwise barren and lifeless. Another celestial body in their system, Silas, provides mining for minerals, which was key to their survival. While it contained basic life forms, they were not intelligent.
All of the Evans' food came from large biodome-like structures, which they would grow and harvest themselves. They were the only intelligent life on the planet, and while the other animal life forms did exist, the Evans did not associate them with food. The Evans themselves would most often live in small communities, relatively spread out from each other. While order very much existed within these communities, crime was not an issue, nor was money. Distribution centers existed in places of shops with goods and produce issued upon request.
Not all aspects were different, however. The family unit, as we know, it exists among the Ebens, as does the desire for entertainment, music, and team games.
2 Americans liked life on Serpo so much, they decided to stay there. The remaining astronauts returned home in 1978, and the government quarantined them for an entire year. During that time, they had many debriefings, which resulted in a 3,000-page report. They were then allowed to go back to their normal lives. Little is known about their lives since, except the last surviving one died in 2002. There has been no communication with Ebens on Serpo since 1985, so it is not known what happened to the Americans who chose to stay on the planet.
That is the story of Project Serpo. It is strange yet super intriguing. But is there any truth to this story? So we did some digging, and let's hop into some strange facts and findings. So the first strange fact and finding that we're going to talk about is what's called the Yellow Book. Okay? So another interesting thing in this email was that this anonymous group brought up what was called a quote-unquote yellow and red book. So we're going to read off the email that describes what both books are.
The Yellow Book was provided by the Evans. It isn't exactly a book, it is a block of material approximately 2.5 inches thick and transparent in nature and appearance. The reader looks at the transparent surface and suddenly words and pictures appear.
It is an endless series of historical stories and photographs of our universe, the Ebens planet and their former homeworld, and other interesting stories about the universe. It also contains a historical story and various accounts about Earth's history and distant past. To this day, we are one of very few people who have actually seen the Yellow Book.
The Red Book was written by the United States government. It contains volumes of information we have gathered regarding our contacts with extraterrestrial life forms. The first volume begins in 1947. The last volume started in 2005. What actually occurs is that as UFO reports come in deemed credible by the reporting government agency, be it military or civilian, they are routed to a special section of our government for a follow-up analysis.
After that vetting process, they are then sent to a special group, which then places it into final review for possible inclusion into the Red Book. We have served as the editors for several editions of the Red Book and have written and delivered the executive summary for several sitting U.S. presidents.
I mean, I would like to see the Yellow Book.
Yeah, that sounds very intriguing.
I'm not really big into history. I mean, I like reading about stuff, but like I think something like a Yellow Book or learning about a different species on a different planet, I would love to learn everything I could about them. Everything.
Is that because we are aliens, so we're more interested in history of that part of our lineage
I
than?
want to know the galactic history. Can you imagine if us three were abducted by aliens and they're like, okay, guys, look, you're not that smart. We're going to send you to alien galaxy school. And they sit us in a room, right? And it's us three as like full grown adults, aliens from Men in Black all inside there. They're like little babies. They're extremely smarter than us. And they're like, give us the square root of 8,766,000.
My brain just started exploding from my ears. I'm trying to do the math in my head.
We could not even fathom. Our brain could not handle what is needed to know what truly happens outside of even our solar system.
That is why we would never know. I mean, we're still primitive. I mean, look what we did with Corona. We went and got all the toilet paper. Makes no sense.
None at all. And then the fact, like, where I live, we're seeing a second spike where numbers are higher than they were in the first outbreak. It's like, Jesus, you guys, how hard was it to just follow some rules?
Yeah. All right. So this next strange fact and finding we have is about Ronald Reagan. I tried digging for any proof to this. The only proof that we somewhat found was this. So, Anna, do you want to start us off?
Between March 6th to March 8th of 1981, the CIA director William Casey had a secret briefing with then-President Ronald Reagan. Director Casey provided Reagan with information about a secret exchange program. Reagan, of course, had quite a few questions, but he was told his questions would be answered at an additional briefing session. I have actually heard, and I know we've talked about doing an episode on it, but a connection between aliens and presidents. Like, there's several presidents who have said that they were interested in aliens, and Ronald Reagan was one of them. I think Carter might have been another.
Bill Clinton was one.
They're all, I thought most of them were Republicans, though, because they were like the Republicans control the military, and the military is who talks with the aliens, or who would have the most communication with the aliens. There's more Republicans in charge. And so I believe they said when Obama took office, they didn't want to tell him anything about it because he wasn't a Republican. I might be mistaken, but I didn't dig deep into it because it's not our topic yet, but it was something that caught my eye and I thought was really good.
It is interesting. I haven't heard of that type of theory. So how do we know about this secret meeting that occurred? Well, supposedly, and I say supposedly because all I found was people speculating and couldn't find the actual documents themselves, and I searched for them. But supposedly, the transcript of that meeting was found. I think it could be plausible that Reagan wanted info on UFOs. He mentioned a lot about his belief in UFOs and his high regard for Steven Spielberg. He even invited Spielberg to the White House for a special screening of the movie E.T. that was released in June of 1982. So, I mean, it's plausible.
There seems to be a connection with directors and space things. If we think about how Stanley Kubrick, was connected to possibly Apollo 11, the moon landing, and that he confessed this through his movies. I don't know, maybe there's some inner workings that we don't know about with directors who get ideas for movies through things they learn about the government, like Minority Report or The Matrix, or those ones that really make you think and you're like, this is a message. Someone's trying to warn us.
Yeah. Now, when we're talking about theories, you remember when it was said that it had approval from JFK? It made me think, do you think the reason JFK was off was because he knew about this secret program and was one of very few who knew about it, and he was about to out the people or about to out the program itself?
I mean, that certainly could have been one avenue. I mean, we know about, I mean, we haven't gotten into this yet, but like the curse of the family. It could have just been going with the curse. Something bad was going to happen to him eventually.
He told his family. Maybe he told, and his family passes that down to everybody, and that's why they had to off all of his family, because all of his family knew all the information, and they've been searching for, maybe he had some stuff hidden of like some proof.
Do you think maybe that's why recently some people have died in his family?
Maybe.
A woman and her son.
Yeah, like a
On a
granddaughter and her
kayaking
third
trip.
kayaking, yeah, and they got drowned by the CIA. Yeah.
I love how smooth that was.
Yeah, I mean, that was one theory. Another one is, of course, this is all fake and made up to start like the discrediting of a crazy conspiracy theorist, right? I mean, you mentioned aliens. I mean, I think aliens is becoming more mainstream, but back then in 2005, I don't think aliens was mainstream as it is. I mean, it seemed like it goes in waves, right? You have E.T. and all that. You have the big waves of aliens then, and then it dipped back down, like Roswell, and then it dipped down, and then it came back up with Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Then it dipped back down, and then it came back up with E.T. and it dipped back down, and it's like it goes in waves of when is it acceptable. Do you think this is like another movement for the government to kind of be like, hey, let's push this out as a way to discredit any conspiracies at all?
I think it could be a desensitization thing. Desensitizing us to aliens in waves, because if you bombard us with a bunch of information, you're going to freak people out. But if you're like, oh, there's an alien sighting or a UFO sighting, and then it kind of like, oh, you hype it up and then it disappears. Do it over and over, it just becomes like everything else in life, where you're like, oh, yeah, there was another UFO sighting over in New York above the Empire State Building.
Yeah. Another thing I wrote down was Wag the Dog. Do you think maybe this was released in 2005 because the government wanted attention taken away from all the bombings and stuff that they were doing on civilians in the Iraq and Afghanistan war? Because you got to think how many civilians were killed over there. A lot.
A lot. And we don't talk about it anymore, so it's like fading away.
But that's all I had on that. But I love this story. I thought we had to cover it. I love Project Serpo. Even if it is fake, I mean, it is such a good read. It's fun to think about. It's something that, I mean, I would want it to be real. Would you guys want it to be real?
Oh, yeah. I want there to be life other than ours. I don't think that there isn't. There has to be intelligent life. We are not the smartest things that have come from this beautiful, what is the biggest of everything? Universe? Galaxy? What is the biggest?
Universe.
Okay. Like you said, I need to upgrade my hard drive. I got useless information in there.
We need to go together and upgrade our hard drives.
Yes. But then we're going to end up with an RFID chip and be a part of the New World Order. Put a Neuralink thing in your head, then you would have all those capabilities to think about anything and you'd find information for it. Have probably unlimited storage. Oh no, they would make it to where you'd have to upgrade your chip. So you have to keep coming back to pay for it because that's how they work.
Yeah. Be like South Park, where they put the chip in Cartman's head so they pretty much censor him. That's how I'd figure it'd be like. Anytime you go to try to say anything that's confidential,
shit. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists would really disappear.
All right. Any of y'all got anything you want to add before we wrap today's episode up? Any theories or anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, that was great learning about that. To me, it's kind of crazy to think that was the first alien encounter as far as talking with our government or dealing with people of the human race. But maybe it was the first time for the Ebens to have done it. And maybe they're closer to our next evolutionary development than, like, say, the Greys. Like, the Greys could have a negative energy about them, and the Ebens were very good people. So, how there's always a good and evil to things. They're the ones maybe protecting us from Greys. Just thinking as I'm talking as I'm thinking now, but it was good. I loved it. This was an awesome topic. I love anything aliens.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, I am a huge skeptic of it all, But I do believe there has to be some other life forms out there. I mean, honestly, it's like just reading the story, it sounds awesome. And if you made that into a movie, I'd sit there and watch this shit.
Oh yeah, I would watch it too. Absolutely. All right. So I guess that's it for today's episode. We're gonna move on to voicemails. So let me pull up the voicemail list. This first voicemail we have is from Avery, and we're gonna play that right now.
Hey guys, my name's Avery. I've been listening to the podcast for a little while now, and I am so happy that season 2 came out because now that we have more consistency with the host, with Anna, who is absolutely fantastic. I love her theories and the thoughts that she brings into the group, and I'm really happy that everyone's here. I was hoping you guys could do a episode on like theories of reality or like life, or like meaning of life. I don't know, anything kind of surrounding that. Like with the DMT episode of different realities within that versus like what is the real one, or there's multiple universe theories surrounding that also, or even in the last episode, Anna was talking about hemisync, which I had never researched into before, but seems really cool. So yeah, hope you guys are having a great day, and thanks for being awesome.
Thank you, Avery. I agree. I love the consistency with the show now. I'm loving season 2. I'm glad you're loving it too. Thank you for the love and the suggestions.
I was cheering behind my screen over here when you started saying that you wanted to hear stuff about multiverses and like talking about what life is. My head is filled with what are we? Where'd we come from? What is the Mandela effect? Why did I just have deja vu? I'm not that like I never stop thinking about what we are. So I love hearing that topic interests you because we are 100% diving into that sometime.
Thank you so much for the voicemail.
All right. So now we're going to move on to voicemail. So we'll play that right now.
Hi, this is Lola Sweets and my husband,
Daddy Sweets.
We are so grateful for all the hard work that you guys do to make these podcasts come to life. We are super big fans. We listen to you guys on the daily, and we just want to thank you for all that you guys do to bring all these topics to life and to help people open their minds.
Y'all are awesome. If I could choose just one podcast, it would be this one.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
We absolutely love you guys. And if you guys could work on some more topics, I would say maybe some more alien stuff. There are some niches within the alien topic that you guys have not touched, like some experiences that I had growing up and in my early adulthood where I had abduction experiences and implanted pregnancies. They were positive experiences, but there's something that people don't talk about, but it's like a thing and it happens. It's the hybrid experiments that happen.
Recording hit its minute 30-second limit. Sorry about it cutting off on you, but thank you for the voicemail. Thank both of you. I love both of you so much. I'm guessing you're going to be ecstatic for today's episode. I mean, it's all about aliens, but alien impregnation is something we have to cover too, because I hear it's fairly common.
I didn't know it was common, so that's news to me. So it'll be a learning experience for me when we go over that topic.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you for the voicemail.
Yeah, thank you, and we love you so much, and it means a lot that you said all those kinds of words to us, and I love you. All right, so this next voicemail is from Hans.
Our man Hans.
So we're going to play that right now.
Yo, you already know who it is. Come on now, don't act like it's not my first time calling. First time caller, long time listener. It's your boy Hans. So let's just keep it real here. I'm gonna give you like an honest voicemail up first. Love the content, guys. Love the Patreon. Love the merch. That blue t-shirt really made my day. I love that you brought on Anna, who does lots of research. And I mean, like, you guys, are subpart of her research. Because her research, by God, it's like mental masturbation, and my brain just, it releases all this euphoric feeling, and I just almost crash my vehicle every day. Anyways, per Hans, y'all do really good, by the way. You do, Aaron and Daniel. So keep it per usual. Daniel, keep being sexy, because you're a beautiful little human being. Anna, if you could just speed bag my nuts, hit it like a speed bag, be awesome. Aaron, if I could just spread you like an accordion, and we have that scene from Ghost, because you're like right behind me as I'm making my pottery. Oh my god, my day. But for real, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Bigfoot 2020 in fuck Texas. This place sucks.
I agree. Fuck Texas. That place does suck. I just left there, dude. It's like coronavirus
Get out of there.
state. You need to leave, Hans. Come up north. Come up to Maine. You can stay with me.
Dude, when you listen to the FEMA episode, you're gonna want to get out of Texas. Telling you, get the fuck out of there while you're still alive.
Oh no, Port Aransas was very nice though, Aaron.
It was, but it's got nothing on Maine, dude.
I agree. Can't wait to come back up to camp.
Why not? But anyways,
I can't wait
Hans,
to see it.
thank you. I love you, and your voice. I just want you to like call us up and leave us voicemails of you narrating stuff. Our infield reporter, Hans, questioning people if they've been abducted. Just walk up to a random person with your phone on and be like, hey, this is Hans, infield reporter. Have you been abducted? And I just want to see what people say.
Hans, I've been waiting and waiting for my shout out from you. And you were not short on my expectations of your amazingness. Come over here and bring them balls over. I'll speedball them. Dude, no, honestly, you're great. I love talking to you on Twitter. Keep talking. Keep sending your sweet messages in. We love getting them.
Yes, definitely for sure. Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the kind words. Always bringing laughter to the show. Love it.
Yep.
And I'm going to try to stay sexy. Full-time job, man.
Nice.
Yeah, shaving all that hair is full time.
Yes, it is. That's why Bigfoot likes me.
All right, so this last voicemail for this week is from an individual named Nick. I don't think we've ever gotten a voicemail from this person, but I've listened to this voicemail almost 100 times. So we're going to play that one right now.
Hi, my name's Nick, and my Bigfoot story. So, one night, like every other night, I was coming home with my poodle, about around 10 o'clock, and kind of tired, I came home, and I was at the bed with my poodle. 5-10 minutes later, heard some wrestling outside, so I got up, checked, and what happened was I walked out there. I didn't just see Bigfoot, I saw Big Dick. Threw out my drawers and said, "Come on, be a big dick, show me what you can do." And he did some stuff to me. Never got my ass eaten better than ever than that day. Ooh, baby, kinda getting hot right here. Well, I gotta go. Gotta go back to work. Love the podcast. Bye-bye.
He was like a mix of Leslie Jordan and Herbert or whatever from Family Guy.
That's exactly what I thought.
I got some popsicles down in the basement.
Come on over, Chris.
Well, I'm sorry about, well, I don't know if you want me to be sorry. It sounded like you enjoyed it, but that's what Bigfoot is all about. He's all about just being there for you when you need him.
Creating pleasure in any avenue desired.
Any.
Nick, awesome voicemail, man. Love you. But you're going to have to contact me because I'm going to have to have you sign confidentiality forms. For certain reasons.
Yes.
We want Bigfoot to have a good image going into this campaign.
Yeah, but from the sounds of it, though, he has helped his people. Definitely doing what he can for you.
Mm-hmm.
So Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, dude.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Leave more voicemails.
We really appreciate it.
That's all the voicemails for this week. Now we're going to move on to ratings and reviews. So let's see. All right, so the first review we have this week comes from Susie Q872. It was left on May 16th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, "This podcast is awesome." She goes on to say, "This podcast is awesome." No, you're awesome, Susie Q. Thank you for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This next one is from George X3 Cool. It was left on May 17th, 5 stars, titled Nice. I started listening to this podcast yesterday in the morning. It's great. Gave us 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that, George X3 Cool.
Yes, thank you. We love you. You're 100%.
That's right. 100%. Much love. The next one we have is from Abs Powers from the U.S., left on May 17th, titled Awesome with 5 stars. I love
including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the 20th century. He wrote biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. It was a super technical and fascinating conversation. At the end, make a few comments about my previous conversations with President Zelensky. For those of you, this is the Let's Return podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, my friends, here's Jennifer Bird. You've written two biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, we'll focus on each one separately. First, let's talk about the ideas of health and common, the value of freedom, the ethics of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Talk about the big picture they converge on.
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists, and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from that. They also both use this focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism and social and economic. So we put them in a similar category. We call them individualists, call them libertarians of a sort. But they're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach, Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism and ultimately come down to freedom as his core value, God, as he says. And so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for its own sake. He's justifying it for its ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also music.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned it in terms of who they are personally, in terms of how they approach the
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it start. He really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings. And so he works from there. Whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. That's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's empirical. Spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world and use it to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she lived the Russian Revolution and takes a very big lesson from that. But her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing it out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches. And then they lead, in some ways, to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with a pure belief. She doesn't want it to be diluted. One of her favorite sayings was, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more half-a-loaf guy. I'll take what I can get, and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moves from being an economist to being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style, and then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she and support what she and she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him, yet always willing to take opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. He's a happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence. Where Rand will lose debates because she gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just listened to Ayn Rand's last lecture, or at least it's called that. The confrontational nature, how she answers questions, or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but in very different styles. You see the kind of very cranky. There's the most charismatic, cranky person I think I've ever looked at.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about her being her coming and her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, or Rand kind of clothed it in crankiness. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier and angrier and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into the early moment when she was different and a little more open, and then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had more intellectual humility, where he would be able to evolve over time, convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of nuances and how he thought about economics or about.
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong, and there are some things that he's wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas had not gone to the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalism, which was, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would be a better world in many respects. And towards the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking, and that to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more set in his ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially in the public eye, and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something random.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where you actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas.
So we're talking about today part about kind of thought for an idea like freedom for capitalism in very different ways. And it's so interesting the impact they both had and how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas, like integrated throughout society, how we together as a society figure out what works, they have influence on the public, degree have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration and so on. How like return, fade away, and then come back hard times. Yeah. And it's so interesting. The whole world is a game of ideas. You're like pushing and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got really excited 100 years ago about communism, and then they try stuff out, and then it broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are two great playing with ideas. So I think that's a thread that runs through this.
Yeah, and it kind of pushes back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But one difference I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. The philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. She is working almost in the mythic register, much more in the psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with, that people relate to experiences they've had, and that's one of the reasons it's so deep. It's also offering people, I read all the fan letters where people would say things like, I read Fountainhead and now I'm getting, having just incredible realization. And Milton Friedman gets us, or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. Like a couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand. I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has that really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational, thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing kind of mytho-poetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking. He provides a rational framework for understanding the world. And it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythology, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them, and they are kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into psyche and then take that emotional, psychological experience and use it in an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some ways she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy, kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there are still pragmatic ideas that are still important today for Milton Friedman, even just at the economic level. Again, let me try, I took some notes, let me try to summarize what Milton Friedman is, and then you can correct me. Okay, so he is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated free market capitalism and limited government intervention. So you give, listen to basically everything. Gives more depth and nuance. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics. He greatly influenced economic policy during the Reagan administration, and was influential intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006, so that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really important. The Great Depression, World War II, the post-war construction, the rise and fall of the Bretton Woods. They talk about Cold War and all the conflict involved in that, the tensions around communism and so on, the fall of and also China's economic transformation, 1970s, back to the 1970s, a lot more. So, maybe right to overview.
Yeah, sure. That's a great summary. Learn that. So let me start with the economic, and then I can kind of become a real voice in the American conservative movement, in the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight 4 ideas or contributions per episode. One was work with Anna Schwartz, revising our understanding of Great Depression. And that's tightly related to the second, which is the rule of monetarism. And Schwartz really becomes Then there is